Today we're going to start with the concept of network security monitoring, and of course the very first step would be to look at network security essentials. My name is Hank Ackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This will be the first of several videos that would fall under the network security monitoring module inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe for 2026, so the most recent version of this path. And of course, we're going to be talking about all of the essentials of network security. So what a network even is, what it means to have network visibility, right? To maximize your network visibility. What is the network perimeter? The monitoring and protecting of the network perimeter. What are perimeter logs and investigating any breaches through your perimeter? All of these things are key components of the concept of network security. And before, I kind of run away with all of the tangents and going down all the different rabbit holes, essentially, if you understand what a network is, right, it's your local connection with all of your machines inside of your network connected to each other. If you understand that part, then you'll understand that there is going to be a natural perimeter around your network. And then from that network, you're going to connect to the worldwide network, which is the internet at large. And so to be able to understand just the core concept of a network and then how that network will connect to the rest of the world, you will get a very, very serious understanding of, oh, you know what? I have to protect the perimeter. I have to have something like a firewall or something like an intrusion detection system. All of these various things that we can really kind of come to a logical conclusion if we just have the basic understanding of what a network even is and then what it means to secure the network. So I don't want to kind of like run away with it and cover all of the course contents in the introduction, like in the overview of the video, but that's essentially what we're going to be talking about. All of these things are going to be timestamped in the description below, so if you wanted to jump around, you could. Obviously, we have a lab that we're going to connect to, and we're probably going to run some exercises and answer some questions as we go through this. So it should be really cool. It should be a nice introduction to network security. And of course, if you have any questions or anything, you can just drop them in the comment section, but you'll get multiple opportunities throughout this video to do that. Quick little introduction from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we will dive into the actual intro. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. So we're going to do the intro and the lab connection portion all together in one piece. And really, a network is the backbone of every modern organization. And even if you're not in an organization, your house right now, right? You're connecting to Wi-Fi, let's say, in your own house. You have a router. That router connects your cell phone. Maybe you have a couple of computers. You have a TV. You might have some kind of a smart device that's also connected to your internet so that you can control it with your phone. So all of these things are your local area network. And that is just a small version of what happens inside of a company, because every location for a company has its own little local area network. Maybe there's a building, there's 5 floors on that building, and each floor is separated into 4 different little segments. And so all those 4 segments and those 5 floors will all have their own little switch portal connections. And so that ends up being 20 subnets, right, inside of that one building. And then you have the entire building being the big network, right? So this is essentially what happens in a organization, in an enterprise environment. And if you just understand that, then the rest of this will very much so make sense for you, because it's not that much more complicated. You just need to understand the nuances of it. For example, what is a server? What's a workstation? What's an application? What are these security devices that don't exist in some kind of an isolation environment? These guys are all interconnected and they make one ecosystem known as the network. And again, inside of the network, there could be several virtual LANs or subnetworks, and each one of those subnetworks could have servers and workstations and all these things inside of it. So the network perimeter is where this internal ecosystem is segregated from the external internet, right? So within that network, you can have multiple networks, and finally, that large network connecting to the overall World Wide Web. And that's technically a wide area network. Really, if you want to think about it, the internet is just a WAN, a wide area network, and it has all of the networks of the world connected together. That's really if you think about it, that's kind of what it is. And so that means that your place, your network perimeter, is going to be the first target for attackers, because as long as they can breach that first wall, they are now officially inside of the network and they can roam around and try to find easy targets to exploit. This video that we're going through is designed to introduce you to the fundamental concepts of network security, and this is going to be done from the defensive perspective. While the focus will be on logs and data sources, we'll also start building a strong understanding of how networks are actually structured, why they are important to protect, and why monitoring the perimeter is critical for early attack detection. If you can detect it at the perimeter, then you can prevent damage from being caused, and that's ideal. Obviously, in a perfect world, they wouldn't even be able to breach the perimeter, but if they do, you want to catch them at the perimeter and prevent them from being detected. I am going to nerd out for a quick second, and I'm going to show you a map of Ba Sing Se. If you've seen the Avatar Last Airbender, you will fully understand what I'm talking about. If you have not seen it, give me a quick second, because I promise you this will make sense. And essentially, this is me demonstrating how much of a nerd I truly am. So Ba Sing Se is a city, they call it the city of walls, right? And so on the outside, you see this large wall that separates this first portion, right, from the second one, and then the third one, and then in the very, very main one right here, you see kind of this darker wall right here. This is where the palace is. And so really, when you look at these things, right, you can see that very simply, the outside wall right here, the outer wall, is the network perimeter, if we were to look at this as the network, right? And then each one of these sections right here, Lake Laogai and all this Yuling Kun, I don't even recognize these things. I don't think they even covered it in the show, honestly. This is like a very detail-oriented map based on somebody who is also a super nerd, clearly. But so you can see that these also have their own borders, right? So this could technically be a subnet, that could be a subnet, that could be a subnet. And then inside of this, you can also see that there are all these other borders as well. So you have this large network perimeter. Inside of this large network perimeter is this internal network and another one and another one. And the further in we go, the more sensitive and the more secure we need to be. As you can imagine, the palace itself will have substantially more security than the rest of these walls would. However, it does not mean that the outer wall should not be protected. And that was kind of one of the big themes of the show, is that this is one of the most secure cities in the Earth Kingdom. And even the great General Iroh was not able to breach it, right? It took him over 2 years or almost 2 years or something like that to even breach the outer wall. And that's kind of what you want, is you want your network to be so secure at the perimeter that nobody can even detect or nobody can even enter your overall network, let alone be able to enter these internal portions, these internal walls right here. If they are able to break through the outer wall, you want to be able to catch them right away so that they can't get further ahead. And this is very, very, very critical. And if you are a fan of the show, then you understand that ultimately the way that the city was breached was not through force, it was through manipulation and espionage and all of those things, which is, again, just one of the reasons why I love this show so much. It's such an amazing show, very powerful show. I am a big Avatar fan, big nerd, and obviously you can see from my bald head that I have gotten a lot of Avatar Aang references in my life. That being said, at least hopefully this will help you understand what it actually means to have a network perimeter, what it means to have networks within the network perimeter, so sub-networks internally, and why it's so important to protect each one of these layers, each one of these walls, and treat them as if they are the most highest priority that you possibly can. And if you can have the outer wall be the most protected, then obviously it would be extremely difficult for somebody to break in. And if they do break in, you will know, and from there you'll be able to prevent them from going further and further into your network. Objectives for today will be to understand what a network is and identify the key components, explore the concepts of the network perimeter and its importance, which we kind of talked about right now, identify the key perimeter threats, examine the firewall logs to monitor normal and suspicious logs, and to have the prerequisites of network fundamentals, the introduction to a security information event management tool, network security, and intro to log analysis. If you don't know these things, these are all standalone videos that already exist on this channel, so you're more than welcome to go ahead and find them and study them, or you can literally just Google network fundamentals and you'll get a really good breakdown from the Google Gemini AI that's integrated with Google search, and that'll be like a good introduction to it. I would say that's like a good enough introduction to it. So if you do intro to network fundamentals, or if you do network fundamentals into Google, or intro to SIM into Google, you'll be able to get some really nice AI kind of quick excerpts, and you'll be able to get a good understanding of what all of these things actually mean, so that you can go ahead with the rest of this video today. And so that is that. Now, the lab connection portion of this is very similar to everything else. So we have a machine right here that I'm just going to click on. It's going to obviously show in split view and everything's already super zoomed in. So I'm just going to minimize that real quick. And so that's basically it. That's literally all that says to us, is that there's a virtual machine that you should start. And inside of this virtual machine, I think we have perimeter logs, and that's kind of it. Oh, there's going to be a Splunk instance. There we go. So that makes sense. So that's why there's the intro to SIM. That's a requirement or a prerequisite for this video. We're going to be using Splunk. There are probably a dozen videos on Splunk on this channel, from very beginner to advanced Splunk investigation. So you are more than welcome to check those out if you are curious, but we're going to get a good introduction to Splunk ourselves in this video today. So I'm going to let this virtual machine launch, and we'll get into the official and network overview portion. All right, so before we actually understand the security aspect of a network, we need to understand what a network actually is, what the components or assets inside of it are, and how they work. And so before I go into all of the read-through stuff, because this is basically a bunch of reading, so before we do that, I would like to show you a beautiful little image that I used Grok to generate for me. Now, Grok is actually one of my favorite image generators these days, because it does a very good job of understanding the prompt that you're giving it and actually creating a proper response for it. So this might be probably like the best image that we can look at here. So let's open this in a new tab so you can see it. So this is a network at large, right? And then inside of this network, there's a network map, I should say. So there's a network map. Inside of this network, we have a bunch of subnets, and you can see that with these individual borders around them, right? And then you can see that there are these lines. This line right here that connects this one to this one, and then this one connects this one here, and this one connects to that, and so on and so forth. So everything inside of these lines, these like square or rectangular sections, are considered endpoints, okay? Technically, as long as there's an IP address that's generated for it, it's an endpoint. Now, some people will say, okay, a server is not an endpoint because the server serves data to the endpoints. That's fine. But from the grand perspective of networking at large, my view of endpoints are, if it has an IP address, if it generates logs, then it's an endpoint, because Splunk will take the logs from this machine and 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 all of these logs, right? So now check this out. This is where it gets like really interesting. So it'll generate logs, like each one of these will generate their own logs, right? And then this thing right here, this subnet right here, will have its own network logs, and it will most likely have its own network firewall logs. And then each one of these guys will have their own firewall logs, but they will be host firewalls. They won't be network firewalls. So there are so many types of logs that would just be generated from this little segment. And if there is a server in here, that counts as an endpoint because it generates its logs, and it generates its logs in relation, in correlation of the rest of these devices inside of this subnet and at this network at large. So when we think about a network, and then we think about the subnets within the network and then the endpoints within those subnets, we just need to understand that essentially they will generate a bunch of logs and a bunch of different traffic, and then all of these logs from these different traffic endpoints are going to be fed into one central location, which will be the SIM, Splunk in this particular case. And then Splunk is going to correlate all of this data together. It's going to normalize all of this data, meaning make it easy for us as human beings to sift and sort through that data to find the information that we're looking for, and ultimately, hopefully, create some alerts that would be useful to us so that we can actually respond to security incidents and security events. So this is the visual of a network. Now, knowing all of this, let's look at the actual components of a network. So in a small enterprise network, we will have several things that will take place, right? So this is kind of like a, let me see if I can, there we go. This is a good view. So, all right, you have the internet, which is represented by this globe at the top right here. You have this router that is connected to the internet. And so all of the traffic from the internet comes through this router and is accessible by these various endpoints. And these various endpoints can go through the router to access the internet. And so we have a database server right here. We have a web server right here. And the reason why I know that is because this specific icon, that is representing a database. Anytime that you see a database server, you'll see something similar to this, and that would be the database. And of course, if there's a globe, that represents what? This globe right here. And so if there are globes, globe is typically referencing a web site or the internet at large, which is the World Wide Web. So if this is a server and it has a globe next to it, that's a web server. If this is a server and it has these stacks next to it, that's a database server. And of course, we have our Linux machines represented by our little penguins. And then we have our Windows machines represented by the Windows. And of course, there's a shield right here. And this shield will represent either a firewall or an intrusion detection system or some kind of defensive application, right? So this is a network. This is basically a network. Inside of this network, we have these various servers. The computers themselves will be extracting data or uploading data to these servers. And then, of course, this entire thing is going to be connected to the World Wide Web, most likely through the firewall or through some kind of antivirus or security defense tool. So then we have the user workstation. So this is what I mean when I say that they will most likely refer to the user workstation as an endpoint, and they will not refer to the database or servers in any way as endpoints. And I'm just from the school of thought that if it has an IP address, it's an endpoint. But specifically in this context, we're going to look at the workstations as endpoints. So employees use workstations, PCs, laptops. They also are the most common entry point for attackers, often via phishing emails or malicious downloads, because the employees are the weakest link in the security chain. So if we can manipulate or socially engineer an employee, then we will get access to that employee's password, their email, send them a link that they click on, send them an attachment that they'll open, something that we can kind of use as a payload, right? We can put some kind of a script that will automatically launch in the background as soon as they open the attachment, or give them a link that if they click on it, all of a sudden their device becomes hooked and now we can watch their activities, whatever, right? Whatever we can do, as long as we can manipulate this employee to believe that they're opening something, you know, worthy of opening, right? We can kind of get past their internal defense mechanisms, and we're like, hey, listen, you know, I pretend to be somebody from payroll and I'm sending something that I think I'm sending to somebody in HR, and I'm like, hey, so I attached is the report that you requested from all of the bonuses for the executives, something like that. If I send that to an employee, they're gonna be like, oh my God, I really want to know what the executives are doing. Like, how much are they making, right? You don't even check the sender's email. You don't even check some red flags that may pop up, because just that story by itself is like, ooh, that sounds really exciting and very interesting. I really want to know what the executives are getting as bonuses this year, right? So a phishing email drops malware on the finance user's PC. Endpoints are often less monitored, but a compromise here can give attackers a foothold to move laterally. So this is why it's important to pay attention to the user workstations and the endpoints. Endpoint logs can reveal malicious processes, but network logs may first show C2 connections, so command and control connections. So going back to our network map right here, so these are technically, so let's say we'll go to this computer right here. This is a user computer, right? It's an endpoint. And so somebody connects to this, and from here, we can see that maybe we can bounce from here to this user and then to this thing, or just go directly to this and then get access to that, or go from here to this and then to this and then to this and then and then from here all of a sudden we get access to this other subnet, and then we get access to the other one, and maybe we get access to like a really sensitive portion of this network. Now all of that is a different set of activity, but this guy, right, connecting to the internet and sending data back and forth from the internet, that would end up being the sign of a C2, a command and control connection, where the hacker is connecting to this computer from a remote location, controlling the activity within this network at large, right? So that's what this means right here. The network logs may first show the C2 connections, and then endpoint logs can reveal malicious processes that are running on that machine that will ultimately lead to connections to other machines or stealing data, something like that. Then we have the file and database servers. They store the business's most important asset, which is its data. File servers provide centralized access to shared documents, while database servers manage structured data like customer records, HR information, or financial data. Attackers usually target these servers because compromising them means access to valuable or sensitive data, or ransomware operators, where they've targeted these things to maximize the impact, and either they will encrypt everything inside of that server and then charge a ransom, or they will start exfiltrating and stealing data, which often involves stealthily moving data from these servers out of the network, which is it's kind of an art form, really, because the stealthy part of it is the hardest part of it. Application servers like the web, email, VPN, or any other kind of application server provide services that employees, customers rely on daily. So web servers host company websites and web applications. Email servers handle corporate communications. VPN gateways allow secure remote access to internal resources. Because they are externally facing, application servers are high-value targets. Attackers scan them constantly for software vulnerabilities or weak configurations. Exploiting one often provides a foothold into the internal network. From a security perspective, we need to monitor application logs, firewall alerts, and IDS signatures to identify exploit attempts, brute force login attempts, suspicious external IPs interacting with sensitive applications. These are very, very, very important. And, you know, all of these things really ultimately you can have them be on site in your actual physical campus at your job, or more often than not, what's happening is that it's all being cloud hosted, because the cloud environment, for example, Amazon Web Services has this massive warehouse of servers that has really high security, right? And we can just rent one of those servers from them and then not worry about people hacking into Amazon or trying to break into their warehouse, something like that, right? So that's one of the main reasons, one of the multiple reasons why companies are leaning more towards cloud-based environments. Then we have Active Directory and authentication servers. So Active Directory is the identity backbone of most enterprise networks because it's very, very easy to manage, and it's a Microsoft software. It's a Microsoft framework, I should say. It manages users, groups, computers, and their access rights. Employees use their AD credentials to log into their computers, access email, file servers, and internal applications. It's the main component that controls all user accounts and systems within the network. Attackers commonly target Active Directory for privilege escalation, persistence, and lateral movement. A single compromised domain admin account can bring down the entire enterprise. you have to understand this is extremely crucial. There's a tool called Bloodhound that if I go ahead and log into, let's say this is kind of one of like the basic, pointless networks, but it's connected to these internal networks. And let's say this one up here is where the domain admin is. Let's say that this yellow thing right here, that's the domain admin. Bloodhound, I log into this computer, I run Bloodhound, and Bloodhound will find the connection between all of these things that will ultimately lead me to this specific user. That is a very powerful tool. And so Bloodhound is one of those things that if you can actually learn how to use it as a penetration tester or an ethical hacker, it'll do a lot of your work for you, and you'll know exactly which user accounts you need to break into when you go through lateral movement to finally end up as this final user. So very, very cool tool from the perspective of offensive security. All right, so we already talked about Active Directory. We need to monitor authentication logs for suspicious behavior like multiple failed login attempts, unusual logins from external IPs or at odd hours, accounts accessing systems they normally shouldn't. So all of those things fall under the application security portion, which is Active Directory and actually, I'm sorry, it's not, because application is right here. So that would be authentication servers. So all of that falls under Active Directory and authentication servers. Then we have routers and switches, which are our connection to the internet at large, right? So the router receives internet from your internet service provider. So let's say Cox or AT&T or whatever. And then the switch will break that connection down into multiple different subnetworks, and each port from that switch will go and connect to a different router inside of a subnetwork and relay the service from this router to that portion. Routers connect different networks, most importantly linking the enterprise LAN to the internet. Switches connect devices within the same network, ensuring employees, PCs, printers, and servers communicate seamlessly. These devices are the circulatory system of the enterprise. While these are not directly exposed in most enterprise setups, if compromised, they provide attackers with the ability to intercept and manipulate traffic, known as man-in-the-middle attacks, create backdoors by rerouting traffic, and open hidden channels to the internet. So, as we can imagine, routers and switches are quite important. We have firewalls and perimeter devices, which are the security gateway that control traffic between the internal network and the internet. It inspects incoming and outgoing packets and decides whether to allow or block them based on security rules. And modern firewalls also perform deep inspection of applications, intrusion prevention, and even malware detection. So this is kind of what we want. It's called the next generation firewall. They're really, really awesome because they pretty much serve as an intrusion detection system and a firewall. Protects the enterprise from direct exposure to the internet, prevents unauthorized access to internal services, logs every connection attempt, successful or blocked. These logs are often the earliest indicators of attack, such as port scans, brute force attempts, or exploitation attempts. So if we go and look at our previous example of Bossing Say, where is it at? Let me go back to Bossing Say because I really love this so much. So if we go and look at this, the firewall will end up being on that specific outer wall, right? So the firewall will be protecting this outer wall. Now, if you were really smart, you would have a firewall for the outer wall, you would have a firewall for the inner wall, and then the next one, and then the next one. Each section should have its own firewall so that it can really detect exactly what's going on, who's coming in, and how they are getting access to everything, right? So now that we understand all of this, what components connect everything together and their usage and importance, we can actually talk about the key network perimeters. So there's so far no questions asked. It's just a lot of read-only stuff. But hopefully the visuals like the network map right here and of course our beautiful Bossing Say map, hopefully these things helped you understand what it actually means to have a network and the internal components of the network. Okay, network visibility helps us understand what is in our network. So basically, you can't defend what you can't see, okay? So if you were to look at this right here, or kind of if you're a gamer, you can recognize something like this. So I don't know, I like Zelda a lot, and there was Zero Dawn Horizon, which was another really cool open world game. But usually what happens when you're playing video games is that, like, let's say they'll drop you in this corner right here, and everything else will be grayed out. right? So you don't know what's here. You don't know how any of this looks and how it breaks down. And your job is to just kind of move forward. And then with each section that you move into, it kind of opens it up and now you can see, right? So the key concept here is you can't defend what you can't see. And that's what network visibility means. So from the perspective of defensive security, from network security, one of the big things that we can do is we can scan our own network and see what all of the devices are in our network, build an inventory of all of the devices that should be in our network. And then if we see any new devices added to that list, we can then assume that it's a rogue device. And based on whatever mechanisms and protocols are inside of that environment, you can very much be like, oh, you know what? We're going to go ahead and block this device immediately. We're going to go ahead and try to figure out where it's connected to and go track it down physically, remove it, etc., etc. So it's very, very important to know what is actually supposed to be inside of your network, and building that initial inventory of assets is crucial. Effective visibility enables threat detection, incident investigation, strong security posture. It's not about tracking every packet, but having the tools to build a clear picture, and without it, you are blind to potential threats. So the question here is, why is visibility crucial? Imagine trying to secure a house with no windows or security cameras. We wouldn't know if somebody was trying to break in until it was too late. Network visibility provides the eyes for our digital environment. Without it, malicious activities like malware infections, unauthorized access, and data exfiltration can go completely unnoticed. Effective visibility allows security analysts to detect anomalies, spot unusual patterns that could indicate an attack, investigate incidents, hunt for threats, ensure compliance, etc., etc. So it's very, very important. And we mostly rely on logs, which are the records of everything, but we also need to do proactive scanning and use tools like Nmap to try to develop an inventory of the devices that are inside of our network. So then we graduate to host-centric logs, right? So understanding visibility, right? So network visibility is the core concept here. So to be able to build that visibility, we can look at host-centric logs. These are generated by individual devices, also known as hosts. So each one of these will be hosts. Now, servers are not hosts. This is very crucial to understand. But again, this says that servers are hosts. It's so annoying. Hosts receive data from servers. This is like the way that I was trained, but I don't want to give you too many contradicting opinions. So we're just going to go based on the documents that we have in front of us. So they're generated by individual devices, for example, servers, workstations, and laptops. These logs give us a detailed ground level view of what's happening on a specific machine. They are essential for understanding the direct impact of an attack on a system. The key host-centric log sources would be operating system logs, from Windows events to Linux syslog to Mac OS logs. They record events like user logons, process creation, service startups, failed login attempts. We have application logs from software that's running on the host, like the web server, like Apache and Nginx, databases, and other applications. And then security tool logs from antivirus software, endpoint detection and response, also known as EDR agents, and host-based intrusion detection systems, also known as HIDs. The importance of host-centric logs is that there could be detailed forensic analysis for investigations that may take on later on if there's actually a security incident that took place, process and execution tracking, identifying the creation of malicious process and the execution of unauthorized scripts like PowerShell scripts, and changes to system services, user activity monitoring, knowing who logged in, when they logged in, what privileges they used. It's very essential for both external attacks and insider threats. And malware impact assessment, confirming if a malicious file was executed and what changes it made to the system registry, file system, or running services. Then we go into the network-centric log. So we have the hosts, right? All these individual stuff. And then each one of these are technically networks. They're sub-networks within this giant network that we see right here. So network-centric logs tell us what's going on between those devices, between all of those hosts that we just looked at. They're generated by network appliances that sit on the network and monitor the traffic flowing through them. So source and destination IPs, ports, protocols, and the actions taken. They give you the crucial when, where, and how of network interactions. They reveal the attacker's initial reconnaissance attempts, lateral movement, or attempts to exfiltrate data. To get a picture, you need to correlate all of that stuff. You need to correlate the network as well as the hosts, right? Host-centric logs will tell you what happened inside a room. Network-centric logs tell you who entered and left the building. Key network-centric log sources would be the firewalls, intrusion detection prevention systems, routers and switches, web proxies, and VPNs. The importance of these things have to do with the fact that they offer the high-level bird's eye view of traffic moving between devices and across the network perimeter. So just going back to this, right? Imagine there's like this kind of like a guy, like this little human icon coming here, and then they enter this thing, and then you can see that the human icon moves, and then they move here and they move here. So the stuff that they're doing when they're here would be with that host-based log. And then the network-based log shows us that, okay, went from this IP to this IP to this IP to this IP, etc. So that's what that does. That's the network logs that show you the big picture view of it, went from this portion to this. And then when you want to look at the host, you want to know, okay, well, what is it that they did to go from here to here and then from here to here? How did they do that? So you would look at their internal logs within those individual systems. So all of these things, the network logs themselves, help us with early threat detection, right? If we can see which, like as soon as they break through the outer wall, if we can see that, then we can stop it from escalating and moving into other chunks of the network. So it includes port scans, brute force attempts, connections from malicious IP addresses that we know about. That all falls under early threat detection. Identifying command and control, which is when they already have a connection to the network and now they're running commands from a remote location. So this is communication patterns between a compromised internal host and an external attacker-controlled server. Tracking lateral movement, meaning going from this machine to this machine to this machine. That's considered lateral movement. So tracking those activities, moving from one compromised machine to another within the internal network. Detecting data exfiltration, alerting unusually or unusually large or suspicious outbound data. This would be connected to this command and control portion right here because they're sending the data from our network to this command and control server. And providing broad context, understanding the scope of an attacker by seeing which other devices compromised hosts tried to communicate with. This is all super important. So security monitoring, effective security monitoring, relies on examining both host and network logs. It combines the approach and empowers analysts to assemble a thorough and accurate timeline of any security incident. So we now know what all of that means. And hopefully we can understand enough to move to the network perimeter. The network perimeter is the boundary that separates the internal network, our trusted zone, from the external, which is the internet. So looking at this, right, this is the perimeter, right? You have one perimeter, one giant perimeter on the outside. Everything outside is known as the untrusted internet, and everything inside is known as the trusted environment. And then this is another network perimeter on the inside, and then another one, and then another one. And so if you watch the show, right, the people who are inside of this inner circle are kind of bougie. And so they don't trust the people that are inside of this middle circle right here. And then these guys are wary of everything that goes on outside in these environments as well. So it's like, it's really interesting when you think about how the social classes view each other, and then how the city at large views its interactions with the rest of the world, the rest of the planet. So all of that can be considered various perimeters, but at large, right? The most important one is this outside one, because that's the main separation between the overall existence of the city, of this network, and then its comparison and its connection to the outer world, which is the internet, the World Wide Web at large. So the perimeter is where the data enters or leaves the network as the main gate or front door of a secure building. All traffic coming from the internet must pass through this point to enter your network, and all internal traffic must pass through it to exit to the internet. The network perimeter is your first and most critical line of defense. It is where business critical systems live, or the internal network, excuse me. The internal network is where business critical system lives. The external internet is full of potential threats. The perimeter is the controlled entry point through which all traffic passes. So if we were to look at this thing, there's these little entry points right here. You see this? That's an entry point. I don't know if you can kind of see that, but that's an entry point to the inner portion. It's like breaking through the outer wall to actually get inside of the city. And then there's one right up here as well that allows entry into the city. I'm sorry for the honking that's going on. I don't know what's going on, but my neighbors are sometimes really freaking annoying, and it makes me want to cuss them out because they're very inconsiderate. So hopefully you didn't hear the honking. In case you did, or if you didn't, now you know that there was honking. I should probably just shut my mouth and not mention anything, but just in case you did hear it, that's what was happening. Okay, so now we have another entry point here to the inner wall right here. There's another one on this side right here. And then of course we can see the one right here and the one right there. And then for the palace even, there are multiple entry points. So when we look at this, there are entry points that allow traffic to actually go through, and then the rest of the perimeter technically should not allow traffic. So if somebody's trying to break in, they could technically try to break in through this entry point, or they could literally be trying to like break through the wall, right? That could be one of the things that they could be doing. So there are two different methods for somebody to enter. Obviously, breaking through the wall is much more of a brute force than anything else. Coming through the entryway requires disguises, right? And spoofing and all of that stuff. So understanding the perimeter and the existence of it and how it can be defended is critical for a security analyst, which is you and me. So let's talk about the perimeter. It's defined by a hardware device or by hardware devices at the edge of the network. It also includes virtual gateways, cloud connections, and remote access points in modern environments. So things like a firewall, right? Gatekeepers that filter traffic between internal and external networks. Routers and gateways, devices that route traffic. Demilitarized zones, which is a buffer network segment where public-facing servers like web servers, mail servers, and VPNs are placed, and they're a buffer between the internal network and the external network. And then the remote access gateways, also known as virtual private networks, which are security entry points for employees working outside of the office, but they need access to the internal devices. Importance of network perimeter. It is acting as a gatekeeper. So a lot of this is now redundant. So I'm not going to spend much time reading all of these things. But we just need to understand that it is very important. The network perimeter is very important. It's not a single device, but rather a collection of security controls and network components working together to protect internal assets. They serve distinct roles, and they are all equally important. Attackers always start probing from the outside, unless they're like they have an inside man, like somebody actually on the inside of the company that's helping them, right? But for the most part, they're always starting from the outside. And the perimeter is usually the first line of defense, and often the first place security analysts will see signs of malicious activity. If the perimeter is weak or misconfigured, attackers can exploit exposed devices to gain access, perform scanning and reconnaissance to map the network, launch brute force attacks against login services, use data exfiltration channels, all that stuff. So this is kind of like the big piece right here. If we can catch them at scanning, if we can catch them while they're doing reconnaissance, then that's the best. I've been blocked from several networks because I was scanning them, and as soon as they found out that I was scanning them, they blocked me, and I was no longer allowed to scan them. I was no longer allowed to visit their website. It was a very eye-opening experience, and that's when I learned about proxies and proxy chains so that they don't block my IP address. But yeah, moving on. Network perimeters in a small enterprise environment. So in a small network, a firewall sits between the internet and the internal LAN, right? So the external world and the internal world, there's a firewall. A web server is placed in a demilitarized zone so customers can access the website. Internal servers like the Active Directory, file servers, and database servers live behind the firewall and are accessible only to employees And really, to be very crucial, like Active Directory servers should not be available to anybody that's not in IT, or at least a higher level person inside of IT. File servers would be accessible to everybody. Databases would most likely be accessible to everybody, depending on the data, because certain data should only be accessible to managers and things like that. But this is where all of the data resides, right? Employees outside of the office connect through a VPN gateway so that they can get access to these internal servers and not be blocked out, right? And get access to like sensitive information. This type of setup ensures that only traffic that's controlled reaches the internal network, while public services remain isolated in a safer zone. It also includes routers, firewalls, demilitarized zone, and VPN gateways. So there's a lot of redundancy in this text, I'm noticing. So why does all of this matter? The perimeter is the first line of defense. Again, so it's often trying to remove attackers from gaining access to us. So we either need to have extreme security or have like high configurations, because misconfigurations or weakly protected perimeters often lead to unauthorized access, data breaches, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So the role of a security analyst is to review these logs, identify scanning attempts, flag unusual outbound traffic, and understand what should and should not be exposed at the perimeter. Depending on the size of company that you're in, you may not be doing most of these things. You may just be looking at logs to identify something that might look suspicious, and then you would escalate that to the next person that is above you to verify so that they can actually confirm. And if it is actually suspicious, then it gets forwarded to somebody to be like in the security engineering team, and then they'll block and secure the device that was being scanned or accessed, something like that. So more often than not, you're not going to do a lot of the heavy lifting. You're really just the eyes, and your job is to detect something that might be wrong. That's kind of the big thing. So that is it. And I think we have one more lecture based before we actually get into the investigation and start running some exercises. All right, so we're going to look at a couple of scenarios to see how we can monitor different network perimeters. And again, monitoring the perimeter means using firewalls, intrusion detection, blah, 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 to examine and limit exposure. This allows us to stop early stage attacks, detect misconfigurations, and identify outbound traffic anomalies. The perimeter logs that are used here are going to be inside of our actual virtual machine for perimeter logs task 6 on the desktop, and monitoring the perimeter in action. So in scenario 1, we're probing for ports, which is also known as port scanning, or somebody is probing for ports, I should say, also known as port scanning. They're looking at our network to see which ports are open or closed. So the firewall log is doing its job and actually blocking them. So this is what a firewall log typically looks like, right? So allow TCP connection from this IP on this port to that IP on that port. Block TCP from this IP address on two various ports to our internal network. And they were trying to do FTP port and then SSH port. Allow and then block, allow and then block, right? And we can see that everything that's being blocked is from this malicious IP address. They're using different ports on their side to try to connect. And then they're trying to scan essentially different ports inside of our network to see what might be vulnerable. So that's basically what this is, right? But thankfully, it's all being blocked. So hopefully they aren't getting any data at all. The external IP, this guy is trying to connect to multiple ports on the internal machine. And this is a classic port scan because we can see that they're scanning different ports. Attacking the web server for SQL injection. So a company website is being attacked. An intrusion detection system provides more details than a firewall. So if we were to look at this, we can see the timestamp, right? And then we can see the source IP, and then the action, allow, and then now we have the source IP being redacted and the action is blocked, and then these are allowed, and then this one is blocked. So looking at the two blocked requests here, there was a GET request for the search.php page, and they submitted a specific JavaScript inside of it. So they were actually submitting a script to our web server, and this specific script is just going to pop up XSS onto the screen. But if it's successful, then the attacker is now going to know that they can actually run scripts against our web server. So thankfully it was blocked, because if it wasn't blocked and they could run scripts, then they can go ahead and try to do some other kind of attack against us. The second attempt that was blocked was, this is what we call a path traversal attack. So when you do this, when you do ... I'll show you what this actually means, but essentially you're trying to go back, up one directory, up one directory, up one directory, until you get to the root directory. And inside of the root directory, there's an etc password file. And inside of the etc password file, it has all of the users that can log into this computer. The name is a little bit misleading. The password hashes are not stored here. It would be inside of an etc shadow file. However, when you know that as long as you can get the username, you can try to do some kind of a password spraying attack and try to brute force your way into it. And so this, again, it says directory traversal. That's what the intrusion detection system notified us of, because that is exactly what it is. And then this one right here, because they were using a JavaScript, this is also known as cross-site scripting. That's what XSS is. And so the attack type was XSS for cross-site scripting. So it shows a mix of allow and block. The analyst can filter an action block to immediately find threats. Web application firewall does the hard work by blocking the request. SQL injection shows the attacker type trying to dump database information. XSS and directory traversal. Was there a SQL injection one? I didn't see a SQL injection one. I only saw these two, but maybe there was an SQL injection one that I didn't see. I feel like maybe it's because I'm too zoomed in or something. XSS we did see. Directory traversal we did see. The web application firewall successfully identifies and blocks multiple web attacks by suspicious IP. High confidence alert that an attacker can that is actively targeting the website. Guessing the password, VPN brute force. This is another set of logs that we have. So this is for the VPN log, the VPN gateway log. So we can see this, right? So we can see a bunch of failed authentication attempts right here. There was one successful authentication attempt. The IP address seems to have logged on properly, and the username was B Jones. So that seemed to be fine. The first two failed logins were by the user admin, and then there was another user guest, and then the user tried to log in. And they were all trying to log into the same location, which is on port 443, which is the HTTPS port, which can very much be the fact that they're using some kind of a web page to log in, right? They're using their VPN to connect to the employee login page on port 443, for example. So it's flooded with failed authentication. After a few successful logins from various IPs are normal, but the problem is massive volume of failures, and an analyst would filter or group the logs by source IP or failed login attempts. Doing so would immediately reveal that a suspicious user is responsible for hundreds of failed login attempts in a very short period of time. So one suspicious IP is observed conducting a brute force attack against the VPN gateway, and they're attempting to use a lot of common usernames like admin, root, test, user, all that stuff, to guest, to find valid accounts to compromise. They scatter successful logins or benign traffic from legitimate employees. So the analyst's job is to separate normal traffic from suspicious, look for those suspicious patterns. Repetition from one source to many destinations equals scanning. Repetition from one source to one destination equals brute forcing. Traffic at perfect regular intervals is a malware beaconing. Context is key. An IDS alert telling you why something was flagged is more valuable than a simple firewall block. Monitoring the network perimeter is the first step in detecting attacks. So our job is to examine the firewall logs and the web application logs, VPN logs, and suspicious IP address that was found during those things. So all of these things I would assume are going to be on those things, because it says examine the firewall logs, which IP address is performing the port scan. So if we went up here, I'm just curious if it's the one that was up here. So this is technically doing a port scan. So let's see if that's actually the answer that they're looking for, and if the answers are on the screen. Oh, it is. Okay, so in the web application, which one single source IP is responsible for all blocked web attacks? Oh, you know what? I think that's what this is. So the redacted right here, that's what we're actually supposed to go and parse through, because it's inside of the actual logs. So for this, we would then zoom out. We would go split view, make sure that we have access to our machine, and go access our logs. I'm going to go into full screen mode here and just kind of minimize this just so we can see things better. And they said that the data is being hosted where? It's inside the perimeter logs task 6. So let's see what we got. Okay, system program problem. Okay, cancel that. I don't know what that was. Let's open up our terminal and let's see what we can find. So where are we? We're in home Ubuntu. Let's go into our desktop. Oh, here, let me just show you what path traversal kind of looks like. So if I go to desktop and I go into downloads, is there anything in there? Oh, there's nothing. It says no such file. There's literally a downloads folder. What are you talking about? Okay, it's literally on the screen. Fine. And I'm already, oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the desktop. That's so silly. Obviously, there's no downloads folder. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I feel so stupid. I went inside of the desktop and I'm like, why can't I get the downloads inside the desktop? Okay, so if I go into desktop and I do ls and I go into perimeter logs, I feel so stupid right now. CD perimeter logs. Okay, there we go. All right. So if we do print working directory, okay, we can see that we are in this location, and then there's that, and then there's that, and then there's that. Okay. So now I will show you something else. So if I do an ls, so to list all the contents of the root, which is that final destination, that final / represents our root folder. Inside of the root folder, you can see there's all of these things, and then there is now the etc directory as well. So if I do ls of the etc directory, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Now in here, there's this really neat file called the password file. So if I try to, let's see if we can, I don't know if I have permission to do it. If I try to list the contents of it, there we go. So I can actually see it. So it shows me all of the users in here. So Splunk is here, Polkit is here. And if we scroll up, we can also see there's a bunch of system generated usernames. And then we can see, where is it? This is a very long list of usernames. We have the root user, which is like the ultimate user. So if we can gain root access to this machine, then we would be super solid as hackers, right? But you can also see that there's an X right here that is blocking the actual password hash, okay? So now let's do ls, and then we will do etc shadow, which is what controls, and that I do not have permission to, or not ls etc shadow, I'm sorry. So cat of etc shadow, and I don't have permission to do it because that's where all the password hashes are, right? So, okay, so now that I know this, right? So let's go back up here and we'll do print working directory. So we know that we're here, right? So if I wanted to do what that directory traversal attack was, so if we go over here and we look at this, and we can see that they run a get response or a get command, and they're trying to retrieve this data. What that means is that they wanted to go up to the root folder and then get access to the etc password file. So if I do this, right? So if I do this, if I do something like cd 1 2 3 4 5, let's say, and then do and then do cat of etc password, that's kind of similar to that one command, the get command. We do that, and then there you go. Now there's the contents of the password file, right? So that's what it kind of means to get a path traversal going. So now I am now in the root user, or in the root location, because I did all of those cd like 1 2 like that, like all of that stuff is what I did. So whoops. So we're going to do that. So we need to go back into wherever it was. I think it was in the user. Nope, it's not in the user. So where was it? I don't even know where I was, honestly. So I need to go and find where I was. Oh my God. Oh, okay, there it is. So home Ubuntu is where we need to be. My God, I can't spell today. Okay, so now we need to go into downloads, and we need to go ahead and, nope, it's not downloads. We need to go into desktop. Oh, buddy, I am losing it. Let me tell you, it's kind of late, and I'm recording late. So we need to go into, I think it's at task 6, right? That's where the files that we're looking for. And inside of task 6, we have all these logs. Okay, wonderful. So the question now is, in the web application firewall log, which single source IP is responsible for all the blocked web attacks? So let's see how we can do this. So if we can go ahead and list it, And so there's the web application firewall log. So at first I'm just going to do this because I want to see what the patterns are inside of this log. So we'll see all the patterns, and then so we see action allow, and then I want to see the ones that action block, I guess, would exist in here. So is there anything that is blocked? Okay, there you go, block. Okay, cool. So hopefully we can try to get all of the lines that read block. Okay, so for that we can combine cat with grep to be able to find that information. Okay, so actually I didn't even have to do cat. You basically just do grep, and then you look for the keyword, and then you give it the file name, and there it is. So grep block, and then we're looking through the web application firewall. And so in this case, it's asking for the source IP, right? That's single source IP is responsible for the blocked attacks, and it's this thing. So you can see source IP, source IP, source IP, and it's the same exact source IP. So we're just going to take that, and we're going to copy that, and we're going to go ahead and paste it here, and there's that. In the VPN logs, how many brute force attempts failed? So in VPN, so let's go ahead and cat the VPN logs, just so we can see what the patterns are. So I'm going to kind of expand on this a little bit. So failed authentication probably is what we're looking for here. And so it's saying how many brute force attempts failed. So that's the key piece that we want to try to find out, is all of these failed login attempts, and they seem to be coming from the same exact IP address. So I want to now count the number of failed authentication attempts. Okay, so the command for this one is to grep for this failed authentication. What the -o does is that it takes every single instance that showed up and it just puts it on a new line. So it'll grep that and count all of that. So if we actually do it like this, so if we do it like this, without the word count at the end, it'll actually just take failed authentication just by itself, and it'll just show it every single time. If I do grep and I do failed auth, and then give it the name of the file, it'll bring every single line itself, so which is fine. So we can just do this as well, and then pipe the output of that into the word count function, and then do the number of lines. And again, it would give us the same response, which is 90 in this particular case. So if we go up here, I think the previous one was also 90. Yeah, it is 90, so perfect. All right, cool. So I think 90 was probably the answer that we're looking for. So we're going to do 90. And there it is. Now, which suspicious IP address was found attempting the brute force attack against the VPN gateway? And so that guy would be, so if we go down here, this would be the one that's trying to attack. So let's highlight that and copy that, and then take it to our question and drop it in there, and voila. Cool, we're done with that one. And so we're going to do now our final exercise. And I think this is what we're going to use Splunk for. I'm not sure, because I think I was supposed to be using Splunk this entire time, and I'm looking. I think I was supposed to be using Splunk that whole time, and I'm using bash and the command line. I mean, it was pretty fast, though. You got to be honest. You got to admit, it was really fast for me to actually do it. So whatever. Now we're gonna go do perimeter logs, and then we'll be done. So for this exercise, we actually have a scenario, a story. So Initech Corp, a mid-sized financial services company, has recently developed a new firewall and blah, 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 blah. I think this is completely irrelevant. I'm not going to read that because it's a waste of time. Perimeter logs challenge. We have the firewall log, web application log, and the VPN log. They're all located there. And the network assets are these guys right here, which will kind of, I guess we'll probably use in the investigation. We need to investigate the logs. There are two ways to investigate them: manually using command line tools or using Splunk. Instructions on how to access the Splunk instance are mentioned at the end. So I guess it was okay for me to use the command line tools. I kind of defaulted to it. I completely forgot that we even had access to Splunk, honestly. But we'll try to use Splunk for this one. It might be a little bit easier. So manual log analysis. So head firewall will bring the top 10 lines of the firewall log. Head IDS alerts, same thing. Head VPN, same thing. Then cat firewall grep block head. So technically, I guess we could have done that as well. I knew that you could do cat, but I think like it's even faster to just do grep block and then give it the name of the file, and it'll still do it for you. And if you do head, it'll just show you the top 10, right? Then what do we got? Cat firewall log, grep block, cut the delimiter. So the -D represents delimiter, and then you give it the space as the delimiter, and then F5, and then take the output of that. So field number 5 is basically what we're looking for, because when we do this, so this would be field number 1, field number 2, number 3, number 4, and I guess, no, I'm sorry, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, because there's a space between these guys. And then the 5th one would be the IP addresses. So that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so all right, cool. So there you go. Field number 5 is the IP addresses. Then we're going to cut delimiter, and then we're going to do the colon. So this is what you see right here, because if it takes the whole thing, that would technically be field number 5. So we're taking the output of this command, right, which is taking the field number 5, and then we're going to use cut again and use the delimiter of the colon and take the first field. So if you take this whole chunk and then use the delimiter of a colon, then this would be the first field, and then that would be the second field. So then we're going to take the first field of that, we're going to sort it, and then we're going to take all of the uniques. And from there, it's going to show us basically, so this is what the whole thing is that they did right here. It's going to show the number of times that that IP address showed up, the number of times that this one showed up, and the number of times that that one showed up. So that's how we would use which IP is responsible for maximum block requests. And what else do we got? Follow the query to the firewall log. So cat firewall log, grep the IP address, which is the IPs that we found here. And then we're going to grep allow. So we want to find all the firewall or all the IP addresses that were trying to brute force their way in, and then finally the ones that actually were allowed to enter. So where they were able to enter, right? And that's pretty much it. So it seems that the attacker was able to gain access to the internal network through exploitation. So let's look at the VPN logs to see if we can find more information. So we're going to take the VPN log, grep failed, cut with the delimiter of 3. Field number 3 is what we're interested in, which I guess would be the IP address. And we're going to sort it again, and then we're going to take all of the uniques and count them. And so we can see right here that that's what it is. And suspicious IP has multiple failed login attempts. Let's now use the command to narrow down that. So looking at the VPN log, grep the IP address exactly, and then we'll see all of the various elements that it tried to actually access. It shows that the multiple login attempts made against a single user, which is that SVC user, followed by a success login resulting in the attacker being assigned a local IP address. And we will pick the first assigned IP address and extend our analyst to look for traces in the log files for lateral movement. And so looking at the firewall log, the IP address that was assigned to them, looking for all the allowed instances and the top 10 lines, which we'll see right here. And then we can see that they're probing internal machines, which is all of our internal IPs right here on various ports, like the SMB, RDP, SSH ports, which is 445, 3389, and 22. Pivoting to the IDS alerts to filter through the compromised IP and find any intrusion rules triggered. So IDS alerts.log, grep redacted head. So looking through the IDS, looking for the IP address, and then getting the top 10 instances of them. And then we can see them right here as well. So very cool. It seems that the compromised host is trying to exploit various vulnerabilities. One of the IDS alerts indicates SMB exploit, which looks interesting. Let's narrow down our search by using the following through the IDS again, grepping for that specific IP addresses, right? The SMB exploit. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It's looking for the SMB exploit now. So it's looking for that SMB exploit, or maybe not. It's looking for the IP address, and it's searching for all of those IP address instances for the word SMB, and then cutting with the delimiter of space, fields number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then giving the top instance for us. So exploit possible lateral movement, the IP address redacted, and the destination redacted. And it confirms that the compromised host was able to exploit SMB service and was able to achieve lateral movement. C2 beaconing is where the exfiltration would take place most likely. If we look at the IDS alerts, we can find a specific alert related to C2 beaconing, indicating possible C2 communication. So cat IDS alerts.log grep C2 head, and again, looking at the IDS, looking at the word C2, trying to find all of the instances, so possible C2 beaconing, and then there we go. There we go. TCP redacted IP address to the destination. Very cool. And confirms Let's slice and dice through the results and filter the compromised IP responsible for C2 beaconing. So looking through the IDS alert, looking for the IP address, cutting with the delimiter of space, all of those fields, and getting the top 15 will show us this: policy suspicious HTTP classification, web server, SQL injection redacted, suspicious HTTP classification, SQL redacted, suspicious HTTP classification, etc., etc., etc. It affirms that the infected host is further performing suspicious activities. We can use the following command to show the stats of those. So again, IDS grepping for that IP address, looking at the delimiter, taking these fields, the unique count, sorting them, and then the head of the top. So we have 32 possible Trojan beaconing, 5 policy suspicious HTTP, Trojan possible, suspicious HTTP, web server possible, Trojan possible, and clearly indicates that the internal network is fully compromised, and now we have external IP address acting as a C2 server receiving the C2 beacons. So let's go and look at that, and then take all these fields and count them, and so there we go. We can see all the possible C2 beaconing and all of these things happening with that specific IP address. Data exfiltration attempt. So we've identified the communication, examined that there is definitely suspicious stuff going on, and let's investigate if there are any indicators of data being exfiltrated. We will apply the filter on the compromised host and examine traffic originating from those hosts. So cat firewall log, grep the IP address, cut these fields, unique sort, and so we'll get those right here. There we go. The compromised host redacted is sending extensive amount of traffic on external IP address. We can also filter the IDS logs to see alerts being triggered on these activities from the internal IP. And so they did the same thing for the internal IP. And we found evidence of data exfiltration. If we dig deeper into these and correlate the alerts through the other log files, we can find more suspicious activities. So this was all done via the command line. Okay, that was method 1. So comparing that with logs via Splunk. Now check this out. Check out how crazy this is, right? So all of the logs are already uploaded into Splunk. So what we need to do is we need to choose the logs that we're searching through, okay? So it would be, for example, network logs being the index. So now you would see that you have firewall logs, IDS logs, and VPN logs already loaded in here. And then we can just sort through them accordingly. And most of these things will be correlated with each other, which makes just life so much easier. So there's a part of me that really wants to do it this way because it's so exciting to me to use the command line to do all of those exercises. Like genuinely, I really, really geek out over it, and I think it's super fun to do. But I also want to finish this because it is now 9:10 p.m. on a Saturday night, and I am hungry, I am thirsty. It is super hot here in Las Vegas, and I really want some ice cream or something cold, maybe some frozen berries or frozen grapes or something. I need something in my life because, yeah. Anyways, so we are going to answer these questions, and there's a good number of these questions. We're going to use the Splunk instance to do it because we technically did like an introductory version of the command line investigation for the previous section. So just to make our lives easier, because that's another thing, right? Like, so you're most likely not going to be doing this if you're in a Splunk, in an enterprise environment. Most likely what's going to happen is that they're going to give you a tool because it would take too long to do the investigation via the command line. If you get a tool like Splunk, then you pretty much can do everything on one screen by clicking around and not having to do a bunch of typing and all of that stuff. So the purpose of Splunk is to actually make the investigation move faster and make it easier. It may sound like I'm making an excuse, but I'm really not. And I'm doing this because I genuinely actually want to show you what it looks like to do this on Splunk, and truly how much easier it actually is to do it on Splunk. So assuming that our web, our Firefox browser actually works, that's kind of the key piece to this whole thing, because if it doesn't work, then I don't know why the hell we would do this. So we're going to try to go to our Splunk instance, which is at this IP address. So I'm going to copy this IP address, and they said that it's on port 8000, or what port was it on Splunk? It said on port 8000. Yeah, okay. So localhost /8000 is what we're trying to do here. So if we do localhost, there we go. It's already there. Localhost /8000. That should load Splunk for us. And then we will just be able to go into search and reporting. Yeah, there we go. It's loading. Perfect. Okay, cool. So this should actually be significantly easier than what we saw earlier. So while that loads, what's the question? It says, examine the firewall logs. What external IP performed the most reconnaissance? So we're looking through the firewall logs, and really what is interesting is that a lot of this stuff actually also works with Splunk. So technically the approach will be very similar. So let's say the firewall log, right? So if we want to look through the firewall log, we will load the firewall log, and then what we're going to look for is the word block, right? That's the key phrase that would give us what external IP performed the most reconnaissance. That would be kind of the hint. So we're going to click on search and reporting on the left-hand side right here, which will bring us to the official portion of Splunk where we can actually use the various things. So the index, I believe they said, was the network logs. So index equals network logs. So that's what we're going to search through. And the time range can't be the last 24 hours because the data is definitely not the last 24 hours. So we're going to go look at the time range of before 9/24/25. That's basically it. So I guess I'm just going to adjust my time range here to be anything before a specific date. So let's go, we can do all time. That's probably the easiest one, honestly. It should load everything all time. Yeah, there we go. All right, so anything before 3/22/26, which is the date of this recording. So all time, right? It's showing me everything all time. So source type, and then I'm going to do firewall logs. So it should narrow this down to 1200 events. Perfect. And so now what I can do is I can do something like block. Let's see if that actually shows up. So action block, and the source IP is this guy right here. So I'm going to copy this one just in case that is actually the one that will show up more as well. So block, same IP address. Oh no, you know what? Different IP address. So block this 1045, 1010, 1010. You know what? That might be very interesting. So what do we do this? So let's go into source IP in our interesting fields, and we're going to add source IP as one of the fields that we would want to be displayed. So I'm going to, there has to be, I thought there was a way that if I just click on it, it'll actually, oh, you know what? I click on source IP and then boom, it shows me right here. So this one showed up 279 times. So that's definitely the one that I want. There you go. You see how easy it is? Like, it's very, very simple. I didn't even have to add it as a filter. So I'm going to put that right here. And that is the answer. Wonderful. In the firewall log, which internal host was targeted by the scans? So if we go now here and we go and do destination IP, right? And we'll go see that the destination IP of 10.00.20 most likely is the one because it got 145 scans. So that could potentially be the one. Let me highlight it. I think that might be the best way. And then copy. There we go. So that might be the best one is 20. There we go. Which username was targeted in the VPN logs? So now we know that the IP address of this right here, that was the main one that we were looking at. So we can use this as kind of our main source for the investigation. So what we're going to go do here is now we're going to change the source type from firewall logs to VPN logs. So that will be the query right there. So source type is now going to be VPN logs. And now instead of searching for block, I'm going to search for this IP address. So let's see what we can find here. So username Alice, What's the question? It says, what username was targeted in the VPN logs? So source IP. So let's go down to our left portion here and let's click on username. And we can see that SVC_backup got the most connections or most attempts at it. So we'll go ahead and we'll copy SVC_backup. And that'll be the answer for that. What internal IP was assigned after successful VPN login? So now what we want to do here is we want to go ahead and find the success login. So we want to find this thing, and I want to say that we also want to search for success. So let's see if we can find anything with both of those combinations. So we have both of them, right? And so it also shows those, and it should also show. So let me see if the source IP is just one IP, because that's very important. So it is just this IP address, and now we have all the successes. So if we were to look at this based on the timeline, okay, that would be what would be assigned. So if we go all the way down here, for the username SVC backup, it would be this was the source IP. What we want to see is what was the IP address that was assigned. That's kind of like the key piece to this, I think. So I need to see the data inside of it. So we're going to expand this specific item and see what assigned IP. I think that's a really good one. That might be it. So if we check that out, so if we go over here, let's see if we can make that the answer. That is the assigned IP. So hopefully you understand why I did this. So it's like we're looking for all the successful attempts, right? And if the first successful attempt means that they were assigned an IP address, then we need to go ahead and look at the very first instance of this two combinations, which is the source IP as well as the success message. And obviously the username was SVC backup. So if we go ahead and expand this specific event, there should be more fields interesting to us. And one of them obviously is this assigned IP address, because that's what we're trying to find. So that is the key piece of information for that. Now, it says which port was used for lateral SMB attempts. So this can be something that might be useful to us if we go over here. And I don't know if we're still going to be in the VPN logs or if we're going to now search into the next set of logs, which was IDS logs. So let's go into IDS logs, and we have a new search phrase that we're going to look for, right? It's that IP address that was assigned. So we're going to, we're going to look for the IP address that was just assigned, which is this guy right here. So I'm going to highlight this thing, and we're going to go and paste it here. And so let's search through the IDS logs and see what shows up for that IP address. And the question is, which port was used for lateral SMB attempts? So SMB is the key piece that we're looking for. So maybe we'll add SMB into here. So I will search for SMB as well. Let's see if anything shows up for us. And there are 32 events that show up, and source port for SMB. So how many is displayed on my screen here? Show me 50, since there's only 32. And let's go all the way down to the very, very first one. And what is happening? Oh my God, I zoomed all the way out. Okay, very good. So we're going to be here. And so we want the source port. So let's expand on this and let's see what other information could be useful to us. So we have destination port. We want source port. And 2018 could be the answer here. So let's try 2018. I don't think that's it, because it's a 3-digit answer. So we're looking, it says which port was used for the lateral SMB attempts. Okay, so which port was used for the lateral SMB attempts? It says exploit possible SMB lateral movement. So we can just look at a variety of different things, I think. So if we go to these fields on the left-hand side, we're looking for ports, basically. So destination port 445 most likely is the one. I think that's the one. And then if we go to source port, there's 32 source ports, and there's a bunch of different source ports. So I think the question is actually asking what is the port that was used for the SMB login, and it's the destination port that we're interested in. So it should be port 445 actually, not the source port. It should be the destination port that we're trying to find. In the IDS logs, which host beaconed to the C2? Okay, so which host beaconed to the C2? I want to say it would be this guy right here, because it feels like, because that's the one that was assigned, right? So should that be the answer as well? No, it's not. Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. Okay. Beaconed to the C2. That's what we're like looking for. So essentially, because we're looking at the IDS, we can actually go over here and search for C2 as the keyword. So I'm going to do C2 as the keyword, and let's see what shows up. Oh, no results show up. Oh, you know what? I need to get rid of this specific IP address and just look for C2. And so now we have 80 events, and it says possible C2 beaconing, right? So what we want to look for is the host, which is no, actually that's the perimeter logs. So I guess it would be one of these things right here. That would be, that's the question, right? It says which host beacon to the C2. Oh no, it's actually asking for an IP address. Okay, so we need to find the source IP address that is beaconing, that's sending the data out to the destination IP address, which is this one right here. So 10.0.0.60 most likely is that source IP address that we're interested in. So let's go ahead and put that over there. Nice. During the investigation, which IP was observed to be associated with C2? So now we're looking at the destination now, which is this thing right here, which has received all of those C2 communications. So we're going to go ahead and do that right there. Come on. There we go. And which host showed the exfiltration attempts? So isn't it this one? I don't understand. It should be that one, no? It's not. Okay, so I guess we're looking for exfiltration. So C2 is one thing, but we can actually look for exfiltration here. So let's look for exfiltration, see if we can find anything. Okay, so potential data exfiltration. So which host showed the exfiltration attempts? So we're looking for the source IP in this case. So we're going to go and find source IP, which is this one right here. And it's 10.0.0.51. And with that, that should be the last question that we need to answer. Yes, fantastic. I hope you can see how amazing Splunk is because of how quickly I was able to get all of those answers. So we covered a lot of stuff in this specific video, and we talked about the general concept of the network perimeter, network visibility, what all of those things actually are and why we need to do what we need to do. And then how it all came together at the very end is us doing the investigation and looking at these various log sources. The very first one that I did was I was doing it via the command line, and I just kind of went through the logs real quick, right? And I was able to pull the information because it was just 3 questions. It wasn't really that, or maybe not 3 questions. How many questions were here? It wasn't that many. It was 4 questions, right? Not that many. It wasn't that crazy. This one right here was a much more in-depth research, right? In-depth investigation that we had to do. And this is like my philosophy behind all investigations and any capture the flag or kind of exercise that you would have to do. Whatever your starting point is, you need to understand that this information is going to feed into this information. And then this will feed into this information. And then that will feed into this one. And that will feed into this one. All of this piece of information you saw me use to find the next one, right? It was part of my search mechanisms. It was part of my search filter. And then the next thing that changed is that, okay, so I was looking for this, and at the same time I was looking for SMB, and then I got that port. And then after that, we were looking, okay, well, so if there's going to be SMB connections and server message block is used for file sharing, so most likely there's going to be some kind of a C2 taking place. So we're going to be inside of our IDS logs, and we're going to search for C2 to see what the IP address is that is beaconing to the C2. So what is the IP address from our network that is sending data out to the command and control server? And then what was the IP address that is receiving that data, which is this one right here, right? So the query that got me this was the same query that got me this. And then which host showed the exfiltration attempts, and that keyword right here was exfiltration. So these things are things that you will most likely do in a regular investigation. If you're suspecting that there's some kind of remote control taking place and exfiltration of data is happening or something like that, these are things that you can very easily do in a regular environment as well. There was the firewall logs, the VPN logs, and the IDS logs that were used. They were correlated. You see how amazing this is? They were all correlated inside of the same workflow. When you go inside of a Splunk, this is why it's so powerful, man. This is like why it's such a powerful tool. Because technically, all of these things, right? So this is the key piece right here. The index, which is our network logs, houses these various sources. So I can just delete that, and it'll go back to showing me 2,485 events. If I click on source type, I'll see the 3 different logs that are feeding into those 2,485 events. And then you just start from the top. You go here and you're like, all right, let's look at the firewall logs and let's see what's going on. And what was blocked, right? Who was blocked, and then who finally got in. And then when they got in, what was the IP address that they were assigned by the VPN? And then what happened when they finally logged in, right? What did they do? And what did the IDS system detect? It's not that complicated. Like maybe to me, because I've been doing this for a couple of years now and I've been teaching it for a couple of years, maybe to me it's not that complicated. And if this is your first time seeing this, then it might feel a little overwhelming and I may have zoomed through that. But then again, you can just kind of replay it and go over it more and more, and hopefully it'll all make sense. But when you do an investigation, just realize that the entry point of the investigation feeds to the next one, and then it feeds to the next one, and you just use the data to expand on your investigation. That's basically it. So if you're taking good notes inside of your note document as you're doing your investigation, you would be saving this first IP address and then the next one and then the user and then the next one, etc., etc. So these things would just stack on top of each other and help you get a complete investigation done. And hopefully you just saw like a basic example of it. I think this was kind of one of the easier examples of it, but hopefully you actually got to see that example take place, and we were able to hopefully shed some light. I might even just kind of cut that piece out and then just do an investigation excerpt for that, like quick 5-minute investigation excerpt, and show you what that was like. That might be pretty handy. I just might do that. Honestly, I just might do that. If you found this video useful and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. Of course, we're going to be going through SOC Level 1, continuing through it. Of course, we're going to do the CompTIA Pentest Plus Labs. We're going to do AI for cybersecurity. There's going to be the new Linux Plus training series for the 06 version of the examination that's coming out in 2026, or I guess it already rolled out because I just not got notification of it. There's going to be so much stuff, and then there's like some standalone stuff that's going to come out. So this channel is going to keep uploading content. That's what I'm saying. So make sure that you're tuned in for that. If you have any questions about what we did today, make sure that you go ahead and drop a comment below. If you just want to say hi, or if you want to point something out, or if you want to add some tips to the investigation, please go ahead and do that. All of those tips are super welcome. I personally get a lot of value out of them, but I know that there are other members in our overall community of 33,000 people, insane. I know that they also get value from your comments as well. And I know that we have a lot of smart people inside of our community. And I mean, legit, some of them are really smart, and they like some of the comments. I'm like, yo, that's a great tip that you just provided. So I'm personally super grateful for it. But I think everybody else will be grateful for it as well. So if you have those kind of comments, drop them. If you have any questions, drop them. And of course, if you have not done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. I'm sorry for slurring over my words. I've been talking a lot today, so hopefully it made sense, and hopefully I didn't make too many mistakes, and hopefully you still were able to understand what the hell I was saying. If you have not done so already, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next episode later. Today we're going to continue with the network security monitoring, and we're going to be talking about the discovery of network scanning. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This is a part of the network security monitoring module that is inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe, and this is the 2026 version of the SOC Level 1 pathway. And so today we're going to be talking about things like what network discovery actually is and the differences between external and internal and horizontal and vertical scanning, and how they actually show up in logs and what you have to do to detect them as security analysts. And then the mechanics of scanning, which will end up being, I think, more of an exercise that we're going to end up doing. And then, of course, the conclusion of it. And that's pretty much it. It should be a relatively short video compared to some of the other videos. But nonetheless, the timestamps for all of these sections are going to be in the comment section, or in the description below, I should say. And you can jump around as needed. And that is pretty much it. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we'll dive into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, so this room also includes a virtual machine that comes with it. I think this is actually one of the free rooms that's available in TryHackMe. So if you wanted to, you could get access to this virtual machine for free with just a free user profile, username and password, basically. I've already launched the machine because it takes a couple of minutes for it to get set up. And here's the intro paragraph, right? So whenever the attacker wants to target a network, they first have to better understand their target. And to do that, they have to do certain actions to discover the target network. And this is more often than not, I should say, one of the first steps of detecting the attacker's activity, and perhaps one of the most common stages of an attack that a SOC analyst observes in their shift, because there's scanning being done and your job is to detect an attack as early as possible. So therefore, if you notice scanning being done, that's probably the first step of somebody doing reconnaissance against your network, and you need to be able to notice it and you need to be able to catch them. So we're going to be exploring the various network discovery tactics in this specific video. The requisites would be network security essentials and Linux fundamentals, because we're going to be using the Linux command line to sift and sort through the various log files that we have. So if you know the basics of network security, which is what the last video was, and we even used Linux command line in the last video to do some investigations. So if you know the basics of network security, and then of course if you understand the basics of Linux, then you will be good to go. There is a very in-depth video for Linux on this channel, the Linux system administrator video, as well as the Linux Plus training series. So both of those are available to you, and I would highly recommend, if you are not familiar with Linux, to get very, very familiar with it, mainly because you are going to be using it more often than not. Like, it's like a 99% guarantee that you're going to end up using Linux when you go into the working world for a security analyst. So The objectives are to understand what network discovery is, why attackers perform it, what the different types of network discovery are, and how network discovery techniques work and how we can detect them. So before moving forward, I've already started the machine, so we're already solid and we're good to go. And then we're just going to jump into it. So let's talk about network discovery. So as we briefly touched on it, the first step for an attacker when they're doing an attack against the network is to just try to figure out what the assets are that they can even attack, right? And so this would be the assets that are open to the publicly accessible internet, and it's also known as the attack surface. So the attacker is trying to figure out what their attack surface is. What are the various assets that I can even scan and I can potentially attack? Now, during this phase, which is known as the discovery phase, they attempt to understand a few pieces of information or gather a few pieces of information. One of them is what assets can be accessed by the attacker. What are the IP addresses, ports, operating systems, and services running on those assets? And what versions of the services are running? Do any services have a vulnerability that can be exploited? So it starts with this, right? What are the assets? I need to find out what the IP addresses and what the actual assets themselves are. And then on those IP addresses, I want to find out what open ports there are, what operating systems are running on those ports, and what are these services running on those ports. And then the key question is, what are the versions of these services? So the reason why this is so important is if you don't have a very precise understanding of the version of a service that's running, you may create an exploit for a version that's not actually running on that system, and then your exploit won't work because, or you may go find an exploit on a tool like Metasploit or something like that, and then it won't work because you're attacking the wrong version, and they may have an updated version, and the specific exploit or the specific vulnerability that you're trying to exploit may no longer be applicable because it went away when they updated that version. So this is a very, very important question, and this directly connects to the next step for the attacker, which is creating their payload and kind of finding various vulnerabilities. So does a service, and that's basically the next question, right? Does that service, this version of the service, have any vulnerabilities that can be exploited? So these are all in the same school of thought here. So in short, the attacker is trying to find an opening that will allow them to exploit the network. So this is our image right here, right? So we have the attacker. This line represents the disconnect between the internet and the perimeter. So we talked about the perimeter in the last video, and we looked at the map of Ba Sing Se from Avatar Last Airbender. So the perimeter is basically the outermost wall to the network, and it's usually protected by a firewall. And so the attacker in the internet at large is trying to find behind this firewall what are the open IP addresses and what are the open ports on those IP addresses, the services, the versions, etc. And then of course the defender, being us, we're scanning for vulnerabilities on these machines, and we're also scanning for activity that an attacker may be launching against these machines to try to prevent them from getting actions on their objectives and actually going a step further. So the defender and the network discovery element is where this comes in, right? So the attacker does everything that we're talking about here, that we just talked about here. The defender and network discovery is what we have to really do, which is essentially the same thing that the attacker does, except we just have insider access, so it should be easier for us. And our job is to inventory the organization's assets, right? And ensure all the assets are documented. So we need to know exactly what the attack surface is. This is us finding out what the attack surface is. Ensure that there's no unnecessary IPs, ports, services open, and whatever is running is actually necessary. And so this is us attempting to shrink the attack surface. So if there's an unnecessary IP address, shut it down. If there's an unnecessary port, shut it down. If there's an unnecessary service, shut it down. All of these things are extra avenues for an attacker to attack. And so if we move those, if we remove them from the attack surface, then it makes it harder, or it gives the attacker less of an option to attack us. And we ensure vulnerabilities are patched, or at least the exploitable vulnerabilities are patched. And so these are very similar to what the attacker would do, except we're doing the same thing from the perspective of, all right, we got to shut these things down, and then we got to make sure that these vulnerabilities are patched, or at least the ones that can be exploited are patched. So defenders attempt to reduce the attack surface as much as possible. Now, the challenge in detecting network discovery. This is crucial, okay? And this is kind of to understand everything else that we're going to talk about in this video today. So there are multiple research organizations, web crawlers, search engines, etc. that perform similar discovery actions to map the resources present on the internet. SOC teams must differentiate between good and bad discovery, and to mitigate this, they often use the following techniques. So hopefully this helps you understand that the web crawlers of a search engine, right, to find out what is available on your website, they will constantly be crawling your website daily. They'll be crawling your website. And depending on how often you post, because they also do get an understanding of your posting patterns. So if you're not posting every day, they may not be crawling you every day because it wastes resources for a web crawler to go out and try to find it. But if you are posting every day, then that means that those web crawlers are on your website every single day trying to find what the new posts were. And that actually technically counts as discovery of your website. So we need to understand what is the difference between good and bad discovery. And bad discovery would obviously be the attacker trying to discover what to attack, right? So an allow list is very important, and we want to allow list known internal and benign external scanners, ensuring that no alerts are triggered on those sources. So if you know that one of the external scanners is coming from Google, then you can actually allow list that scanner from Google. Integrate threat intelligence with detection, use cases, and flagging activity only from known malicious or suspicious sources. Since the previous point has a chance of missing some malicious activity, some teams use threat intelligence to raise the severity of the alert instead of only triggering alerts on them. So in addition, they add some generic use cases to alert on scanning behavior, which we will learn about in the upcoming sections. So what do attackers scan other than IP addresses, ports, and OS versions in order to identify vulnerabilities in a network? So other than the IP addresses, ports, and OS versions, they will be scanning for services. So let's make sure that my keyboard is alive and well. There we go, services. All right, cool. Let's talk about external versus internal scanning. Naturally, as you can probably guesstimate, external scanning would be the very first thing that an attacker might do, unless they actually already have some kind of an insider that gave them credentials or internal access to the network. So external scanning is the very first step of somebody who knows nothing about your network, and they're trying to find out what the network looks like, right? Or at least what the outermost facing assets of your network actually look like. So they will scan the machines inside of the network if they can, but they're going to start everything from the outside, mainly the public-facing assets on the perimeter. So the SOC analyst is to observe that the source IP in this type of attack is an external IP and the destination is an IP that belongs to the organization. And this type of scan indicates that the attack is still in reconnaissance phase of the MITRE attack lifecycle. The reconnaissance phase of the MITRE attack lifecycle. So if this is not a website that you're familiar with, I would highly encourage you to check this out. It is attack.mitre.org. It's a very, very important website, very, very powerful and resource intensive website. If we go to the homepage, we can actually see the various levels and the various steps that an attacker can take. And it starts with reconnaissance, resource development. And so it's basically left to right, right? So it starts here, and then they'll develop resources to get initial access, gain execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, etc., etc. And then these are the actions on their objectives. So command and control, or collecting data, exfiltrating data, or doing some kind of impact like ransomware or something like that against our organization. So this is the attack order, right? The order of an attack from MITRE. Now I'm going to show you another one, and this is the Lockheed Martin Cyber Kill Chain. The Lockheed Martin Cyber Kill Chain is also a really important resource because it also gives us a really good overview of what can potentially happen. So this also starts with reconnaissance, and then weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, action on objective. So it's a shorter list, but it pretty much is the same spirit of what we just saw from the MITRE attack framework. But on both of these lists, the very first step is what? Reconnaissance, right? And so doing scanning and finding out what can be attacked. That's basically their job. At this point, the attacker does not have a foothold inside the network and is doing initial reconnaissance to identify opportunities to gain initial access. One of the key pieces here, and you'll notice as we'll talk about it more, for external scanning is that the source IP that is scanning us, right, is external, and then the destination IP is internal, right? It's something that belongs to the organization. So this is one of the key differentiators. And as you can imagine, if we're talking about an internal scan, that would most likely be the source IP is an internal IP address instead of an external IP address, and they're also scanning stuff on the inside. So this is what it looks like. So this is the full series of steps from MITRE, okay? So reconnaissance is the very first step. And so if somebody's doing external scanning, they are on the very first step of the attack chain, okay? It's the initial phase of the attack. The attacker hasn't achieved any foothold in the network, so it's a low severity type of scanning. In response to this type, the SOC analyst can block the offending IP addresses on the perimeter's firewall of the organization, but we must also note that the attacker might come back again by masking their IP address, or they just go rent an IP address from a place like DigitalOcean or something, and it costs them like 45 cents for a day. Like, it's so cheap to get an IP address, and then from that IP address, they'll start doing scanning, and then if you block that, they'll go get another one. Or they'll do this, right? They'll just go and do, if they're smart, they'll do proxy servers, right? And there's so many freaking proxy server lists. So let's do proxy server lists like this. So 1,000 proxies right here on GeoNode. And then there you go. So you can go ahead and take any of these, right? So you have a list of 1,000 proxies, and they're from Brazil and Japan and United States and France and Great Britain and Germany, Russia, China, right? So when you look at all of this stuff, you're like, okay, this is all free. I can put this on my proxy chains application, and then I can invoke proxy chains before I invoke Nmap, and I can start doing scanning. And then when you see the IP address that shows up on your defensive tools, then you'll only be able to see the last IP address on my proxy chain. And you block that one, and it's like, cool, all right, I'll just move up to the next one, right? So you don't even necessarily have to rent an IP address. You can just get a really big proxy chain going, and then that will end up being the way that you can kind of hide yourself from the defensive scanners and the SOC analyst. The next one, which is a much more critical version of scanning, is the internal scanning. And so this is obviously observing that the source and destination IPs are private IP addresses inside the organization's network. This initiates inside the organization and scans assets from the same network. And it indicates that the attacker is already in the discovery phase of the MITRE attack lifecycle, meaning that they're inside already. So all of these things have been done, and they are now inside of the network, and now they're doing discovery inside of the network to find the critical assets. For example, our data servers or our MySQL servers, or I think those are the same thing basically. MySQL is technically a database, but web servers internally, or IP intellectual property servers, something like that, like these really, really sensitive pieces of machinery, because they house the most important data that's available to a company, like their customer list and their financials and all of that other stuff. So from here, they're barely finding out what's even available from the outside. From here, they're already in the network, and now they're about to do lateral movement and get themselves inside of those really highly critical assets that we have. So this type of scanning indicates that the attacker is already inside the network. It is a high severity alert. After ensuring this is not the same authorized activity or some authorized activity, the analyst will escalate this alert and initiate the incident response process. Merely blocking the source IP on the firewall will be insufficient in this case, and a deeper investigation into the system will be required, and root cause analysis will have to be performed. So if they're doing this from inside the network, this is a full-blown incident. This is something that now has to be escalated, and now the higher-ups need to be involved, because there is likely a chance that we could get robbed or systems could be crashing, something along those lines. We might be held at ransom, etc., etc. So it's very, very important. This is a much higher severity case than just an external scan during reconnaissance. So to be able to identify these types of scans, we actually have some firewall logs that we're going to look at. So in our attached virtual machine, we're going to open a terminal and go to this location. There will be a couple of CSV files that have been exported from a SIM solution. While the logs contain one file with sanitized output, the other ones might feel hard to read. This is how real-life logs often look, so when we extract them from security appliances. So we got to learn how to deal with these kinds of things. So we can use something like the head command to get a preview, and when you look at it, you see that this is kind of what it looks like, because it's a comma-separated file, so it's not very clean. So the head command will just give us the top several lines, and you can see this is not very clean. Usually it's like line by line, and it's super like relatively easy to notice, but it's like, okay, timestamp, and this is the timestamp. Source IP, that's the source IP. Source port is this, and then destination IP is this. Destination port is this. The rule name, now this is very interesting. So there is no rule name, it seems. There's no rule category. There's no rule action. Network protocol is also blank. And then we have the message. And the message has this chunk in it. So we would say that probably all the way to, where does it go? So all the way to the end squiggly line, right? Because it started with the squiggly line. So the ending squiggly line would be the end of the message, I would say. So if we go down here, we can keep going, and you'll see that it just keeps going. And all of this is the actual message. So let's find that closing squiggly. Do we have it? Where is it? Where is it? There's the closing squiggly. So it's very, very long. And then the last bit is the Zeek.com, which was what was the titling for that? The event data set. So it came from Zeek, which is an intrusion detection system, formerly known as Bro. So once we're familiar with the content of the file, we can use the cut utility with the comma as the delimiter to filter different columns of the CSV files. Please note that since the date contains a comma, we'll have to calculate the column accordingly. So let's go through those files and answer the following questions. So it goes like this. Since the date contains a comma, and then there's a comma here, technically the first column would be this, the second column would be this, and then this right here would be the third column. Technically, that's what it is, because this in our mind is like, okay, well, this is all the date, so fine, that should all be timestamp. So if we say that this is the first column, we would be incorrect, because there's a comma here, and we're using a comma as a delimiter, meaning the separator, essentially, where the cut utility actually starts working. So this would end up being the first column, this would be the second column, and then this is the third column, and then so on and so forth. So just keep that piece in mind. All right, so now we need to look at the stuff that looks at the internal scanning activity. So let's do this. Let's zoom out, and let's actually go and load our split view to load our machine. So we will load the machine in a full screen mode here. I'm going to minimize this, and the log is, where is it? Home Ubuntu downloads logs. Okay, so let's just give this a quick second. There we go. We're going to open up our terminal, and we're going to go into the location. So right now we should be in Home Ubuntu. There we go. And then there is downloads. So we're going to go into downloads, and we're going to go into logs. And inside of logs, we have log session. That's basically all it says. So we're looking for specifically, what is the question? It says internal scanning activity. And so the hint says which log file contains a source IP that is a private IP address. Okay, so I mean, I don't know. So I have to kind of do a quick little head of these things. So we'll do head of log session 0, and let's see. Okay, head. Oh, sessions is misspelled, so session 0. There we go. Oh my God, I'm talking about being good at Linux and I can barely type right now. It's the morning. I'm still waking up, so I apologize. There we go. All right, great. So okay. So source IP in this case, I guess. I don't know if that's the right one. So let's look at the next one. And oh, okay. This seems very different. Holy cow. Wow, this is a very, very different one. And it looks like potentially the source IP is the same. So 203.0.1.13. And then it's scanning what looks like a private IP, which starts with 192. So if we do the command one more time and look at our last file here, we will see that the source IP is now 192. So if we go to the top here, we'll see that the source IP is now 192. And typically if it starts with a 19 something, so 192, 195, whatever, that indicates a private. So it would be log session 2 in my opinion. So let's try that. Log session 2.csv, and that is correct. All right, so how many log entries are present for the internal IP performing internal scanning activity? So we need to go ahead and do that. Cat log session cut delimiter f3 unique. That's the command that they want us to use, which is, it's nice that they actually have that, and it goes away. That's so annoying. So it goes away. So essentially what we're doing is we're concatenating it. Let me see if I can kind of go down here without it going away. You jerk. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Oh, nice. Okay, so you can actually open it up and look at it. Okay, so cat of log session, this is basically reading the entire thing instead of just the top 10 lines. When you do head, it just looks at the top 10 lines. So when you do that, it reads the entire thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pipe the output of this command into this command, which is cutting, right, via the delimiter, which is that comma that we talked about, field number 3, which is the IP address. Because remember, the first field was September 7th, the second field is the year and the time, and the third field is actually the IP address. So now we're going to be looking at the IP address only, and then we're counting the unique number of times, or we're counting each unique IP address and the number of times that that unique IP address shows up. So that's what we're going to be doing to answer this question, because it says how many log entries are present for the internal IP performing internal activity. So we're going to go look at the actual IP address, or we're looking at the file that has the internal data, which would end up being our, what was it? So let's look at that. So it's log session 2.csv. And that's the one that we're looking at. I accidentally pressed enter, so hopefully I can just still type this. So we're going to do cut delimiter comma, comma, and then F3, and then we're going to do unique count. And okay, so we have source port technically, because it's actually the first set of fields that gives us the source port, destination port, all of the columns inside of the CSV file. And then we have the actual IP address itself, and it says 2,276 times, so 2276, and there it is. All right, cool. What is the external IP address that is performing external scanning activity? So it would be the same thing. We would just have to look at the very first one. I think it was the first one, right? So log session 0. And this is the one that is looking at us, so it's doing external scanning. I want to say that's the one that we need to find, because it was also present in the log session 1 CSV file, so most likely that is the guy. Whoops, okay, I thought I was copying it, so let's try to see if we can copy this one more time here. copy that, come here, and okay, it's taking the dots in. All right, 203.0.113.25. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna complain. I usually complain. I'm not gonna complain. That is the response. That's the answer for this one. So cool, we did it. Great job. Let's now move on to horizontal versus vertical scanning. Okay, the key piece here is just understanding the very, very obvious difference between horizontal and vertical scanning. So horizontal scanning can be displayed via this image. Unfortunately, it's still vertical looking, so I just want you to kind of get the concept behind it. So notice how they're scanning all of the different IP addresses. Okay, so a horizontal scan is looking at all of the IP addresses inside of our network. Now, the way that they would be doing this is not by scanning this and then this and then this. What they'll do, and hopefully I already shrunk the machine. I'll show you what it actually looks like or what I would do if I was the attacker to do a horizontal scan. But basically, they're scanning all of the IPs inside of our network, okay? Vertical scanning is they'll pick an IP and then they'll scan all of the ports inside of that IP. So you're going deep into one IP address instead of scanning all of the IP addresses across the network to try to find which ones are open, right? Those are the key differences. So the horizontal, I'll read through it, but that's basically the main difference between these two. So the attacker will scan for the same port across multiple destination IP addresses. It's called horizontal, and they're performed to identify which hosts expose a particular port. They might perform the scan if they intend to exploit that specific port. An example can be the WannaCry ransomware, which spread through the network using the SMB v1 vulnerability and scanned for machines with port 445, which is used for SMB. So that's basically it, right? So they're trying to find one port if that one port is open on a bunch of different IP addresses. The vertical scan is when they'll take the single IP address and try to look at multiple ports to see which one is open. So vertical scanning to footprint a host and identify its exposed services. It might be performed when the attacker is focused on identifying vulnerability on a single machine because they consider it a valuable target based on their objectives. For example, if an organization exposes only a single server to the internet, any attacker who wants to breach that organization would first perform a vertical scan on that server to identify open ports and understand the services running on the machine and ultimately see which one they can exploit. And so this is what that would look like over here. We can detect a vertical scan in the logs if we observe the same source IP, same destination IP, but multiple destination ports across multiple events. This would be a vertical scan. Sometimes the attacker might perform mixed horizontal and vertical scans to gain the advantages of both types. So let's see what we can find. So one of the log files contains evidence of a horizontal scan, which IP range was scanned, and this is what that means. So that's the very key piece that I'm actually interested in. So more often than not, we might need to actually use a regular expression. So use the IP address dash subnet format to combine all the IP addresses in a single subnet. Okay, so the subnet format. So let's go back to the machine itself. And the subnet format is actually very, very easy to notice, to detect, okay? So if I wanted to, then let me see if we have Nmap on this machine. We don't have Nmap on the machine. Okay, so basically it would be like this. So let's say I want to scan the IP, the subnet of this range, okay? So if I did this right here, I would be scanning this specific IP address. But if I want to find all of the 254 IP addresses that are available on this subnet, I would do 10.10.10.0 and I would do /24. And what this means is that I have given you the first 3 octets, because that's an octet, that's an octet. So the first 3 octets would be 24. And so I want Nmap to scan the last octet and find all the open ports on that. So this is what it means to scan a subnet, okay? So essentially what we're looking for is something like that. Now, to be able to find that is kind of tricky, because I wonder if we can actually just do a, so we're doing an external scan, right? Because it would have to be an external scan. because it's a horizontal scan. And the only hint that we've been given is that we're going to use the IP address / subnet format to combine all the IP addresses in a single subnet. So the just kind of looking at the format here, it's very similar to the IP address that we already discovered up here. So it would be something like this that's being scanned. Or actually, I'm sorry, it's not even here because I just found the external IP. So we need to find the internal IP /24 basically. So if I do this, right, so it would be head, and then we would do the log session like that, right? Isn't that what it is? Log session, there we go. So log session -1 CSV, let's say. So we'll do that. So we do this, and then we can see these are all the different ones that are being scanned, okay? So this is the one for log session 1. I should have done log session 0 most likely, but this is also the external IP scanning their internal IP. And so this seems to be the internal IP. So if we go ahead and let's see what unique ones we can find, right? So we'll go ahead and run that same command that we had previously, which was the cat of the log session 0.csv, and we're going to take the cut, and we're going to use the delimiter of a comma, and we need to find the number of the position. So this would be technically position 1, that's position 2, that's position 3, that's 4, this would be 5. So this is the one that we're most interested in, is the 5th one. So we're going to take field 5, right, and then we're going to do a unique count of that field. And let's see what we can find here. So we get basically, you know, this 2013 instances of this have shown up. All right, so that's cool. Let's do the same thing, and then we're now going to go look at log session 1 and see what we can find in there. And so 2013 instances of this one as well. And it doesn't seem to show the /24. So I'm wondering if that's kind of like a, and let's look at 2. Okay, so 2 gives us a bunch of stuff, and it still doesn't show us /24, it seems, but it shows us a bunch of stuff, and it seems that most likely it's not going to exist in that. So what we need to do most likely is we need to look at, so this is the piece that's kind of like the big hint, is that they're scanning the 192.168.230 and then 145, etc. So that seems to be the subnet that they would be scanning, right? So, and it shows up on both of these things. So that seems to be the subnet that they're scanning. So if I wanted to find anything, I would most likely do something along those lines. So let's go back and do this one just so we can get the results on the screen right here. So what I would do more often than not, and I'm just going to try it. I have no idea if it's going to work, so let's see if we can work it. So we'll do cat log session 0.csv to start with that one. And then we're going to grep for 192.168.230, right? And then we're going to do 0, and then we're going to do /24, like that. That's what we're going to grep for. Let's see if we can find it. Didn't exist in that one. Let's see if we can find it in log session 1. Did not exist in that one. So let's just try doing it this way. So we'll do grep 192.168.230 0 /24, and we're going to get it from log session -0.csv. Let's see if that shows up. Nope. And let's see if it shows up in this one, and it doesn't in that one either. Oh, I did. Oh my god, I missed. Dude, it's not 2, it's 0. How did I click 2? How am I even? I did it again. Oh my god. Because my 2 is right over my 0, and I keep making the same mistake. 0. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, no, that doesn't exist in log session 1. Bro, this entire time. And it doesn't exist in log session 0. Okay, great. So, all right, so now let's just do it for the hell of it. Let's look at in log session 2. Okay, it's not in there either. Alrighty, so let's see. Now we're gonna see what we can do. it kind of gives us a hint that they were doing the scan in log session 2, mainly because we get to see the different iterations of the IP address showing up here. So 145.1, 145.1. So that kind of is a hint that they were scanning it in log session 2, because in log session 1, the delimiter for the destination port doesn't seem to show anything other than just 145 being scanned. So just from, process of elimination and deductive abilities, I would say that it's 196 or 192.168.230.0-24. So that's what I'm going to do. And I have a very strong feeling that that's going to work. So 192, well, actually, nope, that's not the answer. So it could very much be this one here, because it's clearly, from the format, it's showing me that the second octet needs to be a single digit. So we see this right here. So now here's the thing, right? So maybe we can actually try to find 203.0.113 as the octet, because obviously they have scanned every single IP address for that. So instead of doing everything else that we've done, what we can do is this. We can grep for the octet or the range of this thing right here. So 203.0.113 in log session 2, it doesn't exist. So let's do log session 1. That doesn't exist. Let's do log session 0. That doesn't exist. And then we can do the cat version of it. So log session 0.csv, and then grep for 203.0.113.0.24. That doesn't exist. And then we can do the same thing for log session 1, no. And then so if we do the same thing for log session 2, I feel like it's still not going to show up because there wouldn't have been anything like that. However, it's from the deductive abilities, right? So it's basically the same thought process that made me think that they were scanning the 192 IP, because there's like multiple ends right here, and only there's one version of it right here. So what we can see right here is that this one, they literally have gone through every single one of the 254 available hosts. They've scanned every single one of them. And so that is very clearly the answer. It's the 203.0.113. So let me see if that'll, okay, great. And then /24, that's the answer. Give it to me. Come on. I know you're right. Give me the right answer. Okay, that took like forever for it to finally check. But yes, that is the right answer. Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. So now in the same log file, there is one IP address on which a vertical scan is performed. Which IP address is this? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the same, we're going to do a very similar command, okay, where we would cut the fields, but now we need to cut the fields of field number 5 for the IP address, and we also need to cut the field, I think 6, because that was the destination port that's being scanned. So we need to do 5 and 6. So we're going to do a very similar command here, where we'd go and do the cat log session, and from there we would cut the, there we go. So cut field, come on, where are we? Right here. So cut field 5s and field 6, F6 as well. I think field 5 and 6 like that can work. Okay, great. So now we see it. So now we see that on, on this specific IP address, there were all of these different ports that were scanned, right? So same IP address, but a bunch of different ports have been scanned. And that, I mean, the answer is right here, literally. So let's see what it looks like on the next log file, because this was log session 0. So if I go into log session 1, let's see if we get something similar in log session 1. And we do. So I guess they both resemble the same thing because it's the same IP address that's being scanned. So if we go and look at log session 2 now, let's see if that shows up. Log session 2 does not show up because log session 2 just has the actual subnet that's being scanned, and there's no port. As you can see, it all literally also is 0. So it would have to be the previous ones, which is the 192.168.230.145. And then on log session 0, it's still the same thing, 192.168.230.145. So that's the one. So the IP address, so 192, let me type this, 192.168.230.145. There you go. On one of the IP addresses, only a few ports are scanned which host common services. Which are the ports that are scanned on this IP address? Format port 1, port 2, port 3 in ascending order. So let's see here. Port 1, port 2, port 3 in ascending order. And it seems to be, let's see, I'm not going to guesstimate, but I think it is because we see 3389. So we want to try to find, let's see, what does the hint say? We want to cut the field 5, which is the destination port. We want to grep for 203.0 and then grep for 230.145, sort unique to eliminate the unnecessary IP addresses, and check the ports on the remaining IP addresses. So let's kind of see what this means right here. So the hint you're looking for is to cut the fields right here, right? So you're basically doing the same thing we've been doing, but the command of grep v, I believe, is actually eliminating that potential response, and then it's also eliminating that potential response. So then we're only going to, from whatever is left over, we're only going to sort and count the unique ones that show up. So if that is the estimation here, I think that potentially can work for us. So I will just take this thing and I'm going to copy this thing, and we're just going to use it exactly as is. And then we're just going to modify the log session portion of this, which instead of it saying log session X, we're going to read for log session 0, 1, and 2. So let's start with 0. And so this one is, that's the IP address, and I guess that's the only one because it shows just 1. I can't imagine that this is the right one because it's pulling the IP address. So I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm just going to do the field 5s and 6 because I think that field 6 is also important here. So okay, 3702 is the field that has been scanned over here. We will then take the next one, so log session 1, and then I'm going to do log session 2. Okay, so here's our answer, and it does happen to be 192.168.230.1. Now, the key piece here is don't let this confuse you, okay? So, because remember, the first position was the date, but the date was split into two actual fields. So, even though it says destination port and it's actually showing the IP address, that is not the case. Destination port is supposed to line up with this, and then the rule name would be the next field. But the actual data fields were separated because the date itself was separated into two fields. But anyway, so this is the answer right here. And this is inside of log session 2 in this particular case. And so we can now see the IP addresses that are also being scanned, or the ports, excuse me, that are being scanned. And so it's port 80, 445, and 3389. So 80, 445, 3389 are the ports that are being scanned. And so we saw that. And so this is actually a really handy command. So when you do grep-v, and then whatever you put inside of it, the big learning lesson here is when you do grep-v, you're going to show anything that does not include that, and then also show anything that does not include that. And so from there, we then go ahead and sort it so that we can basically see it in order, right? The number of instances that occurred, and then we're counting the uniques that show up. And so in this case, we see that port 3389, 445, and 80 are on here. Obviously, the IP address is not starting with 2030 or ending with 2030. It's not starting or ending with 231.45. So there you go. That's all we got. That's all she wrote. And I think this is actually it, because the next piece, from what I remember when I kind of did an initial scan of this room is that it's just lecture only, it seems like. Oh no, it's not. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we have more questions. This is Elastic. This is another SIM tool that's actually very, very handy. And we should also have an Elastic Stack instance. This is cool. So everything that we just saw using the command line, right? Now we're going to do a similar activity using a SIM tool, and then you'll see how much easier it is to use the SIM tool. Okay, so this, I feel like this should have been shared at the very beginning of this specific video, but they left it for the last task. So we need to understand the mechanics of discovery scans, and this is something that you can learn in depth by looking at the Nmap videos that are on this channel. There are a lot of Nmap videos on this channel, basic port scanning, advanced port scanning, etc. So that will help you a lot. So these are the main three I think we're going to talk about is so the main three is that there's the ping sweep, and then there's the TCP SYN scan, and then there's the UDP scan. So the ping sweep is the most basic network scanning technique. It is generally used to identify hosts that are present and online. So we're basically pinging them to see if they're going to reply to us. This is run by sending an Internet Control Message Protocol, also known as ICMP packet, to the host. If the host is online, it will reply with an ICMP packet of its own. However, it's often blocked by security controls in some organizations, making it easier to defeat this type of scanning activity. So even though they may be online, the hosts themselves do not respond to the pings because they know that if it's a ping sweep, there's more often than not somebody trying to scan our network. So we're just going to block it. And it doesn't serve any function other than replying whether or not it's online. So even if it does reply, you don't get any information from it. You just get, oh, okay, it's online. That's basically it. There's no port scan that's done. There's nothing like that. Even with Nmap, if it does a ping sweep, you can't rely on the information from the port data because it is not doing an in-depth kind of a scan. It's not doing a TCP connect scan, for example. TCP connect scan would get you the most information from a given IP address and its ports. A ping sweep will arguably get you the least information, and the only thing that it will give you that is reliable is that, oh, this thing responded, it replied, so we can probably rely on the fact that it is online. But if it replies that it's not online, it doesn't mean that it's not online. Okay, just keep that part in mind. All right, then we have the TCP SYN scan. Now, I mentioned the connect scan. There's a SYN scan, and the SYN scan is known as the stealthier version of the connect scan, and it says it right here. It's stealthy because it often blends with the rest of the network traffic and is harder to detect. And the key piece for this is that it only sends out the SYN packet. It doesn't do the SYN acknowledgement and the acknowledgement packets to establish the connection. That's very, very important. A TCP connection is initiated when the full three-way handshake is completed, meaning there's the SYN packet, and then the server replies with a SYN acknowledgement packet, and then we send the final acknowledgement packet to establish the connection. So when we do this, this is loud because now we've established a connection, and then we're going to proceed with our scan. So the network scanners can sometimes use this functionality of the handshake to identify online hosts and their open ports, and the scanner sends a SYN request to the recipient. If the SYN acknowledgement response is received, it means that the host is online and the port on which the SYN connection was sent is also open. This is stealthy. So essentially with the SYN scan right here, with that type of scan, the final acknowledgement is not sent by us. So we send a reset acknowledgement, or a reset packet, I should say, which then breaks that connection. But all we're looking for is the SYN acknowledgement from the server to say that it is online and the ports are also online. So it's not, again, it's not doing the final connection. So it's not as reliable as a TCP connect scan, but it's more reliable than a ping sweep. So this is one of those things that, because it doesn't establish the final connection, it's considered to be a stealthy scan, and it blends with the rest of the network traffic and it's harder to detect. Then we have the UDP scan. Another way to identify these things is by using the UDP protocol ports. If the port is closed, the host sends back an ICMP port unreachable reply. But if it doesn't reply, then we can say that it's open. So this signifies that the port is closed, but the host is online. In some cases, the scanner will not receive any response until a set timer is reached. If no response is received, the scanner will mark the port as open, but this is not a clear evidence of the port being open. In rare cases, the scanner might receive a UDP packet in response, which is evidence of the port being open. As we can infer, the UDP scan is unreliable and slow as it relies on waiting until it does not receive any responses till a timeout is reached. Most organizations often perform internal scans to check for vulnerabilities, keep an eye on rogue assets, identify any opportunities for attack surface reduction, and it's pertinent for a SOC analyst to know the details of these scans, like the IP address from where they are run, so the source IP of the scan, the type of scan that's being performed, and any scanning schedules. Ideally, these should be executed from any detection use cases of the SOC team to reduce noise. Identifying scan types using Kibana, which is our favorite tool here. So I would say it's one of my favorites because it has some functionality that Splunk doesn't have, and it's an open source tool. So I really like Kibana. Splunk is very expensive. So username is Elastic, password is change game. We're going to be visiting this specific IP address. So I'm just going to, oh, there we go. I could just copy it, duh. And we're going to log in. So let's go out here and let's log in to Kibana. And then we'll go ahead and proceed with the rest of our investigation. All right, cool. So we logged in using our credentials here, the change me password, and then the username is Elastic. I just went to that IP and port, and that's basically where it is. So very, very simple. So for Elastic, in order to get into the discover portion or to start doing some investigating, we just need to go into discover, and then it will load whatever we got, right? And so the notes told us that we need to go and look at all logs. So we'll turn that on. And then the time range is very important because it says last 15 minutes, and most likely this lab was created a year ago or something like that. So we want to do search entire time range that's available. And so there we go. Now we get it. And it goes from, actually, so yeah, it literally ends from, it goes from September 4th to September 7th of 2025. And now we have all the data, right? And so from here, what do we have? How many packets are available to us? There should be like a little portion that says how many packets are available. Oh, there we go. Documents 4278. So 4,278 are available to us. So now we can kind of look at what the questions are asking us. So it says, which source IP performed a ping sweep across a whole subnet? This state value shows the connection state. Using the information, identify the type of scan being performed by this IP against that IP, and is there a UDP scanning attempt? So we're definitely looking for source and destination IPs, as it says. So which source IP performs a ping sweep? We're probably going to be looking for the type of protocol that's being used. If we're looking for a ping sweep as an answer, we're also going to be looking for this specific value that would be in our logs. And then with the protocol value, we can also try to find the UDP. So let's go and look at our stuff here. So we can do a few things. So first I'm going to do source IP. So source IP, I'm going to add it using that button, and then it's going to be added to our columns. You see that? So it's now added to our columns. And then we're going to also do destination IP. There we go. So make sure, let's see, it shows, okay, there's the destination IP, great. Then we need protocol. So we're going to look for network protocol. There we go. So we're going to add network protocol. And then we're going to go and find that one, the Zeek something. So which one was it? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. So it's Zeek con state is what we're looking for. So Zeek con and then con state. Where is it? There we go. Con state. And we're going to click on that as well. All right, cool. So now we have all the fields that we need. So the first question is asking for a ping sweep. And if you remember, the ping sweep is the ICMP protocol. So we're going to look for the network protocol of ICMP. So I can actually go up here and do something like this, right? I can go to network like that, dot protocol, right? And then do equals, and then I can do ICMP like that. Press enter, and let's see if it shows me. So expected is that, I see. Okay, so it can't be equals. I think that's the piece that I did incorrectly because I'm thinking I'm using Splunk. So that would probably be the way that we do it. There we go. So network protocol, ICMP, there it is. So, okay. So now we see all of the ICMP scans that are being done, and it's all being done from the same source IP, which is 192.168.230.127. So let's see if we can copy this and transfer it to here. And that should be that answer. Great. Okay, so the Zeek connection state value shows the connection state. Using the information provided by this value, identify the type of scan being performed by that against that. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to change this now, and we're going to do this. We're going to do source IP, and then we're going to do the colon, and we're going to take the one that we need to do. So let me zoom out here. We're going to take, because this is the source IP that we want to look at. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to paste that here. And then we're going to do this. We're going to do and, right? Destination IP is going to equal this guy. So we'll take this destination IP. Let me, as long as I can highlight and copy it. Wonderful. Okay, great. Put that in there. Press enter. So now in all of our logs, we should be able to find several things that, okay, there we go. So now this requires that both the source IP is this and the destination IP is this, and we only see packets that have to do with that. So we can see this here, 203.0.113, destination is this, protocol is TCP. The Zeek connection state is S0. So, all right, so that's, I mean, that's great. So what exactly is the question asking me again? And it says, use the information to identify the type of scan being performed against this. Okay, so it's a TCP scan. That's what it shows me. S0, Zeek connection state S0. Okay, so let's see. What can we find? Let's try to expand one of these guys and see what's inside of this. Maybe we can find the information here. I can always just look up Zeek S0 too and see what that actually means. Network protocol TCP, type of scan is what we're looking for. Okay, so the packet itself actually unfortunately didn't provide me with much information. We can then go ahead and look up what S0 means for Zeek. And so it says, in Zeek's connection log, the S0 connection state indicates that a connection attempt was seen, but no reply was received. It means that initiator sent a packet like a TCP SYN packet, which we can also deduce from just the documentation, because they talked about the TCP SYN scan blatantly, like very explicitly. So we can most likely say that it was a TCP SYN scan, and that is indeed the answer. And now it says, is there any UDP scanning attempt in the logs? So we can go back and do very similar search that we did previously, where we go ahead and do the network protocol, and we're going to look for UDP. And let's see if there's anything that exists for UDP. And it does. So there's actually a UDP scan that is taking place here as well. So we can say that, yes, there is a UDP scan attempt. Oh, really? What is that? What? The answer is no. What do you mean, bro? How's that even a thing? It literally says it right here. So what am I... Oh, I mean, no, there was still like a... The Zeek state was still S0, so I guess there's like a SYN packet. Oh my god. Okay, well, whatever. The only answer that could have been was either yes or no. But the protocol says UDP, bro. That's what I'm tripping on. It's like, what? Okay, whatever. You know what? Whatever. If you can try to explain this for me, I would sincerely appreciate it, because right now that's going over my head. But that's it. We are officially done with that, and we don't have any exercises in the conclusion. So as you saw, it's significantly easier to use a SIM tool than it is to use the command line. It saves so much time. You don't have to go through a bunch of different iterations of the same command. You can literally click around and type a couple of things and you'll get the answers that you're looking for. So we like SIM tools. We like Elastic and Splunk and QRadar and whatever else is available. We definitely like these things. They make our lives significantly easier. So I hope that you actually came to that same conclusion yourself. We learned about what network discovery is, the difference between external and internal scanning, port scanning and host scanning, and why each one of them is performed, how different types of scans are performed, and of course you can read more into this. So there's the man in the middle detection room. There's they usually don't give a shout out to their X account or their Discord channel, so this is actually kind of like a new pleasant surprise. And they definitely don't mention X because most of the rooms are so old that if you're going through the old rooms, it still references Twitter. So now that they're referencing X, you can kind of come to the conclusion that this is one of the newer rooms inside of TryHackMe. If we go to the options here and get room info, it's been created 172 days ago, which is actually pretty recent. It's less than a year old. So big shout out for TryHackMe coming up with updated, like more current stuff. I really love seeing that kind of stuff. So that's pretty much it, my dear friend. I hope you actually got some value out of it and you were able to learn something. If you got value out of this video and if you would like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, make sure that you already check out the stuff that's actually on the channel already. So we have over 506 videos, pretty outrageous when you think about it. It's been a crazy ride and I sincerely enjoyed it and I love being here with you guys. So check out everything else that's available. There's a lot of great stuff that's available. There's a lot of really useful information that people have used to pass examinations and get jobs and all that stuff. So it's actually really, I would say that it's a pretty valuable channel, if I'm not tooting my own horn, so to speak. If you have any comments about what we talked about today, drop them in the comment section below. If you have any questions, drop it in the comment section below. If you have any tips that you can offer me as well as the rest of our students here, please drop those in the comment section. And if you just want to say hi, just say hi in the comment section as well. I love hearing all the comments and I respond to all of the comments as well. So it means a lot to me that you are involved in the community and I would love to hear from you. And of course, if you have not done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And finally, if you have not done so, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next episode later. Today, we're going to continue our network security monitoring education by talking about data exfiltration and the detection of data exfiltration. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. The outline for today's video is going to be based on the data exfiltration detection room inside of the network security monitoring module of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is the 2026 version of SOC1. And so we have the introduction, the establishment of our lab, and we're going to be using a Splunk instance to do our investigation. We're going to be talking about data exfiltration, the overview, the techniques, and the indicators of exfiltration. Then the detection to detect it through DNS tunneling, detection for data exfiltration through FTP, exfiltration via HTTP, via ICMP, and then we'll have our conclusion. So we're going to be talking about the detection in 4 different scenarios, essentially, when they exfiltrate through a tunnel for DNS, the file transfer protocol, hypertext transfer protocol, and of course, the Internet Control Messaging Protocol, ICMP. So these are the 4 things. All of these things are going to be timestamped for you in the description below. And that's it. I'm probably gonna go on a few different tangents here and there because I typically do, and I'll go down rabbit holes and we try to find more information and learn more fun things and try to make it as more educational, or as educational as I possibly can. I kind of forgot how to speak English for a second. But I will do my very best to add as much value as I possibly can so that you can walk away with a full education about not just data exfiltration, but of course how to detect it and how to go ahead and do a proper investigation around it. A quick little message from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we will dive into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. So we'll do the intro and the lab connection portion first. And just in case you didn't know, data exfiltration is when somebody steals data from you or from your network. The bougie explanation is the unauthorized transfer of sensitive data from a computer or other device. Basically when somebody's stealing data, right? And this is one of the primary objectives for attackers who've already breached a network. This is essentially one of the main things that hackers will be trying to accomplish. It would either be stealing data or encrypting your data, holding you at ransom so you can pay them money, or crashing your systems so that you can't access it and then you would end up losing money. But for the most part, these are like the top 3 objectives. And then when it comes down to espionage, one of the other things is that they can poison your scripts and poison your systems so that when you think you're doing something, you're actually doing something else. And then that something else that you're doing is hurting you or damaging your infrastructure, whatever it is. So there's a handful of objectives that an attacker or an attacking team will have when they finally get into the network. And data exfiltration just happens to be one of the most important ones because it really counts as intelligence gathering just on a very high level because you're stealing really, really important information. By the time that you've gotten inside of a network and you're looking at really sensitive data, that's basically the type of data that you most likely either won't be able to memorize or something like that. So either you have to steal it, or, you know, the Austin Powers example of it is he's like taking pictures of a document, right, with his little mini camera. That's kind of essentially data exfiltration, right? You've gotten inside the building, you find the documents, you take pictures of the documents, or you scan the documents so you can steal the intelligence, and that's pretty much it. So our job is to detect it and stop it before sensitive information walks out the door, so to speak, or leaves our digital realm, right? So these are the things that we're going to be talking about. The objectives here are to understand the common methods used for data exfiltration, how to detect it with using the network traffic analysis, identifying signs of exfiltration on endpoint devices, and the correlation of the logs in a SIM to uncover hidden exfiltration channels. So this part is the part where we're going to be using Splunk for. Prerequisites would be to understand the basics of Wireshark, the basics of network security, understanding how Splunk works, and the Splunk query language. And if you have not seen these, I do recommend that you go watch them, but I'm going to do my best to kind of give you everything that you would need for an exercise like this one. So if you have access to TryHackMe, amazing. You can go through it click by click with me. If you don't, at the very least, you understand what the process is like if you wanted to do something similar to this on your own or for your job or anything like that. So that's it for the introduction. Now the lab connection, I've already launched the virtual machine that's right here. So the start machine button, where was it? It was somewhere towards the top. I already clicked it and Splunk has already launched in the background. It takes about 3 minutes to actually load it. It takes a minute for the screen to populate where you actually see the lab up, but Splunk also needs some time to instantiate or initiate. Instantiate, I think both of those actually would work. But essentially what we're trying to do is just give it time to load. That's basically it. So once we do that, then we can, I'm super zoomed in on the screen, but we can go towards the top right here. We can do show split view and then go into full screen mode, and we'll be able to access our Splunk instance. Everything is inside of the data exfiltration folder on the desktop. The log files are going to be pre-ingested into the Splunk instance, so we don't have to do any of that stuff. We can just go into the investigation and we can access our Splunk instance on this IP and port. And more often than not, that's kind of what it's like. It'll either be, local colon, whatever the port number is, or it'll be an IP address, etc. So what we're planning on doing is, number one, explore the traffic in the respective folder, perform log analysis in that same folder on all of the logs, and then examine them that have been, examine the logs that have already been ingested to make sure that all the times, make sure to select all time, so that we can see the full thing, and then use the index equals data exfiltration as shown below to get into the index. And if you don't know what that means, is that essentially when you create a discovery environment inside of Splunk, we can call it that, you would call it something, and so in this case it's called data exfiltration. And inside of that index, and so whatever that environment is, we call it that index, and index equals whatever. Inside of this index, we have to feed certain logs or feed a direct report or direct connection from an actual port of a machine or a series of ports from various machines. There are so many different ways that you can feed data into Splunk. So in this particular case, there have been logs that have been loaded into it. So if we go into the index and then we go down and click on source type, we'll see that we have sysmon logs, HTTP logs, and DNS logs. And there is a lot of log counts. The total count is 18,000 events, more than 18,000 events that we actually have to do the investigation for. So this should be a good investigation. We should be able to do some flexing of our investigative skills. So I think we'll have a lot of fun with it. That's pretty much it. That's all we got for the lab intro and the intro to the room and everything like that. So let's talk about what data exfiltration is. All right, so as we've discussed already, data exfiltration is basically when data is being stolen, right? So it's the unauthorized transfer of data from an organization to an external destination controlled by the adversary. It can be deliberate, meaning there's an insider, or via malware, compromised credentials, etc. More often than not, the word deliberate is kind of used incorrectly here. When we say deliberate, that means on purpose. So when you're being deliberate, that means you're doing it intentionally. Now, you could be doing it as an insider or you could be doing it as an outsider, essentially, but it doesn't really matter. The whole thing is going to be deliberate. It's all going to be intentional. The reason why adversaries would do something like this could be a variety of different reasons. To financial gain, so if you have stolen data like credit card information, personal records, these things can be sold on the dark web or used for fraudulent transactions. You can literally use somebody's credit card to buy a vacation somewhere. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter. This is one of the more common reasons why people even want to get into hacking, is that they're like, okay, well, how can I hack into somebody's bank account and steal money? Technically, the answer to that would be yes. You just need to be very skilled to be able to do it. But technically, you can actually do that, yeah. Espionage would be another one, and this is a really big one. So nation-state actors target intellectual property, trade secrets, or classified data for strategic advantage. This is known as gathering intel. Ransomware and extortion. Attackers steal data and threaten to leak it unless a ransom is paid. Disruption and sabotage. Some adversaries aim to damage reputations or operations by leaking internal data. And persistence and reconnaissance. Exfiltrated data helps attackers understand the environment for future attacks. A lot of times, if they can also persist, meaning if they can stay in the system, if they can stay in your network, a lot of times they won't steal anything from you. They just want to be there and they just want to watch as things are happening to do more reconnaissance, the highest level of reconnaissance. Because if they can steal data, if they can exfiltrate data, that means they have a really, really good login. They have some good credentials that they've acquired. And now they could either rob you or they just keep watching you and not set off any alerts and see what exactly it is that they can do that would cause even more damage than simply robbing you. So there are a lot of different reasons why a team or a person would steal data, would exfiltrate data. The threat actors and their exfiltration techniques, this is a very short list, okay? So, there's APT 29. So when you see the phrase APT or the acronym APT, it stands for Advanced Persistent Threat. And there are a lot of these APT groups, okay? This is just one of them. One of their code names is Cozy Bear. HTTPS over legitimate domains. Encrypted HTTPS channels were used to exfiltrate data from government networks. FIN7 is HTTP post to a C2 server, meaning there's a post call, right? A post request, meaning sending data. Basically, that's what that is. To a C2 server, embedded stolen data in HTTP post request to evade detection. Lunar Spider, also known as Z-Loader, encrypted C2 channels. A 2-month intrusion using encrypted channels and staged exfiltration. Dark Side ransomware, which was dual extortion. It was exfiltration plus encryption. They stole data before encrypting the systems, and then they threatened public leaks. And an APT10, also known as Cloud Hopper, which is cloud to cloud transfers, exfiltrated data from managed service providers using cloud APIs. This is a small list. If you like a large list, we can go to a place like MITRE ATT&CK Framework. And in the MITRE ATT&CK Framework, one of the fun things that's really exciting is that you're supposed to use an ampersand in there to get the actual MITRE ATT&CK Framework. And for whatever reason, it's not the first link. That's so silly. So this is what it looks like when you land on the MITRE ATT&CK website, okay? And the attack matrix has all of these different categories, right? So each column represents a tactic, and then inside of them, there's, 11 techniques, and then inside of some of these techniques, there are sub-techniques. So I was supposed to click on that. So when you do that, you expand it, and you can see all of the sub-techniques inside of these individual techniques. So reconnaissance is the beginning of the process, right? And then so if you go from reconnaissance to resource development, initial access, execution, ultimately you will end up at the very end, which is the last steps after you're already inside of the network. So it could be collection of data, command and control, meaning controlling something remotely, exfiltrating data or the impact on their systems or their business, destroying data, etc., encrypting it, ransomware, all those things, right? So exfiltration would be the tactic in this case. There are 9 techniques, and then there are some techniques that actually have sub-techniques inside of them. So exfiltration is one of the big ones, as they've already mentioned. So if we click on exfiltration, we can then look at the list of techniques that have been used in all of the exfiltration campaigns on record. And then there's something that happens that's really interesting, is that if we click on any of these technique IDs, there's procedure examples. So these are actual groups, right, that have done this specific technique for exfiltration. So Arcane Door. Arcane is one of my favorite animes, by the way. The League of Legends Arcane, absolutely amazing show. If you know, you know. I mean, it's such a great show, man. Okay. So Arcane Door, Ator, Cosmic Duke, Crutch, Doki, Iberi, Empire, blah, 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 blah. There are so many different examples of people or groups using automated exfiltration, right? We can go back and look at another one for data transfer size limits. And then here's another one. And then so here's the thing, right? So APT 28, APT 41. There are so many APT groups because they didn't get a specific, name like Cobalt Strike or Kessel or Kevin. That's such a basic name. That's actually really, really cool to use a basic name like Kevin to do some malicious activity, and then they're like, who hacked you? Kevin. It's like, Kevin, what do you mean Kevin? Kevin who? And they're like, yeah, Kevin. It's like, well, who? Which Kevin? I know so many Kevins. So anyways, this is a really, really good database of various tactics and techniques and procedures, sub-techniques, all that stuff, and then the stories behind them to be like, okay, well, Appleseed did it, so let's click on Appleseed, and then we can see all of the techniques that Appleseed has used in their various campaigns. And if we wanted to emulate Appleseed's attack vectors, then we can go to the navigate layer, click on view, and then we can actually look at what it looks like against the map, against that attack matrix that we saw on the home page. And if we wanted to do what they did, right, we would start with, okay, initial access would be through spear phishing, and then we can use any of these things for execution, persistence, privilege escalation. So it literally highlights step by step exactly what you can do if you wanted to emulate and duplicate what Appleseed did. So MITRE, very, very cool resource, and of course you can learn a tremendous amount from it. So These were just some of the use case examples of it. These are some common phrases that are related to exfiltration. So for example, discovery and collection, where the attacker locates sensitive files. Staging and compression, where they aggregate, compress, encrypt, or encode files so that they can move them faster and easier. A lot of times, if you're dealing with a lot of data, you need to prepare the data, meaning stage it, and then also maybe you need to compress it. More than likely, you will do both of these things, where you prepare it and then you will also compress it so that it can transfer out quickly, because once the transfer starts, it will most likely set off some alerts, and then somebody can just disconnect that connection and you won't be able to steal all the data that you want. So you want to stage it and compress it and maybe encode it using base64 to really just hide your tracks so that people don't notice what's happening until it's too late. Then we have exfiltration transport, whether it's over a network, removable media like a USB drive, the cloud environment, or covert channels. And then command and control coordination, which is the orchestration and transfer that confirms receipt. This is through a connection, also known as a beacon, where we go from where we are. So from my computer, there's a connection to a server somewhere else in a different country, and that server is extracting data from my computer remotely. So it's commanding and controlling my computer from a whole different country. And this is known as command and control and C2. And you already saw that was actually one of the things, right? Command and control and C2 was one of the final steps inside of the MITRE attack matrix. So the techniques and indicators for this. So there are a lot of different ways that you can do this. We've already touched on a lot of them. And the knowing of these, the indicators, so that we can use them inside of our investigation, is really where, for us as security analysts, right, this is where the rubber really meets the road. Like, all of the things that we learn really will help us find indicators. So when we see something, when we see a sign on the logs, or where we see some kind of an activity happening, we're like, oh, that might be an indication that something is going on. So detecting exfiltration requires the correlating of the host and network level indicators, like unusually large or frequent outbound uploads, whether it's from a proxy or going through a firewall, long or high entropy DNS queries, suspicious process command lines and network connections, cloud storage API activity, removable media events. Effective SOC1 triage focuses on all of these things, meaning the actual host and user, as well as the destination that it's going to, the transfer volume, process identity command lines, supporting evidence. All of these things, there's so many different variables that can potentially indicate that something bad is happening. So you got to know them, right? There's no shortcut for this. There's no way to say, okay, well, this is more important than the other one, and there's cookie cutters here and cookie. That, unfortunately, in this kind of an environment, it doesn't exist. Things are evolving all the time. I did a live stream this morning where one of the key points from some of the questions that were brought from our community, one of the key responses was, there is no end to this journey. The technology is constantly evolving and methods are constantly changing, and you have to adapt and grow with the times. So this is one of those industries that if you're looking for an end, you're not going to find it here, and more probably you won't find it, and you probably shouldn't be in this industry. But if you actually like continuously growing, you like keeping your mind busy, which I love doing. I don't want to ever stop working. And the main reason for that is because I don't want my mind to kind of lose its ability, and I don't want to just be a couch potato and sit on a porch and die slowly. That's just not exciting to me. So I want to constantly always be learning and growing. And that's one of the beautiful things about information technology and cybersecurity and all these things, because the world of technology is constantly evolving. And as long as we evolve with it, we will be good. So here are some examples of these various techniques. These are very long things to read. So just for my own reference, just kind of make them fresh in my mind, I'm going to read through them. So we have the techniques, examples, and indicators of the attack and where to look. So anything that's network based would be through the HTTP or PS protocol, uploads to S3, which is the Amazon Simple Storage System server. or simple storage service for Amazon, AWS, Azure Blob, Webmail, FTP, SFTP, secure copy, DNS tunneling, ICMP, covert protocols, custom TCP or UDP, any of these things that can be done over a network connection, basically. That's what that is. The indicators of this is that if you see some kind of a gateway log or a proxy web gateway log, for example, post requests, right? Post is when you send data via HTTP, and it's really big. When you see a lot of data going through one post request, or uploads to cloud endpoints, or you see a bunch of post requests on a timeline, like super scheduled, one every 3 minutes, like one every, 180 seconds, something like that, right? When you see that happening, that's an indication that there's a connection to a remote server, and data is just being sent to this remote server scheduled every 3 minutes, right? Firewall. The next generation firewall, as well as the firewall rules, so they follow, for example, their flows will be high bytes to a single IP address. Net flow would be spikes of outbound flows. DNS logs would be long host names on the DNS, or text queries, TXT queries. These are all signs and indicators that there's some kind of a network-based attack taking place. If it's host-based, we're looking for PowerShell or some kind of an invoke web request command through PowerShell, and a lot of times it's IWR. That's the shortened acronym for it. You won't see invoke web request a lot of times. You'll see IWR because there's an acronym for that. rclone, AWS CLI, the command line interface for AWS, curl or wget commands, archive creations for zip or rar, because we already established, right? We already know that you need to compress the data to be able to send it out. So why not compress it using a zip folder? Use of removable USBs, ADS or hidden streams. These are all methods of doing the extraction using host-based capabilities. So we would be looking for our sysmon logs or endpoint detection logs for process creations, network connections, file create events. Through the Windows security logs, we'll be looking for these types of events that have to do with object access. For the audit and shell history on Linux and removable media events, all of these things could be indicators of that. Then we have cloud exfiltration. So as we already talked about, the simple storage service through Amazon for a put object, which is one of the commands that implies that it's being exfiltrated to the cloud. Multi-part upload, Azure Blob uploads, Google Cloud Storage, cloud storage, inserting the drive or SharePoint external sharing, anything. All of these things are ways that you can exfiltrate to the cloud. And indicators could be CloudTrail or Azure Activity or Google Cloud audits or cloud storage access logs, unusual service accounts or IP activity, all of that stuff. The converting and encoding element, if we see this, that's another indicator. So DNS tunneling, base64 encoding, steganography into images and audio. Basically, when you put code or some kind of a command inside of an image or audio, you hide it inside of the image or audio. Splitting files into many small requests, like low and slow requests. And these are the indicators: DNS logs, proxy logs with many small posts. Correlation of intermittent uploads or suspicious process activity, insider and collaboration tools like Slack, Teams, Dropbox, Google, Box uploads, Dropbox uploads, eternal users, compromised employee accounts. And this is all about the audit logs. The indicators for this would be where there are share events taking place, like something was shared, file downloads, and of course mail logs, like email being sent out. And then there are the general indicators of activity and the triage signals that would take place. So a large outbound volume to external IPs or domains, unknown destinations, suspicious processes or command lines, many file read events followed by an outbound connection, and multi-part streamed uploads. All of these things could be techniques. The tactics for detection, the indicators for detection, could be the proxy and firewall or NetFlow logs, the DNS sysmon endpoint detection response logs, looking at events ID 1, 3, and 11, mail server logs. These are just general indicators. Somebody could be just emailing data, like, you know what I mean? They don't need, it doesn't need to be anything crazy. Like, somebody could just find the sheet that they're looking for that has all the data that they need, and they just email it to themselves, to some kind of a fake email that they created. And that's it. That's the end of the exfiltration. It's not that complicated, you know. It doesn't have to be these crazy things. Like, data exfiltration can happen in a very basic mechanism, and then they steal the data. That's all they needed. So it's a high impact threat that combines opportunistic methods, blah, 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 and effective detection depends less on single point alerts and more rapid correlation across host, network, and cloud telemetry, identifying who accessed data, what was transferred, how it was staged, and where it was sent. And this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be taking all of this that we just reviewed, and we're going to use it inside of an investigation, or technically 4 investigations in the upcoming sections. So exfiltrating the data through HTTP comes under which technique? And this is the network-based. So if you remember, HTTP was the very first one, and that's the network-based element of this. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to go over here, and we're going to paste that bad boy. Oh, my keyboard just went to sleep. So let's wake the keyboard back up. There we go. Solid. All right, cool. All right. So here we go. First one is going to be detection, data exfiltration through DNS tunneling. DNS stands for the domain name system. So domain name system has to do with IP addresses being matched to words. So for example, if we go to TryHackMe.com and we look up the reverse host for this, so the NS lookup, right? If we look at that, or the who is, if we look at that, we'll be able to see that there's an IP address that is connected to TryHackMe.com, but most people aren't good at remembering numbers, but they can remember TryHackMe, right? So Google has an IP address, but we don't remember the IP address. We just remember google.com. So this is what the domain name system does. This is inherently what it is. Now, this is the service, right? It's one of the protocols that normally allows through networks to smuggle bytes encoded inside the DNS queries, responses to firewalls, so that firewalls and web proxies don't notice them. Because the DNS is typically allowed and often unfiltered or forwarded to public resolvers, it's attractive for covert channels. Now, the domain name system I just mentioned, it'll make everything human friendly. So it'll create human friendly names like example.com for IP addresses, and then provides their record types. The A record is for the IPv4, which is kind of what you see right here. This is an IPv4 address. The IPv6 address is through the quad A record that you see right there. Very different looking from this. It also provides the TXT records, the MX records, which is for mail, for email. If somebody has, you know, mail.tryhackme.com, that's where their email servers are, and they have their own email addresses like hankhackerson@tryhackme.com, right? That would be where the MX records are, and then the CNAME records, and then there are a few other records as well. So DNS queries are ubiquitous, meaning almost every host performs DNS lookups. DNS is normally allowed through firewalls and gateways, making it an attractive covert channel. It also uses UDP most of the time on port 53 as default for queries and responses. TCP is used for zone transfers or large responses, but more often than not, UDP is used because it tends to be faster. So why do attackers use DNS for exfiltration? Always on service. DNS lookups are routine and often allowed outbound. So it goes back to the firewall rule conversation because of the fact that, you know, people need to access Google, right? People need to access the internet to be able to browse and find data and do their research and do their jobs. DNS is usually one of those channels that is very routine, right? It's one of those things that's not abnormal. High cover. The queries look like normal requests unless inspected really closely, especially if it's going to, you know, Google Drive, right? So like drive.google.com, that technically is google.com. And so when you look at that, you're like, okay, well, it's Google, whatever. Unless they look at specifically what the queries are and what the commands are, they don't really realize that it's actually drive.google.com. They just see that it's Google. And the firewall has no issue with that, right? I can access my Google Drive from my work computer, even though the work computer has massive amounts of encryption on it because of, I mean, it's security issue. It's like I deal with a lot of sensitive data. So it's like you obviously want to protect the sensitive data and all the intellectual property and all the proprietary information for your company. And the best way to do that is to limit access to the web through a variety of different tactics. But no matter what you do, if you want your people to be able to do their job, they need internet access and they need to be able to browse the web. So there are so many websites that I can't access that I literally get a blocked message. It's like a normal website, but I can't access it. But for a variety of good reasons, I can access Gmail and I can access the Google suite of websites, including Google Drive. I'm not going to steal data. That's not why I'm saying this. I'm just letting you know that that's the reason why DNS is so attractive to attackers, because you can hide in plain sight, so to speak. And then there's the flexible payload. So the data could be encoded into the subdomain labels or TXT responses. That's the part which is very, very interesting. That like you can actually turn something. So let's say we go to our handy dandy CyberChef tool right here, and then we go ahead and do something like this. So it's like, man, what do I do? How do I do this? This is going to be like really tongue-in-cheek, and most likely it's not going to look like this, but let's say it would be, copy file, or we'll do this like path to file, right? And then we want to copy it to https google.com. This is really, really bad. This is very, very bad. But this is my command. So let's say this is my actual command. And then, or maybe not even that, like https hank.com. And then I go ahead and embed this into something like this. I don't even know if this is functional because I'm just making something out of my butt right now. But it would be something like this, right? But then this is what I would do. So when you see this right here, you obviously see that there's some kind of a command that's taking place. But what we're going to end up doing is that we would take this portion would stay unencoded. It would be plain text. But this portion right here would have to be encoded. Because why does this keep doing that? This portion has to be encoded. This is the portion that actually has the malicious command in it. So to do that, what we would do is we would take this thing, just leave that portion of it, and then we would do 2 base 64. So you see this is what it looks like. This is what this command, right? That command actually looks like when you encode it. And then from there, what we would end up doing is that at the end of this, we would end up doing something like dot. So I need to cut this and go over here, paste it over here. And then you can actually double encode it, as you can see, because now that encoding has been decoded right here, or it's been double encoded. So I can take it, and then now from here, I could just do something like that, where it's like, that's what it would look like. And so a lot of times you'll see something like this, where you'll see the end is like normal, it's google.com, but then on this part, this is clearly some kind of an encoded command that exists. And in this particular case, it's like, oh, they're trying to do something in this DNS query. So you'll see this as the DNS query on Wireshark on a packet capture, and it looks semi-normal because, again, the host is being shown as google.com. But the subdomain that we see right here, that's technically a base 64 encoded command. That was a really, really like super spontaneous example. The command probably has to be a lot more clever than that and used a little bit more creatively, I would say, but that's kind of what it looks like. That's what it looks like when you can encode something into the subdomain. So when we're analyzing the DNS traffic for possible indicators of exfiltration, we need to look at a few things. Many DNS queries are sent to a single external domain, especially with very high counts compared to what our baseline traffic would look like. Long subdomain labels are unusually long, full query names, greater than 60 to 100 characters, which is exactly what something like that looks like, right? High entropy or base 32 or 64 like patterns in the query name, lots of mixed case characters, and looking for things like this is very, very important. Looking for those equal signs at the end. In this case, we don't have one, but usually base64 encoding actually has an equal sign at the very end of it right there. So this one didn't have it, but a lot of times if you actually see an equal sign at the end or a double equal sign at the end, that is definitely what's happening, is that it's base64 encoded. Rare record types like TXT and null, or many large TXT responses, unusual response behavior, frequent NX domain if the attacker uses the exfiltration by query without answering, or TCP large UDP fragments for DNS. And then queries at regular intervals, beaconing behavior. This is what that means when I was saying earlier, where it's like every 3 minutes there's something that's being sent. That's what a beaconing behavior is, when data is being sent to an external domain or some kind of a remote server somewhere. So we're now going to look at all of these, take all of this information, and use the DNS exfiltration PCAP file to examine it and see what we can find. We're going to be using Wireshark for this investigation, and this is actually a PCAP file that exists. So we're going to be looking for certain things right here. I'm not going to review all of this because we're literally about to do it to try to see what we can find based on the hints right here. So I'm not going to read through all that right now because we could just use it inside of the investigation and learn with a live environment. We can also do this with Splunk. So if we can actually go to index and data exfiltration source type DNS logs, which we already saw in the intro, which is probably what I'm going to end up doing anyways. This might make it a little bit easier because we can actually search through Splunk much quicker and I would say easier than we can to search through Wireshark. So this will be the other thing, and then it also gives us search queries for searching through these kinds of things as well. So we're going to use all of these. And what to look for, we can look at single host generating far more DNS requests than normal. We can look at long query names, subdomain encoding. So for example, something like this, where we can actually try to find long query names. These are the subdomain encodings right here. We can see that. And that's pretty much it. So the questions are, what is the suspicious domain receiving DNS traffic? How many traffic logs related to DNS tunneling were observed? Which local IP sent the maximum number of suspicious requests? This is definitely data that we would be using Splunk for, because it's very difficult to try to find something like this by granularly going through Wireshark. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom out of this screen, and then we're going to go to the top, click show split view, and then we're going to go into full screen mode right there, and then we're going to do our investigation. So first, let me just load Splunk into the browser, and then I'll go into the investigation portion, and then we'll get started with the questions. Okay, so I couldn't go into full screen mode because every time I do this, now watch it work. As soon as I click this, watch it work. Every time I do this, it doesn't load. This is what happens. So I kind of just dragged the middle bar right here, and I dragged it so that we can kind of get a little bit of a full screen. And then I just typed in the IP address with the port, and so now we're on the actual Splunk. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on search and reporting, which will get us to the actual searching and investigation part of Splunk. And the first piece right here is to just get our index to start. So the index itself is equals to data exfil, right? So data underscore exfil. We can press enter on this. The key piece is to change it from time range last 24 hours to all time so that we can actually see all of the data. And so we're going to do this, and it's going to take a couple of seconds, and it'll load. And now we have the full 18,000 events available. So the next piece was to look through the DNS logs, because we're going to be observing DNS traffic. So we need to go down here, click on source type, and change it from the general to DNS logs. So we actually want to hone in on the DNS traffic. Now we get 2,000 events instead of 18,000. It's a great start. So let's go look at the first command that was over here. So investigating with Splunk, source type DNS, we already did that. The next piece is looking at stats. So the first set of stats we want to look at is the number of source IP counts, right? So what is the source IP count? And then we can see it in the screenshot right here, but we could just literally do it. So if I just go over here and then just do something like pipe stats, and then from there we would do count, and then by source IP, just like that. So we do that, now we can actually see it. So it says, you know, source IPs right here, and on the right, it'll give us the count, 406, 370, 405, 413, 406. So if I click on count, it'll actually organize it. And then so we see the highest count is 413. And so right here, it says how many suspicious traffic logs related to DNS tunneling were observed. I mean, I don't know if all of those 413s are suspicious, but I'm going to try that 413. And so that's not the one. So, okay, that was just me trying to kind of do it like real quickly, see if I can get the answer real quickly. So let's actually do some more investigating here. So, okay, so that was the first one where we actually see the stats count by source IP. Now, the highest one is the 104, and so that has 413. So the next stat count that we want to look at is by query, and then to sort, and then we can just always do the negative thing right there where it actually reverses it for us. But so if we do stats count by query, right, and then do another pipe and then do a sort of negative count, so that way we can kind of see the reverse order of this. So we can see Microsoft.com, Stack Overflow, Wikipedia, GitHub, Google, and then all of a sudden we start seeing these examples. Look at all these right here, all these subdomains that look hella fishy, and they're going to tunnelcorp.net. So that seems like a really fishy domain. So it says right here, what is the suspicious domain? Tunnelcorp.net is the suspicious domain. Oh, it's not, really. The suspicious domain receiving DNS traffic is not that one? Are you kidding me right now? Okay, that's weird. I don't know why that would be the case. Tunnelcorp.net is hella suspicious, especially because it's receiving those subdomains attached to it, but it's not the suspicious. That's so weird. Okay, so Microsoft, that's not the one for sure. Wikipedia, that's not the one. Why would TunnelCorp not be it? TunnelCorp.net is perfect. It fits perfectly. I don't understand why that's not it. But okay, fine. We'll do that investigation. We'll just keep going with the searches just to see what kind of information we can find here. So stats by query, we looked at all of the stats by query, and it literally is showing me right here. It's blocked it out because I know that's the malicious domain, but I don't understand why it's saying the suspicious domain receiving DNS traffic is not unauthorized. So does that mean that I am logged out? If I get an unauthorized response, that means I've been logged out. Yeah. Okay, so I logged back in and immediately everything was loaded for me. So that's so weird, bro. Like, this is actually so odd. Okay, so let's go and try TunnelCorp again, and let's see if that ends up working. There you go. That's it. That's so weird, dude. How did I get like randomly logged out? That's so weird. Okay, cool. So there's that. That's the first one. Now it says how many suspicious traffic logs related to DNS tunneling were observed. So let's see what we can find here. The ones related to DNS tunneling. So we're looking for the tunnelcorp.net portion. That's the piece that's most interesting to us. So DNS logs where the length of the query is greater than 30. Now we want to kind of customize our search here a little bit more. And we'll go, instead of doing those stats, we're going to start doing something like where the length of the query, right, is greater than 30. That's where we start doing this. And then we can actually see the count of the, there we go. So now we can actually see the length of the queries. So if we go over here, where you can see the length of the query, right? These are the ones. And then for all of these, there are so many instances of them. We can see that there's 315 events where the length of the query is greater than 30. So let's try 315. And that is the answer for that. Now it says which local IP sent the maximum number of suspicious requests. So if we just go here and if we just look at the source IP, because these are destination IPs, right? So if I just go to source IP, I can see the counts right here. And the highest one with 72 right here is the one ending in 103. So we're going to go ahead and copy that and see if that ends up being the answer. And of course, that is the answer. So that was really, I mean, it was really simple, super straightforward, this one. And the main reason behind the answers not working, this would have been done much faster had I known that I was kicked out. So if I do this now, it should load it for me, right? Yeah, it's loading it. I think it was because I was kicked out. Okay, so now I can just go and do this. I can kind of put this back to normal and then shrink this, and we should be solid here. Okay, perfect. I knew there was something fishy going on. All right. So that was for DNS tunneling, and we got all of our answers beautifully. So let's go ahead and talk about exfiltration through FTP. FTP stands for the File Transfer Protocol. It is unencrypted. So this is a plain text protocol. There is the FTPS or SFTP, which are the encrypted versions of this protocol. FTP is one of the oldest protocols for transferring files between a client and a server over a TCP/IP network, and attackers use it to move large amounts of data, via compromised credentials, misconfigured servers, or ephemeral accounts. Detection relies on a mix of packet inspection, FTP only, server logs, SSH session metadata, and network flow size pattern analysis. How adversaries use it are through legitimate FTP servers, either public or misconfigured internal servers, to stage and transfer the data, compromised credentials, which are service accounts or user credentials, and non-standard ports or tunneling to blend with other traffic. So this is the way that FTP is used. Indicators of the attack would be to look for the user and password commands, which would be inside of clear text credentials when you're looking at plain text. So again, FTP is a plain text protocol. So if it's a clear text, plain text protocol, that means that we can actually search for user or search for pass, and we should be able to see specific items in the traffic logs come up, because these things would actually be visible. They would not be encrypted. We can also look for store, which is for upload, and retr, which is for download. Store, I think, is for storing, and retr is for retrieving. So storing would be upload, retrieving would be downloading. Repeated or large transfers, large data connections to unusual external IPs, especially outside business hours. Data channel openings on ephemeral ports, or passive, for example, with large payloads. Passive is a command that's for FTP specifically. So we're going to look at the FTP lab PCAP file. This is what it looks like right here. So since I didn't go through the screenshots for Wireshark, and most likely I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to be using Wireshark in this case either. What I'm going to be doing is, for the investigation, I'm going to use Splunk. So we'll actually go through the screenshots here. First, we're looking for FTP sessions using the FTP pipe FTP data filter. So this is what you would see right here. So this is what you see that they did at the top right here, and then they did that, and then so we can see all the FTP protocols, and then the user, you see, user, all of these are users. So we haven't, it sounds like they're trying to brute force their way into it. We'll isolate the FTP control traffic, looking for credentials. So if we do ftp.request.command equals user and ftp.request.command equals pass, it should show both of those, where we can actually see all the stuff using the user query or the pass query. And so we can see that as well. So we can then move on and looking for the containing. So the protocol FTP contains this string. And so if we look for that, we can actually see the items show up. Now we don't see it inside of the info, which is on the front screen right here. But if we were to click on any of these items, we should be able to see that STOR inside of the actual packet details of it. So it says right click on a packet, do follow and TCP stream. And then when we look at that, we can actually see the TCP stream, essentially the data that was passed through that stream. And so you can see user, the pass, as well as the store, which is sending the report underscore 454.txt file. So that's what they did over there. And if we did FTP contains CSV, which is for a comma separated value, we can also see that it's a very short list of traffic items that showed up. And if we click on any of them, we can see that in the payload portion on the bottom right, that there's a .csv. So the internal passwords.csv is what they stored. So user guest pass guest store the internal password CSV file is what they did. And then we could do the same thing here, where we can actually click on it and then do follow the stream, and from there we'll be able to see, very similar to what we saw over here, we'll be able to see a similar command or series of commands for that one as well. So this is showing a suspicious IP connected as a guest account transferred some sensitive CSV files to a suspicious external IP. So looking for traffic with a large payload size. So it would be FTP for the protocol. Frame length is greater than 90, which implies the size of the traffic. We would do follow TCP stream, and then we can see that user, guest, password, guest, store is the internal location or the internal document, and then there's of course the flag in it, which I'm guessing we have to retrieve to answer the questions here. Now for this one, it seems that we actually will be using Wireshark. So how many connections were observed from the guest account? Apply the filter. What is the name of the customer related file exfiltrated from the root account? And then the internal IP found to be sending the largest payload, and the flag hidden inside the FTP stream transferring. So I actually really liked the kind of doing the split screen because it allowed me to look at these commands easier and just show you which ones I was doing. So I'm going to be doing that same thing this time around, and I'm just going to kind of drag it and make it so that it's like closer to full screen, and then we can just minimize Splunk and then go ahead and open up data exfiltration and go through the specific PCAP for FTP exfiltration. So if I go to FTP Exfil and then I do FTP lab, right? PCAP, yep, that's the one. So that's the one that we're going to be looking for here. It says that there's an FTP lab log file, which I'm guessing that's the one that was fed into Splunk. So we could potentially even find that. So if we actually go over here and instead of doing source DNS logs, if I do source FTP, oh, there is no FTP, is there? So maybe we do have to use Wireshark for this one. So if we click on that, go here, and then let it load fully, there's Wireshark loading for us. And then so if we go right here and then go to source type, is there an FTP log? Oh, there doesn't seem to be an FTP log. So I think we actually do need Wireshark for this one. So here's Wireshark, okay? So if we start from the very, very top, the question said, how many connections were observed from the guest account? So we're looking for the query that searches for guest, right? So user and the guest account. So let me go ahead and do something like, so if I go here and do ftp.request.command equals user, right? And then let's go ahead and press enter here. So we'll see user, and then we can go down here and then we can try to see if we can find something for user being the actual argument. So the argument itself, if I can add this as a filter, so let's see if I can add this as a filter up here. It doesn't seem to be something that I can add. So let me see if I can go and request this argument, because it would be very, very very useful if we could actually do this and search for the value of those. So okay, so another way that we can do this is we can go to, I think it's go or find, where is it? Find packet, and then from the find packet we can go for the display filter, hex or string. So I'm going to look for string, and in the packet list or the packet details, that's what I'm most interested in. And so now I'm going to be looking for something called guest, right? Or actually, I don't even need the quotes. I'm just going to do guest, and I'm going to press enter. And let's see if I can find anything for that. Okay, that didn't do much for me. So we're going to take this other approach here where we get the contains word in there. And so we're looking for specifically the guest account. So we'll go ahead and do FTP contains, and then we'll do guest, something like that. Let's see what we can get, and we can see that there are a total of 5 packets that have been displayed out of the thousands. So if I do 5, let's see if that's right. That is right. Okay, that one's easy. Apply the filter. What is the name of the customer related file exfiltrated from the root account? So we're going to go here and we're going to do this same thing and then do root. So we're going to look for the root account. So here we go. Here is the stuff with the root account. Now it says the customer related file. So it's very easy to just click on them because I already have this down here and I can see what's going on with the FTP. And there we go. Customer data XLSX. I think that's the one. It's literally the first packet. So let's see if that's the one. It seems to be customer related, right? So customer data dot xlsx. There we go. What internal IP was found to be sending the largest payload to an external IP? So if we go for the length right here, so frame length, right? So FTP and frame length. So we'll do FTP and frame length is going to be greater than 90. So this is the one that we can find. And then the length right here, we can see that, 93, etc. And then there's one that has 127. And then so we're looking for the source IP. So it's all being sent to the same destination IP, but we want the source IP. So the source IP in this case seems to be 192.168.1 and 105. And there is that. And what is the flag hidden inside the FTP stream transferring the CSV file to the suspicious IP? So this is the one, internal passwords, flag is right there. THM, FTP exfiltrated hidden data. So if I can copy the value, so let's see if I can copy the value of this and see if that works. No, so it's copying the full thing. So we're just going to use our CyberChef as our text editor. So there's the actual flag. So I'm just going to take that and I'm going to copy that. And we're going to go here, paste it, whoops, paste it there. Okay, because it's also including, okay, I have to type it because when you copy and paste it, it's, so notice this, watch this, watch this. So if I go and type in THM, right? And technically I should also be typing the squiggly, but if I type in the squiggly, oh, it worked when I typed the squiggly, but if I copy paste it, it actually pastes the squiggly. That's really annoying. Whatever, FTP Exfil hidden flag. That's the flag. Cool, there we go. That was it. So now we're going to minimize and we're going to go to exfiltration via HTTP. Let's zoom in here. HTTP is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and this is the protocol that's used for internet communications, usually done through the actual web browser. There's the encrypted version of it, which is HTTPS, and that type of data we can't see because it's just a bunch of gibberish, right? So HTTP by itself is actually clear text, very similar to FTP. So we'll be able to see the actual requests that are being sent back and forth and the data that's being transferred back and forth between web traffic, okay? We can traverse firewalls and proxies using HTTP. It can be obfuscated using encoding, encryption, or tunneling. And we can help the SOC analyst, which is what we're trying to do right here, to how to identify the signs of this type of exfiltration in packet captures and of course logs for Splunk. The reason why it matters is because HTTP is very common. When we talked about DNS and using google.com, for example, that's one version of it, which is through the domain name service. HTTP also communicates with google.com. So this is another version that is done through a web browser, right? So this is also one of those things that is allowed to pass through firewalls, and it's very, very common type of traffic. Attackers hide exfiltration in the noise of these type of usage. Successful detection stops data breaches and helps trace attacker activity post-compromise. Organizations must detect and respond to protect sensitive data and meet compliance requirements. How adversaries use HTTP for data exfiltration is post commands. So post requests sends data, get requests retrieves data. Okay, so when you do when you try to load TryHackMe.com, you're sending a GET request. When you try to submit your username and password, you're sending a POST request. So POST uploads to external servers. Bulk data is sent to the hosts or cloud storage in POST requests. GET requests with encoded data. Attackers squeeze small chunks into query strings or path segments, which is used for low and slow exfiltration. Use of common services and CDN. So exfiltration disguised as uploads to popular services, and attacker controls subdomains under reputable domains. Custom headers, so data placed in headers like the X data, and then you just do base 64. What this is just a placeholder for whatever that base 64 encoded would be, but you literally could send that inside of the X data and you could just be sending data back and forth through the headers of the requests to bypass string-based DLPs. And then chunked transfer or multi-part, which is the large payloads that are split into multiple to avoid the size thresholds that we just used in the previous task. HTTPS TLS tunneling for the encrypted channels that hides the actual payload. Detection requires TLS inspection, SNI analysis, or metadata-based detection, and staging via the cloud services to upload them to Dropbox or GitHub or GIST or whatever, then fetch them externally. So adversaries adapt low and slow approaches, encryption, encoding, and use of legitimate services to avoid detection. So the indicators of the attack in this case can be via the HTTP post requests, which are very large. So these are large HTTP post requests sent to external or unexpected hosts. The request to domains with low reputation, rarely seen in baseline traffic. Frequent small requests, which is for beaconing, so slow and small, I think is what it was, to the same host, followed by large uploads. Chunked or multi-part transfers, where multiple requests compose a larger file. So we can examine the HTTP logs in Splunk and see what we can find. So this is the one for the Splunk investigation, and then there's a set of stuff for the Wireshark portion of the investigation, which I think we can do either one. It seems to be that we can use Wireshark to actually retrieve the answers for a lot of the questions as well. So we'll try to do both. There's only 2 questions here, so we might be able to just get away with doing both of those things. So let me go ahead and zoom back out, and then we'll load our machine into our split screen, and then we'll do the Splunk version first. So on the analysis of the logs in Splunk, or I already have Wireshark up. Well, actually, I need to load the log for Wireshark. So let's actually do Splunk first. So Splunk is already up and running. So the source type in our case is going to be the HTTP logs, which we already have here. So we just click on that, and there's about 6,000 events that should load for us. Now, what we're going to start with at the very, very top is a post method. So the questions say, what internal compromised host was used to exfiltrate sensitive data? And what's the hidden flag inside the exfiltrated data? So those are the only 2 questions. So let's start from the top and let's see what we can find. So the post method, so let's go here and we're just going to add method equals post. Press enter, and from 6,000 it turns to 3,000 events. Okay, method post, and then let's do a stats command at the end of it where we can do stats, count, average, bytes sent, right? And then max bytes sent, and then min, so all the minimum bytes that were sent, and then by domain, very good. And then we're going to sort it reverse to kind of get the highest at the top right here. So there you go. That's a really cool query that we have right here that gets us a lot of good data. So we're getting the average byte sent, the max bytes sent, and minimum bytes sent by a given domain, and then we're sorting them in reverse order, in descending order. So we can see the domain here, and then you can see the bytes sent, max and minimum, and the average. So okay, so that's really, really good information. And so it says, let's filter out the benign traffic and isolate posts with large payloads. So this shows us, what does it show us exactly? It shows us a bunch of things. It says which internal compromised host was used to exfiltrate sensitive data. So we don't have that yet, but we can see, API tools.io, Dropbox, CDN, Zoom, Cloudflare, GitHub, Metrics, Datafeed, Microsoft, Cloud Sync services. That seems kind of fishy. So these are all very interesting. 654 bytes sent to that one. That kind of seems a little bit interesting. But okay, so this was our first portion of the research. So we'll go ahead and go to the next one here, where we're looking at the benign traffic isolating posts with large payloads. So methods post, bytes sent is going to be greater than 600, table, and so we're going to turn all of this data, we're piping it now, and we're going to create a table for the time, source IP, URI, domain, destination IP, bytes sent, and then we're going to sort it by the bytes sent in descending order. So we'll go ahead and do that real quick. So let me go ahead after the post right here. We're going to do bytes sent is going to be greater than 600, and then we're going to pipe it. All right, so there's that. Oh, it literally brought one response here. And it actually shows that there's only one response. So the source IP, right? And it sent it to, so what is it? We have the source IP, the domain that it sent it to, the destination IP, and the number of bytes that was sent. And that was the one that I was like, this sounds fishy, right? That sounds very, very fishy. So, okay, so it says which internal compromised host, that's 192.168.1.103. What is the flag hidden inside the exfiltration data? So this is now what we need to go ahead and try to retrieve here. So how can I just click on this and try to find the data? Or is it any of these? Okay, so you know what? Since we did this for the investigation, we can go ahead and use Wireshark for the second portion of this investigation because we know exactly what it is that we're looking for. So we can go for data, we'll go into the HTTP exfiltration, and then we'll pull the HTTP PCAP file, right? That's the one. Yep, HTTP lab PCAP. So that's the one that we're looking for here. So from this, now we're really just interested to find that specific flag because that's the piece that was missing for us. So the last one right here is what will show everything to us, right? So the frame length greater than 500, all of that stuff is very similar, right? So we're looking for post request with a frame length greater than 500. And in this case, we're looking for the one that has the biggest chunk of data sent. So it says right here, post with a frame length greater than 750, and that should actually have the flag inside of it. So if we do http.request.method equals post, and then we do a frame length that is greater than 750, it'll bring one item for us here. And then so we can just go down here and then look at the flag. It's probably going to be in the data. Oh no, it's truncated. Look at that. There's a bunch of stuff that seems to be, what is the word I'm looking for? Obfuscated. So I can go ahead and do this. I can go ahead and click on, where did they click on? I think they clicked on this thing. And then we're going to do a follow stream, a follow HTTP stream or TCP, TCP stream. And so we see it right here. And then there's the flag. So hopefully when I copy and paste this, it won't give me the same issue that the other one did. And I don't have to manually, yes, nice. Nice, 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 nice. There we go. That was the flag, just like that. So follow HTTP stream. Hopefully you can see how simple this kind of stuff is when you know what the methodology for the research is, right? So when you're looking for data that's being sent, and I'll cover this more in the conclusion as well, but just to kind of point this out, that when you're looking for data that's being sent, you're looking for size of data or you're looking for consistent intervals. So there is the time in between the sends. There is the source and destination IPs to see, or the source and destination domains and hosts to see which looks of kind of suspicious. And then obviously you're just going to start looking at the data itself, because if it's clear text like HTTP or if it's clear text like FTP, then you can see the data right there. If it's encrypted, it's a little bit more difficult. So the next one that we're going to do is ICMP, and ICMP is used mostly for kind of like a beaconing type of thing. So far we've been doing everything based on the size of the actual stuff, but in ICMP type, I would assume that it won't be as large of a file size being sent out. So let's read into it. So ICMP is a network layer protocol. It's typically used for things like ping or TTL exceeded. So they're not large files that are sent, or they're not large packets that are sent. They're very small packets. And they're commonly allowed through firewalls and typically inspected less strictly. But honestly, there's been also a lot of exercises where I've done a ping just to see if a host was up, and I got a no reply back, and the host was indeed up, but it's because they blocked all the ICMP pings or anything that would come from an ICMP port, mainly because of the fact that they know that attackers will use this just to see if they can get a reply from a host. So it is not that big of a deal, but because it can be used to see if a host is up. And then now that you're going to learn right now that it also can be used for exfiltration of data. So this is also another one of the reasons why they usually will not allow ICMP traffic to go back and forth. So attackers can actually abuse the ICMP to tunnel and exfiltrate data. They encode the data into ICMP payloads, which is the echo, request, or reply, timestamp, and info, and send it to a remote listener under their control. So the echo, which is type 8, and then reply type 0, tunneling. The attackers place a base 64 encoded or hexadecimal encoded chunk of the file inside of that payload, and then the remote server collects and decodes them. And custom ICMP types and codes, like the uncommon ICMP types or non-zero codes, to avoid signature-based detection. So for example, anything not similar to these, because these are very common. So anything like that to avoid signature-based detection. Fragmentation and reassembly. This is the key piece of this. The large payloads are split across multiple packets and they're sent via these little pings. And then on the receiving side, they're pieced back together. Encryption and obfuscation, like to make it look like random data, basically. So using base 64, again, because we already looked at this at the very beginning, so hopefully that was actually useful for you, and you can see how all of these things keep connecting to each other to this concept of encoding the payload, right? So if you encode it, it doesn't seem normal, and then from there, so it's same thing right here. So this piece right here, right, this is what it looks like in plain text. If I just turn on encoding, this is what it looks like as encoding. So you can see how then something that you can easily read with the human eye can very easily be turned into just mumbo jumbo, right? So indicators that something like this could be happening is that persistent ICMP sessions to an external host that's not used for legitimate monitoring is taking place. Unusually large payloads or frequent ICMPs with a payload greater than the typical ping, which is 64 bits, either bits or bytes. I think it's 64 bits. And then ICMP payloads that contain high entropy data or patterns consistent with base 64 or hexadecimal. And bursts of ICMP are immediately followed by no other legitimate application from the same host. That is another indicator. So looking at some of this stuff in Wireshark, you already know what the flow is going to be. So I'm just going to zoom back out and open our screen to include our virtual machine. And we're only going to be using Wireshark for this portion of the investigation. I actually really like Wireshark. It's I don't know, there's something about it that just feels like a friendly hacker tool in my opinion. So we're going to go ahead and go to the ICMP exfiltration. So ICMP PCAP file. So here we go. We have 8,536 packets inside of this file. So if we start from the very top, I'm going to kind of skip this one because it's basically saying filter ICMP and then you'll see all the ICMPs. So we'll move on to this next one where it says ICMP type 8, which was the, I think ICMP type 8 was the request, right? The echo. So type 8 is the echo, type 0 is the reply. So if we look for type 8, we'll be looking at all of the echoes, as you can see, right? Whoops. As you can see right there, I'm super zoomed in. What did I just do? Oh my gosh, I think I did something that I should not have done, and now I am zoomed in on the wrong side of the screen. I hate it when this happens. So it's going to take me a minute to kind of go back to normal. Give me a quick second. Let me fix the screen. Whew. Okay, very good. That is always tricky. Okay, so let's just make sure we don't do that again accidentally. So ICMP type 8 is the echo, and you can see that all on the screen right here. Type 8 and then frame length greater than 100 will give us something that is out of the ordinary. So one of the things that I want to point out here is that you can see the frame length is on average it's 32, right? And then all of a sudden you see 148 and then 32s. And so on average, it's not going to be a lot, especially, and I did it again. I can't believe I'm doing this. What's happening? There we go. My God, dude, I keep scaring myself. So on average, the echo is what? Like the echo is 32 and then the reply would be another 32. So we get 64, right? So that's usually what it's like. So anything greater than that implies that something is happening, something wrong is happening. So in this case, we are looking at anything greater than 100. And then we can go ahead and flag the packets with unusually large payloads. Normal pings are approximately 74 bytes total. Anything over 100 is suspicious, and then we can go ahead and see what the potential flag is in the payload, as you can see that right there. So it's simple, and the anomalies can easily be detected, and all it's asking for down here is what's the flag detected in that. So literally all I got to do is just use this specific query right there, and we'll be able to find what we're looking for. So ICMP type equals 8, and the frame length is greater than 100. So we'll do that. There we go. We see it right here. And then so if we go look at the payload over here, password, user, etc. So we're looking for something that would be similar to the, and it's all truncated because it's being in the original packet, everything is actually inside of, I think it looks like hex because this is hexadecimal decoded. So I think that's actually hexadecimal. So if we just look at the portion right here, we can just pay attention to something that may look like a flag, which includes our payload in it, which is the last one. So it's the very last packet, obviously packet number 5. And you can see where it says THM, 1 CMP, echo, etc. So it's all of this right here. So I'm most interested in trying to find the actual contents of that. So if we do a follow of the stream, can I do that or no? Oh, I can't follow this stream. Interesting. So can we go ahead and try to decode this? So if I went and copied that piece, so let's copy the value of that. And let's go to CyberShark and paste that here. And we don't want it to be to base 64. We either want to be from base 64, which is not going to work, or we want to be from hex. And there it is. So when we go into from hex, we can actually see plain as day that's what the value is. So we're going to go and do that. And it is hexadecimal. So that was one of the things that was like a big thing, right? Because if it is base 64, you wouldn't be able to see it here, because this is the hexadecimal decoded version of whatever the data might be. So since we can actually see it there, then we know that it's hexadecimal. It's not base 64 encoded. So we can just decode the hexadecimal, and it will be able to retrieve the plain text, which you just saw me do. And just like that, my dear friend, we are officially done. So we did some basic stuff, I would say, in this video, but I think it's very valuable to, if you just understand the general philosophy behind detecting exfiltration. It's more for looking at either consistent outbound traffic or chunks of outbound traffic that are outside of your normal baseline. So for example, using the ICMP example, if a regular ping is about 70 bytes, then anything greater than 100 is not regular. It's not baseline. So if that's the case, you would pay attention to anything greater than 100 bytes. And if you learn the Splunk query language and sorting of the data or creating tables with the data, when you learn stuff like that, then it makes it a little bit easier to use Splunk for investigations like that, because it can then literally sort and arrange the data for you and arrange it in decreasing or descending value. And then from there, you can easily find the information that you're looking for. So it's not hard to do once you know what you're looking for. That's the key piece. So as long as you know what you're looking for, then the philosophy is the same, right? And then the port or the protocol that's used will change, but overall you're looking for similar patterns. You're looking for any sizes of packets being sent out that are outside of your baseline. You're looking for the intervals of packet being sent out that are outside of your baseline. If we're active from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., which are business hours, and there's a lot of traffic happening in 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then after 5 p.m., there's barely any traffic happening, but then all of a sudden something is happening that after 5 p.m., there's regular traffic going out from this one location that's supposed to be closed, and nobody's supposed to be there. So why is there traffic going out from this location? All of that are indicators. So it's the concept, the philosophy behind the investigation that you need to really understand. Because once you understand that part, it really doesn't matter what technology you use. It doesn't matter what technology the attacker used. All of it gets tracked the same way. And that's kind of the big thing that I want you to walk away with. So we looked at the defender's perspective for exfiltration, what it actually is and what's critical why it's a critical threat to organizations. We looked at how it fits into the cyber kill chain, for example, which falls under the actions on objectives. That's what data exfiltration is. We also look at the MITRE attack framework and how it also falls under the final steps of the attack. Common techniques that are used like FTP, HTTP, DNS, ICMP tunneling. I will be very honest with you, in the real world, this is most likely not going to be the case, because attackers, if they're decent, if they're smart enough, they'll know that FTP is plain text and you can see it. HTTP is plain text, you can see it. DNS, unless it's actually hidden behind a TLS certificate or an SSL certificate, that's also can be quickly recognized as to what's going on. And if you know what patterns you're looking for, the subdomain is like this weird chunk of text and it doesn't make sense, and it's being sent to this one domain that's not a normal domain for us. So what is it? What is happening here? And it's being done every 3 minutes, right? On regular intervals. We're just sending one and another one, another one. Something is wrong. You see what I'm saying? These are the technique philosophies. These are the thoughts behind the investigation itself. So it doesn't matter really what kind of protocol is being used. You just need to know what you're looking for. And in the SOC level 2 conversation, when we get into advanced investigations, that's when you start seeing some of the more interesting stuff, because they're using living off the land binaries and they're using PowerShell scripts and things like that. And that's the kind of stuff that more likely you will end up seeing in the modern world, because that's more advanced mechanisms for hacking, exfiltration, and then those are the things that we would be looking for during our investigations. But hopefully this was actually valuable to you. Hopefully you got some good responses and feedback from it. Hopefully you were able to find the answers that I was able to find. I hope you don't just watch the video and just take the answer and drop it in there. I hope you can actually go and repeat what I did to be able to retrieve the answers, which is very, very important. And that, you know, they do a really good job of giving us the instructions. So you literally should just be able to follow the instructions and get the answers that you're looking for. But that's it for today's video. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. Please feel free to go through everything that's already on the channel so that you can find more information to make things useful for yourself. There's a lot of really, really good stuff on here. The legacy version of SOC Level 1 is here, as well as the new 2026 version and everything else. I do live streams. I'm going to try to do them more frequently. There's members only videos that are available for all of our members, like Python automations and how to do all of that stuff. And there's a lot of full length courses like Linux Plus, Pentest Plus, Security Plus, CYSA Plus. There's the new Linux Plus that's going to be coming out. There's so much stuff that's constantly going to be coming out just to make sure that people can do things like passing their pen test examinations. Shout out to Ben Peters. And we have a lot of really, really cool people in the community. So there are so many people in this community that I think would actually it would be beneficial for you to be a part of that group. So subscribe, just be with us. You know what I mean? As we go through the journey, be with us. If you have any questions about what we talked about today, drop it in the comment section below. If you have any questions about anything else, drop it in the comment section below. If you just want to say hi, if you have any additions to the content that I talked about, please drop that in the comment section. I love hearing from the community. I love getting tips from the community because it helps me grow and it helps everybody else grow as well. So please be active in the community. We have a lot of really smart people in our community. It's really cool, man. It's so amazing to see the type of people that are in this community on this channel, like in the subscriber base of this channel. There are some really freaking smart people, man. And some of the comments that they drop, I'm just like, this is amazing. The fact that there's somebody this smart, this experienced in our community, it's so freaking cool, dude. Anyways, if you're one of those people, drop the tip in the comment section. People would love reading the tips and hearing from you. Of course, I would as well. And if you don't do anything else, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then there's the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. A man-in-the-middle attack is when an attacker puts themselves in the middle of your traffic and as a result gets to do a variety of malicious little activities. And that is what we're going to learn how to detect today. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This episode is based on the man-in-the-middle detection room that is inside of the network security monitoring module inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is the most recent version for 2026. And so we're going to go through the introduction and the lab connection setup. Then we're going to review what the actual attack is, the detection of the different types of spoofing that can be done. So we have ARP spoofing, DNS spoofing, and then spotting the SSL stripping, which is something else that can be done. All of these are different tactics to pull off this concept of the man-in-the-middle attack. And then we'll have the conclusion, final thoughts, wrap up the room, etc., and you'll be dismissed for the day. We will have the timestamps for all of these things in the description below. And there is a virtual machine that's been assigned to us that we're going to end up using to do a variety of different investigations to detect this specific type of attack. I believe what we're going to be using is a Splunk instance. I don't know if it's Splunk or if it's Elastic. This looks like Splunk to me. So most likely we're going to end up using this Splunk instance to do the investigation. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself and kind of take the steam away from the rest of the room. So that's basically what the video setup is going to look like. And of course, you can do this for yourself. There are a lot of different types of capture files that you can get from the World Wide Web as long as you have some kind of SIM instance on your computer. Or you can get yourself a free subscription to TryHackMe, and they have a lot of rooms that are available that you can access Splunk through those rooms. Or you can get a paid version of it, or you can download and install Kali Linux and use a variety of different free open source SIMs. So there are so many different things that you can do to do a similar exercise as what we're going to be doing today. So I just want you to know that the reason why I do TryHackMe for most of these things is because it's just an easy setup. It's like a one click and the virtual machine launches and we can do a lot of this stuff. Even though there are people that are complaining these last couple of weeks about some of the things that TryHackMe did and the news around TryHackMe, I still think that for a platform that offers as much value as they do, it's not really a big deal to me if they're going to study the actions of their students and whatever. I'll probably create like a separate video just so you can kind of understand what it is that I'm referencing here. But it's really not that big of a deal. And I'm not concerned about it at all, mainly because the students that are on TryHackMe are mostly beginners. And if they are studying your tasks and they're studying the exercises that you're doing, there's no possible way that they can create any kind of advanced AI or anything. And I'm kind of foreshadowing now, but there's no way that they can create an advanced AI that would replace you if all the tasks and exercises that you're doing are beginner level and intermediate level tasks. So that's kind of the whole spiel about that. I think I just covered it in literally 30 seconds. But yeah, that's really, I think, even all things considered, TryHackMe is one of the best platforms for you to learn cybersecurity and hacking and all of that good stuff. So that's my spiel on it. That's my 2 cents on it. You can do whatever you want as long as you just learn the information. So the main purpose of this video is to teach you how to detect a man-in-the-middle attack, no matter what platform you're on and what tools you use. So that's basically it. Quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we'll dive into the introduction and the lab setup. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, the man-in-the-middle attack, as the name implies, is basically an attack type where the hacker or the attacker or the spy or anything like that have to place themselves in the middle of communications between two legitimate sources. And this is actually a very simple concept to understand, but it's really powerful to implement in the real world. So if you are an espionage campaign agency or a spy or anything along those lines, this is probably the most powerful position that you can be in, because by being in the middle of the communications, you're intercepting communications and you can even tamper with the data inside of those communications and really have some really great impact. So one of the greatest ways that I can explain this to you would be to show you a picture. So this is really, really classic, very, very basic. You know, you have two people communicating, and then there's this hacker in the middle right here that's intercepting, just listening in to their communications. Now, this can be, just to listen in and just to stay in the loop and be aware of what's going on between these two. So let's say these are two government agents and they're talking about doing an attack against the hacker's team. So the hacker is now in the loop and they can defend themselves accordingly, and they will eliminate the element of surprise, so to speak. Let's say that these aren't government workers. Let's say they're corporate workers and they're exchanging really, really high class intellectual property kind of information about a new product launch that's being released next summer or something like that. And so now this is somebody from their competitor or hired by their competitor that's listening in, and then now they're going to do it before these guys can do it, and they'll take the market share. I don't know, something along these lines, but essentially they're just listening in on a private conversation and trying to get the data that is exclusive to these people. This is just on the conversation element of it. Of course, there's internet level communications, and I'll show you kind of a sample of that. But just in this, just to kind of expand on this specific example and to flex my nerdy muscles a little bit, if you are familiar with this, then you are a badass. So these characters right here are actually spies. So this is from Avatar: Last Airbender. This character in the center right here is Princess Azula, and she's the princess of the enemy kingdom, right? Now they're dressed as the allies. So these specific outfits that they're wearing belong to a group of warriors called the Kyoshi Warriors. And the Kyoshi Warriors are allies of the Earth Kingdom. But what has happened is Princess Azula, with her two sidekicks right here, has battled the Kyoshi Warriors. They defeated the Kyoshi Warriors, and as a result, they stole their outfits, and now they are dressed as the Kyoshi Warriors, and they're in the Earth Kingdom, which would never happen, because if anybody found out that they were who they were, they would never let them in the Earth Kingdom. But they disguised themselves, so this is called spoofing, right? So if we were talking about into cybersecurity and things like this, when you disguise yourself as somebody that is perceived to be an ally or a benign relation, then they'll let you in. They'll let you in past all the guards, and they'll guide you into the castle, right, into the king's chambers, which is basically where they're sitting right now. Now, in this specific conversation, the king, not knowing that he's speaking to spies from their enemies, the king divulges information about an attack that's supposed to be done against the Princess Azula kingdom, against the Fire Kingdom. And so, of course, they find out about it. Of course, they warn their kingdom, and this the surprise attack that's supposed to take place does not have any effect, and then they even turn the tables, and it becomes like this really, really crazy thing. But this is classic espionage, spycraft, man in the middle or woman in the middle type of a tactic, where they spoofed, they disguised themselves as somebody that is trustworthy, they got in, and then as a result of being in, they were divulged secret information that would never have been released to them in any other kind of circumstance. So this is a very classic display of the specific tactic or the specific strategy. This specific scene has been used, or I guess the kind of the premise inside of this scene has been used in so many movies and so many shows about spies and espionage that it's not new. Like, there's just so many different versions of this. I just want to display that I'm a total nerd, which is why I showed the Avatar Airbender example of this. But there are so many different examples of this man in the middle type of strategy. Now, in cybersecurity, this is kind of what it looks like, right? So we have man in the middle, you have the hacker right here, and there's a communication happening between a user and a web application. The web application could be a banking application. It could be a database server. It could be a million different things that this user is trying to access. Now, this hacker is now sitting in the middle of this communication and intercepting all the data that's going back and forth in here. So by sitting here, the hacker could be stealing their credentials because this person is typing in their login information. Now, this person can impersonate the login information of this person and get access to the web application. This could, let's say that this person is accessing their bank application and they're trying to transfer funds from one of their accounts to another account at a different bank. The hacker sees this and changes the receiving account to their own bank account, and this person just initiates the transfer. In the middle, this person changes the receiving bank account, and then before it gets to the bank's web server as to, send the money out to this bank account, before it gets to that side, now the bank server is receiving instructions to send the money to the hacker's bank account. There are so many different ways that this can be done, and there are so many different specific applications for this strategy, for this tactic, but this is essentially what it looks like, right? It's a very simple concept to understand. Detecting the fact that this is happening is what makes our job so difficult, because it's kind of difficult to notice, which is why we actually have this kind of being the last specific detection strategy that we're going to do inside of the network security detection part of this. It's one of the more difficult things to try to intercept or to try to detect. But if you know how to intercept and detect something like this, you will become extremely valuable from the cybersecurity perspective, from the security analyst perspective, and your company will pay you a good chunk of money. So that's basically the best way that I can introduce to you the concept of the man-in-the-middle attack. So we're going to be talking about understanding the common man-in-the-middle attack vectors and techniques, how to identify the indicators of compromise for these types of attacks, master network monitoring tools for detecting suspicious traffic patterns, practice incident response procedures for these types of scenarios, and the prerequisites would be to understand the basics of Wireshark, to have gone through network security essentials and the network discovery detection rooms. So if you have not gone through those videos and have not gone through these specific concepts, I would encourage you to go through them. I'm going to touch on them as best as I can, but I can't go too far into teaching you the basics of Wireshark. So if you don't know how Wireshark works, there are probably a good dozen videos. They misspelled Wireshark, by the way. Like, this is how you know a human wrote this, because they misspelled Wireshark. They did networks discovery detection instead of network discovery detection. So whoever did this room was in a rush, clearly, and nobody was there to spell check them. So if you don't know what Wireshark is, if you've never used it before, there are a lot of videos on this channel that you can reference to learn about the tool. If you don't understand network security or network discovery detection, the videos on SOC Level 1 playlist, which is the playlist that you're on right now, you can go ahead and find those videos. So all of these things are available to you. And if you've never gone through them, if these are foreign concepts to you, I would recommend that you go through them so that you understand them and prepare yourself for the next stages of this video. And of course, the lab connection, which is basically a virtual machine that's been assigned to us. You can see the IP address on the top right here. And the way that I got access to it, right here in the middle of this, there was a green button that said start machine. I clicked on it and it took about a minute and the machine status turned to on. We also get kind of like a little introductory scenario that it's Acme Corp and they have unusual traffic patterns, possible man-in-the-middle attack. So on several days, the attacker quietly intercepted communications, redirected connections, and captured user credentials. So we're going to be the SOC analyst investigating these incidents. And there are 3 different types of spoofing. Spoofing is just another word for disguising. This is what it is, right? The hacker is disguising themselves in the digital realm to seem trustworthy. That's all they're doing. So there's different types of spoofing. For example, ARP spoofing that has to do with the MAC addresses. There's the DNS spoofing that has to do with domain names, and then SSL stripping that has to do with security certificates. So secure socket layer certificates that encrypt communications. So to be able to strip the SSL certificate means that you are stripping the encryption from that interaction, and now you're able to see the plain text and capture credentials. So these are the different tactics that we're going to be covering in today's video. And that's pretty much it. So we have the man in the middle folder on our desktop. There's a log file that we can reference. And then of course the Splunk instance is going to be hosted on this IP address at port 8000, and the network logs are inside of that specific index. So we're going to be able to do our investigations that way. I'm going to be using the Splunk version of the investigation because I want you to get really good with Splunk. It's a very powerful tool that will be used a lot inside of the cybersecurity world, especially when you go ahead and get hired at a job to do this kind of stuff. So that's pretty much it. So I'm going to check these answers real quick, and then we'll move on to the overview of the man in the middle. So I feel like I did a pretty decent job of explaining what an overview of this attack is, but we'll go through the documentation for TryHackMe and see if there's anything that I may have missed. So this is a cyber attack where the attacker secretly intercepts and potentially alters communication between two parties, like a user and a service, without the user's knowledge. And the attacker may eavesdrop to steal sensitive data like credentials and credit card info, or inject malicious content like, for example, their own account number for a transfer, right? These attacks can target any organization or individual, especially where encryption or authentication is weak, which is where attackers will probably search for low-hanging fruit. So if you have really strong encryption and authentication in your network, then you're just going to deter the attackers. So the best defense sometimes is just really strong security posture. And they look at you, they're like, oh, this is going to be too much of a pain in the ass to try to attack this organization, so let's just move on to somebody else, right? So this is it. This is kind of their display, right? So the normal user with the service that they're communicating with, and then they have the attacker in the middle right here. I think my visuals were cooler than this, honestly, but it delivers the same point, really. So how the attack works. They generally involve two main steps. Interception, where the attacker inserts themselves into a communication stream, often by exploiting weaknesses in network protocols or by using techniques like ARP, DNS, or IP spoofing. And then they manipulate, decrypt, etc. So they try to access or modify the communication, decrypting encoded data or injecting harmful content, such as altered website responses or fake login forms. The common types would be to sniff packets via a tool like Wireshark, for example, where they capture unencrypted data packets exchanged over a network, often to an open Wi-Fi, which is why one of the key recommendations I make to anybody that just wants to be secure and they have no clue about cybersecurity practices, etc. My thing is, if you connect to the Wi-Fi of a Starbucks or some kind of a hotel Wi-Fi or something like that, don't do anything on your phone that is sensitive. For example, don't log into your bank account. Don't log into anything that has your secret information. I wouldn't even check my email if I was on an open Wi-Fi. If I want to go ahead and watch a video or something, fine, I'll do that. Or if I want to do a Google search and it's taking too long, I'll do that. Something along those lines. But I wouldn't log into anything that holds sensitive information. And all in all, you just don't want to log into Wi-Fi. So one of the things that, or open free Wi-Fi, there's so many different hacker conventions where if you go to these hacker conventions, first of all, the hackers don't stay at the same hotel that the convention is being held at. That's one of the key things, because they don't want to be connected to the Wi-Fi of that hotel. That's number one. The second thing is when they show up to the convention, they don't bring their phones. They don't bring anything that could have Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or anything like that. And if they do, it'll be on airplane mode or the device will be turned off. Just something to completely avoid a possibility that a hacker may connect to their devices. So that's just a really, really big best practice if you decide to go to a hacker convention. Don't stay at the hotel that the actual ballroom is in. So like if they're holding the ballroom or the convention inside of the convention room at a specific hotel, don't stay in that hotel, stay at a different hotel. And then when you actually show up, try to avoid bringing your cell phone. If you must bring your cell phone, I mean, it feels like you just should not bring your cell phone, because if you're going to put it on airplane mode, you might as well just not bring it. Anyways. Session hijacking, stealing and using session tokens to impersonate users. SSL stripping, which is downgrading the HTTPS connections to insecure HTTP to steal or alter data transferred. DNS spoofing, redirecting legitimate website traffic to fraudulent domains by manipulating DNS responses. IP spoofing, which is the same thing, but sending it to an IP address, right? Coming from a trusted IP instead of the fake IP, right? So it's, again, spoofing is just impersonating, right? So they are spoofing the communication between domain names. In this case, they are spoofing the communication between IP addresses to make it seem like one IP is actually communicating with another trusted IP when it's actually being sent to a malicious IP. Rogue Wi-Fi access points. This is a really, really big one. A Wi-Fi access point is basically a device that offers Wi-Fi. So if you go into a hotel and you take your own Wi-Fi access point and then you plug it into the wall and you connect that Wi-Fi access point to the hotel's Wi-Fi, and then somebody thinks that your access point is the hotel Wi-Fi, so they connect to your access point, you can go ahead and capture all of the traffic between their device by creating a fake network that intercepts all of the user traffic. So this is actually one of the most powerful ways to do it. It's just most places, if they have decent security, the moment that they notice that there's a Wi-Fi access point being connected to their network, they'll go ahead and detect where it is in the building. They'll shut it down, and if they know that it's you, you'll get into a lot of trouble. Real world examples. So in 2017, Equifax, which is a major credit reporting agency, is actually one of the most important ones because so many banks and lending institutions use the credit score from Equifax. It suffered a major data breach due to a man-in-the-middle attack, which exposed the sensitive data of over, wait for it, 100 million different users. That is insane. That is a very large number of users. High-profile attacks have included code injections by internet service providers and state actors intercepting search traffic via SSL spoofing. Then we have man-in-the-middle and cyber kill chain. So this is part of the cyber kill chain. If you don't know what it is, the most popular one is from Lockheed Martin. So if you do cyber kill chain just by itself, the first link will be the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. And if you're not familiar with this would be a really, really good time to learn about it. So cyber kill chain, as you can see, it starts with reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, and action on objectives. And typically, command and control is where man in the middle really is taking place. But we can go ahead and technically do reconnaissance by doing man in the middle attacks. So to effectively analyze and respond to security events, the analyst must contextualize alerts within a broader model of adversary operations. Isolated indicators gain significance when mapped against the attacker's tactics, techniques, and procedures, also known as TTPs. A widely adopted model for this is the cyber kill chain, a framework that sequences the typical Okay, so these are the distinct phases, which we already looked at. So if you want to just kind of pause and read through this, you can, or if you just want to go through the Lockheed Martin website or do a Google search, you can. But this is basically it. So 1, 2, 3, moving on to the next piece. 1, 2, 3. If you wanted to read those, you could do that. So situating that within the cyber kill chain, the exploitation technique could be a version of it, where they exploit the inherent trust and design limitations of core network protocols like ARP and DNS. By manipulating these protocols, an attacker can intercept a communication channel. This act of session interception is a form of exploitation and provides the adversary with their initial foothold for eavesdropping or active manipulation. This could also be an installation vector. Once the attacker has successfully established a man-in-the-middle position, they control data streams and use it as a delivery mechanism for malicious payloads. For example, they can inject a browser exploit, malware dropper, or remote access Trojan into legitimate unencrypted downloads. This action responds or corresponds to the installation phase where adversary establishes persistence or deploys additional malicious tools onto the victim system. The version that I referenced, which was the command and control, is when basically the device that is connected to, so let's say this is the device, or let's go up here, see if we have that picture right here. So this device, right, this device right here, there's a C2 server that is watching all of the interactions between this device and the rest of the network. And this specific device is sending data packets to this server. And a lot of times, I guess it's technically not man in the middle because it's not in the middle of the two specific communications. But by sending data to an external server and that server is just watching everything that's going on, that counts as man in the middle, in my humble opinion. But I mean, you know, for the intensive purposes of this specific section in this specific room, we're saying that it's connected to the installation and the exploitation vectors. So detecting a man-in-the-middle attack is critical finding. It signifies that an adversary is actively engaged in blah, 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 blah. So it's important, right? So it's important. You just need to know that a man-in-the-middle attack is very, very catastrophic. It can do a lot of damage. A lot of data can be stolen, and a lot of damage can be caused. So it's just very important for us to be aware of this and learn how to detect it. That's pretty much it. So we're going to look at the first version of this, which is ARP spoofing. Okay, so from this point on, we're going to be covering the same concept, just with different details. So spoofing is the key concept that we're going to be talking about. We're going to look at the ARP spoofing, DNS spoofing, and of course SSL stripping, which is just another version of all of these things. So first, we need to really understand what spoofing is, okay? ARP spoofing or DNS spoofing or IP spoofing or whatever you want to call it, it all pretty much says the same thing, just with different data points. So to understand what the ARP protocol is and how attackers misuse it to perform man in the middle, okay? ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol. This is on the, when you're looking at the ISO model, I want to say iOS, no, ISO, the ISO model. So if we were to go ahead and look at this real quick, so ISO model, if we were to look at this, it'll give us a few different data points, right? So this is the OSI, that's what I'm looking for, not ISO, sorry, dyslexia. Dyslexia is a big thing for me. So the OSI model, the OSI model, okay? Layer 1 is the bottom layer right here, where it's looking at the physical, where you have media, signal, binary transmission, and then you have data link, and then you have network. So in these three specific layers is where a lot of the initial types of spoofing can take place, and then DNS or something like that will happen in these upper layers right here. So ARP spoofing actually has to do with the data link layer, because the address resolution protocol is the protocol that will connect a MAC address. So let's kind of zoom in on this a little bit. The ARP protocol will connect a MAC address to an IP address, okay? So the MAC address is something that is connected to the, it's like the ID, the physical ID of a device. So, you know, your cell phone, your laptop, a server, it'll have a MAC address on it. The MAC address is just the physical identification of that device. Now, this MAC address is going to be connected to an IP address, which will then be the identification of that device on the network, right? In the internet at large, or your local network where your devices communicate with each other. But ARP resolution, the address resolution protocol, has to do with that data link layer. So it maps IP addresses to MAC addresses in a local network. When a device wants to send data to another IP, it first asks who has this IP, right? And that question will go out to all of the devices in your local network based on their MAC addresses, right? So it's going to say something like, you know, MAC address A is going to send a blast out to every device in your network, and it's going to say, hey, which one of your MAC addresses has this specific IP address? And then the device will actually reply, and it'll say, yeah, I'm the one with this IP address. Here's my MAC address, right? And so that's how your device A will know, okay, device C actually has this specific IP address, okay? So spoofing in an ARP environment is when the attacker sends fake ARP replies to trick devices into associating the attacker's MAC address with a legitimate IP address, usually the default gateway, because the default gateway, this is your router, right? So this is just another way of saying your router that you got from your internet service provider, the geteway that all of the different devices in your network will connect to before they go out and connect to the internet. If the hacker says that I'm actually the default gateway, then all of the devices in your network will be like, oh, cool, okay, so we want to go through you to connect to the internet, right? And it's like, great, okay, no problem. And so all of the data packets will go through that fake default gateway to get to the internet. So the internet holds what? It holds your Gmail account, it holds your bank account, it holds anything that you want to associate with that is not on your local network, which basically is everything for most people, right? So if that's the case, if the hacker can pretend to be the default gateway, then all of the communications inside of that network have to go through the hacker. And so the hacker will say, my MAC address, right, is this IP address, which is typically number one. So it's like all I have to do is I have to just scan your specific network real quick, right? So if I have just an IP address of one device in your network, I can scan your entire network, I can find out what that IP address is, and then I will say something like, what is the default IP for a default gateway, right? So the default IP for a default gateway will be something usually like anything that ends with 1, because that's the first one inside of that subnetwork. So if your subnet starts with 192.168.0, the very first address right after that is your default gateway. It's assigned to your router. Same thing here. This is the subnet 192.168.1, and then this will be the default gateway. So actually, I think in this particular case, this would be the subnet because it's a much larger network. So this is a local area network for a house. And inside of this network, you can have 254 IP addresses because the first one is for their default gateway. The last one is usually for the broadcast IP address. So anything in the middle, and there's a total of 256 available for each one of these octets. So as long as the first one is taken and the last one is taken, you're left with 254 devices. So in this network, which is just a basic home network, that's what it's like. If the network has more than 254 devices, which is usually what a company is like, then their subnet will be like this. So this is the subnet 192.168, and then this would be the first IP that's typically assigned to their default gateway. And in this particular case, you have 254 times 254, which ends up being a much larger number. And I think it's like 65,530 something. I don't know exactly what the full number is, but it's much, much, much bigger than just 254 addresses. But you can see that it's the first one and then the first one, which ends up being the first address that can be assigned in that subnet that ends up being the IP address assigned to the actual router, right? So that's basically all you need to know, right? If somebody's pretending to be the default gateway, they're trying to take that very first address, but they just need to find out what your subnet is so they can say, okay, well, I just need to say that I'm this, or let's say in a local network, I'm this, right? So this is my subnet. So if I know that that's the subnet, then all I got to do is just take the first position and tell all the devices in that house that I'm the default gateway. And then they'll go ahead and just assume that my MAC address is the default gateway's MAC address. Therefore, they're going to send all the data to me. The reason why this works, key reason why this works, is that there's no authentication. There's no username and password to validate any of this stuff. Any device can send unsolicited I am at this location message. So, this MAC address is at this location, right? That's the thing that can be done without authentication. So an attacker exploits this by sending fake ARP replies to victims and gateways again, right? So if I find out that this is your subnet, and then I scan your subnet, And we've done this a lot in the Nmap rooms where you learn how to scan a subnet. So the way that it would be done would be a command like this. So Nmap, and then you would do whatever the IP address is. So 192.1.1. And then I know that this is the subnet, right? So I'll do 0/24. Now I'm scanning everything inside of this subnet. I'm telling Nmap that, you know, the first 3 octets is what I'm most interested at. And so if the first 3 octets, that's 3 times 24, so we're giving it the first 24 bits. And all I'm saying, I just want to know all of the IP addresses that exist on these 24 bits right here. And so Nmap will scan and it'll reply and it'll say, I found, you know, these 12 IP addresses inside of this subnet. So then I can go ahead and use something like the address resolution protocol to tell all of those IP addresses, those 12 different IP addresses, saying that, hey, listen, 192.1.1.1, right, which is the default gateway, this specific IP address is at this MAC address. And then I give it my MAC address for my malicious computer. And then all the devices are like, oh, okay, cool. So the default gateway is right there. So if we want to communicate with the internet, then we just got to go through this specific MAC address and send all of our packets to that MAC address. I need to log into my bank account. Let me just go ahead and tell this MAC address that I need to connect to my bank's servers to be able to log into my bank account. Here are my credentials to log into my bank account. And then this MAC address, this malicious MAC address, now received the credentials for somebody's bank. So this is very simple. Hopefully I didn't like overcomplicate it or anything like that, but it's very simple. So the results now are the victim's ARP cache, or cache, whatever you want to call it, becomes poisoned. All traffic intended for the gateway flows through the attacker first, and then it goes to the internet. And this is why it's actually super effective, because it still goes to the internet. It just goes through the attacker first, and then it goes to the internet. And the victim has no idea that that just happened, right? Which is why it's so important for us as security analysts to do these things. So the indicators of the address resolution protocol poison, or the ARP man-in-the-middle attack, are like this. So we got to look at these specific indicators while investigating the logs or network traffic. So duplicate MAC to IP mappings, meaning multiple MAC addresses claiming the same IP address. This indicates impersonation. Unsolicited ARP replies. So high number of ARP replies without matching requests, right? This is known as gratuitous ARP. So if there's a bunch of replies coming from the hacker saying, hey, I'm at this location. And then it's like, well, nobody asked you, bro. It's like, why are you just unsolicited advice, right? You're giving unsolicited feedback. Nobody asked you where you are. So why are you just telling everybody where you are? That's a really big red flag. Abnormal ARP traffic volume, a large number of ARP packets in short intervals, unusual traffic routing, traffic rerouted through the attacker's MAC address. And it's like, well, that's also kind of weird. The MAC address of our specific router is not the MAC address that the traffic is actually going through. What's happening? Gateway redirection patterns, multiple destination MAC addresses for the same gateway IP. Address resolution probe or reply loop. So many ARP requests with who has this, tell this, right? And this will be the IP address of the attacker. So they're asking every single address inside of they're asking every single MAC address, I should say, inside of that network to say, hey, who has this specific IP address? And then now you're getting a reply from all of the MAC addresses, and then they're telling you, and then you can find out the MAC address for the default gateway that way, or the MAC address for your victim that way, by just sending a bunch of different requests and then trying to find out where everything is matching up. So for the case investigated, we have the following information. The gateway is sitting at address 1, beautiful. The attacker, we don't know. The victim, we don't know. The domain is the corp login acme corp local domain. Network traffic analysis, we're going to end up doing inside of the PCAP file that's placed in the folder on the desktop, narrowing down the ARP traffic. So this is the version to do it with Wireshark. So first you just do ARP right here, and then from that you can see all of the ARP packets, and then you can see gratuitous ARP. So these are all the gratuitous replies right here. And then you see who has it, tell this, and then this one is at this MAC address, right? So who has the default gateway? who has default gateway, tell this IP address. Default gateway is at this MAC address. Who has this specific IP address, tell that IP address. And then da-da-da-da-da, and then da-da-da-da. Gratuitous. Who has, tell all these different IPs. So you can see that there's a lot of stuff going on. Who has this? So these are all just ARP protocols that are being done, okay? Not necessarily malicious, right? But these are just a bunch of ARP protocols that are being done. So you'll see requests and replies with who as and is at pointing to requests and responses, so we can examine this. So if we do Control-Alt-1 to fix the time that's been displayed, you can now see instead of it being the number of seconds, right? So this is what you see right here. Or actually, no, I think this is the time. I think that's the actual time. So in this particular second, in this case, it's, what is it doing? So press this to fix the time display. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is after they did this, and then we can actually see the actual time that's been displayed. Otherwise, the default view inside of Wireshark just shows you the number of seconds or milliseconds, nanoseconds from the beginning of the capture. It doesn't give you actual timestamps the way that we see right here. Okay, so this is how we find ARP requests. So the op code for a request is 1. So you just do arp.opcode equals 1, and then now you see only requests. Responses would be opcode 2, so you just do opcode 2, and then you get only responses. So this displays the responses from various hosts. Examining these closely reveals multiple responses, including gratuitous ones. Legitimate replies typically correspond to the recent who has requests. Suspicious activities indicated by numerous replies with no visible requests or repeated advertisements of the same IP address from a suspicious MAC address. Gratuitous responses can be done with arp.isGratuitous, and it'll give us all of these gratuitous responses. So unsolicited, right? ARP traffic associated with the gateway. We have the information about the IP and the MAC address associated with the gateway. So let's apply this. So this is now kind of an advanced query here inside of Wireshark. So we're looking for the ARP protocol, and we're looking for the source prototype for, source protocol for the IPv4 address here. And we're giving it the source protocol for this, the default gateway. And then I was about to say Ethereum. Ethernet. The Ethernet source is going to be this MAC address. So ethernet.source is where you actually designate a specific MAC address. And so you're saying that I want the ARP protocol, and I want the IP address to be this, and I want the MAC address to be this. So this is a very specific, very unique request that we're making into Wireshark. So we should get a small number of responses. And now we can see that only the ARP responses, narrowing down the default gateway to further probe about the MAC addresses associated with that IP using the following filter. So now looking at responses here. So these were the requests, I'm sorry. I believe these were, no, it actually doesn't say requests. So this is just looking at those specific data sets. So there's no request being made here yet. In this case, now we're looking at all of the responses, and then we're looking at the IP address for the default gateway. And then so when we look at the responses with the default gateway, we notice, and then you've seen it being blocked out, you notice that the responses here, so it's at this specific MAC address, these are most likely the ones coming directly from the actual router. These are legitimate responses. But then when the spoofing takes place, all of a sudden you see that the MAC address is no longer normal. It's actually a different MAC address, saying that, yeah, the default gateway is actually at this MAC address, when we know that this is actually the MAC address of our default gateway. So this is when the spoofing has started to take place. So the frequency of these ARP replies indicates that indeed it's ARP spoofing. So let's confirm by doing another filter. So again, we're looking at replies, and we're looking at the column info here. So the WS call info, I wonder what that stands for, contains this specific, so I'm guessing it's the information column here. So it contains this data, which is, the IP address for the router is at. So we're looking for that specific phrase. So in a way, we're just trying to get rid of the gratuitous ARP responses here. So we're just looking at a specific phrase that 192 is at, because I think the gratuitous responses, yeah, so the gratuitous responses don't have that verbiage in here. And so we can now see that, okay, so now a different MAC address, again, is saying that this specific IP address is now at this different MAC address. The first part focuses on the ARP responses, and the second part focuses on the content shown in the information column. It filters out the ARP responses, which are pointing to the gateway. But if we look closely, we can see that the attacker uses ARP spoofing. Okay, we already saw all of this. So we can also filter ARP code 2, ARP source protocol, IPv4, being the IP, which shows the same result. So examining the suspicious MAC address now. So we're looking at replies, we're looking at the protocol and the IPv4 address for the router, and now we're giving it the actual MAC address, which we believe to be the malicious MAC address. And then we can see, again, all of the same replies, but now it confirms that the attacker is spoofing the ARP. So checking for duplicate IP to MAC mappings. So duplicate address detected is one of the things that we're looking for here. And then we're looking for the ARP duplicate address frame. So you can see, where is this at? So this is not actually inside of the filter itself. It's not inside of the query. They're still just doing the reply code, the response code right here, the IPv4 address, and the Ethereum address. I keep saying Ethereum. The Ethernet address. We're looking, my mind is on crypto, clearly. So the response, the IP for the default gateway, the router, as well as the MAC address, which in this case seems to be, and so they kind of gave it away here. They blocked it out and everything, but they gave it away. So this is actually the MAC address for the hacker. That's so funny, bro. They blocked all of these. They blocked it because they're like, yeah, we don't want to give away the address. But then it's like, well, there's the address. You just gave away the answer. Silly man. See, you see right here, they blocked it right here, but he forgot to block it down here. That's what happens when you're in a hurry. The result indicates that the attacker successfully performed spoofing, blah, 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 blah. So how many ARP packets from the gateway were observed? What is the MAC address used by the attacker to impersonate the gateway? It's right here. So you know what? I want to actually go ahead and figure out if this is indeed the MAC address. So I'm going to just save this inside my notes because obviously I can't copy and paste that because it's in an image. But I am so curious to see if this is indeed the answer. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take that. We're going to copy that. We're going to bring it right here. Let's see. Yup. I didn't even need to do an investigation. I'm just a hacker, bro. I have the hacker mindset. And if you give me something like that, that's a layup right there. You're basically asking me to cheat, is what you're telling me. Okay, so at least we got that. So that's the MAC address used by the attacker. But we'll still do the investigation, obviously, because we got to do all these other things. So let's see. Let me go ahead and open up the actual split screen here so that we can go into our investigation virtual machine. So we'll do show split view. Boom. So there it is. So while that loads real quick, we're going to go back down to the questions. And let's go ahead and open up the PCAP file. So this is the man-in-the-middle traffic folder. And inside of this folder, we have the PCAP file. And we could have done the same thing, I'm pretty sure, on the Splunk instance, but I think it might be a little bit easier to do it with Wireshark, which is why they have given us the instructions to do it on Wireshark. It's also important to know Wireshark, so I'll say that. So it's really important to know Splunk. It's also really important to know Wireshark. Okay, cool. So here's Wireshark. Let's put that into full screen. All right, first question, how many ARP packets from the gateway MAC address were observed? So we actually want the real gateway MAC address, I believe. And then we want the MAC address from the attacker. So we already saw this right here. What else do we have? How many gratuitous ARP replies were observed? How many unique MAC addresses claim the same IP address? How many ARP spoofing packets were observed in total from the attacker? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say 2 for this one. Let's see if that's the right answer. That is, because if there are unique MAC addresses claiming the same IP address for the default gateway, and we already know that it's an ARP spoofing attack and there's only one attacker, it's just kind of like a really, again, another like really easy question. So 2 would be the case. There are unique MAC addresses trying to be the default gateway, 2 of them. Okay, so let's start from the top. It says how many ARP packets from the gateway MAC address were observed. So if we just start from the very, very top and just do all of these things right here. So I'm just going to skip this one because this one's kind of a gimme. So obviously we want ARP. We want the default gateway MAC address. There's also gratuitous. I think this is an easy one too. So if we just do ARP.isGratuitous, which is what you see in the filling right here, gratuitous, like that. So if we look at that, that's all of our gratuitous packets. There are 3,281, and then out of all of those, there's 145 displayed. So those are the gratuitous. Now, does it ask for how many gratuitous ARP replies? Okay, that's what it is. So ARP is gratuitous is what we want, and then the ARP opcode equaling 2 is what we want. So if we go and ARP.opcode equals 2, these are the replies. So if we go here, it actually says 135. So that's kind of odd. So ARP opcode equals 2 is the reply, right? That's basically it. But the answer says how many gratuitous ARP replies were observed. Oh, I'm sorry. For this IP address. So this is another thing. So we got to go ahead and do the other one, which is this specific one, arp.source.protocol IPv4 equals that. So we also need to do that. So I'm just going to copy that piece and go right here and put that in there. Now we should only get, okay, so we got 2 of those. So gratuitous for that, there it is. So this is the query right here. So we looked at ARP is gratuitous and the opcode is 2 because we want replies, and the source protocol IPv4 address is the router, which is that right there. And so we can see the source MAC address, the same right here. And then if we go right here, gratuitous responses. So none of this is really malicious. Oh, and so this is what we got to do right here that they told us to do at the top to change the timestamp into a normal timestamp. So what was it? It was control what? Something. Let's see. Control Alt 1 to fix the time. So if I go here and do Control Alt 1. No, it's Control Shift. Control Alt 1. Nope. Do I have even Control Alt? I'm on a Mac, so I don't know. Does this Control Alt? Nope. None of these work. Yep, none of those work. So what I can do is I can click on this and then time shift. Nope, not time shift, sorry. I'll find out exactly what the thing is real quick. But there is a way that you can do it without actually doing the Control Alt whatever. And I think it might be under view the time. Hold on, let's go. I'll figure it out. Time display format. There we go. Time display format. And so it says seconds since first captured packet, which is what the default is. So we want date and time of day, basically. So you just do that, and then now it changes it into the date and time of day. That's basically it. So, okay, cool. So that was the answer to the question with the gratuitous replies. Now it says how many ARP packets from the gateway MAC address were observed. So if we know that this is the gateway MAC address, right, because that's the IPv4 address right here, and these are the replies, and so this is our gateway MAC address. So if I go ahead and copy the value of this right here, let me see, copy summary as text, no, I want to copy the value of that. So how do we do that? Let's say we just don't do that. We go ahead up here and we do apply it as a filter, and we'll apply our MAC address for the router as a filter. That's what we're looking for. It says how many ARP packets from the gateway MAC address were observed. So we just did it right here. So when you click on the source, right click on that and you apply that as a packet, it'll create that query for you. So in our case, ethernet.source equals this MAC address, which is the legitimate MAC address for our default gateway router. And so we can see that they're all ARP protocols, so that's a good thing. And then down here we have displayed 10. So 10 of them have been displayed. So let's see if that's right. And that is right. Okay, so how many ARP spoofing packets were observed in total from the attacker? Okay, so now we need to change a few things here. So we need to go ahead and go and do a couple of things. So we're going to change this to just ARP in general. And we're going to do it so that we can actually see the ARP, what do we want? ARP spoofing packets in total. So we want to try to find the one where it was just going to show all of the IP addresses for it. So ARP opcode, let's say 2, and then protocol equals this. Okay, there we go. So this is the best one, I think. So copy this, and this is the one that we got right here. So we're looking at replies, right? So we're looking at replies. We're looking at the source IP address being the default gateway, the router, and ARP protocol. So very, very simple. So we're going to do and paste that in there, press enter. So now we should see, there we go. So now we see 2 different MAC addresses pretending to be the default gateway. So now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and make it so that the instead of the opcode being a specific opcode for replies or requests, we need to change that completely. So we're going to get rid of the ARP code portion right here, and we're going to make it so that the MAC address is now reading the MAC address of this specific malicious actor right there. So I'm just going to highlight this and copy this just in case I need it, and let's see if that it is. So again, we're just going to go right here. We're going to right click on that. We're going to apply this as a filter, and that'll be just the MAC address of the attacker. That's it. And so now it shows everything from the MAC address of the attacker, and there is a total of 22 packets from the MAC address of the attacker. So let's see. That is not the answer. So okay, so how many ARP spoofing packets were observed in total from the attacker? So we're looking for ARP spoofing packets. Oh, you know what? Because there's a DNS right here and DNS right there. So I do need to go ahead and just change this. I mean, so we can literally subtract 2 from them, but let's just be engineers, right? So we're going to say only our protocol, and I just want them to be affiliated with that MAC address. So now it's what? 20. So, okay, so we're going to go ahead here, try 20, and no, that is also incorrect. So I guess there's more. So, okay, so Ethereum source. So actually, you know what? Yeah, because there's going to be Ethereum source and there's going to be Ethereum destination. I keep saying Ethereum, bro. Oh my God, dude. That's insane. I don't know what the heck is happening with me. So we'll do Ethernet. I was about to say it again. Ethernet destination equals that. So let's do that. Actually, no. So not and. It actually needs to be, I think we need to actually delete this entirely. And then we need to change this from ethernet.source to ethernet. Let's say address. I think that might be a good one. So instead of it just being, nope, that's not it either. So Ethernet, let's just do that by itself. That's not it either. So we can do this ethernet.source, right? So this is another thing that you can do. Or ethernet.dst equals that, and then we can put that inside of parentheses. So now we're looking at either or, right? So we're looking at either or of these. Where's the open? There you go. So either or of those queries, and then we just want it to also be ARP. So press enter. Okay, so now we have, and now again it says 22, but 22 was not the right answer. So this is something that I now have to do a little bit more homework and try to find out exactly what it is that I am missing in this particular case. Okay, so it says now that we've identified, let's narrow down the MAC address that is associated, So this will be the query, and so they've just redacted the MAC address of the attacker, but we're looking for the replies, right? And then we're looking for the source protocol being the actual router, the default gateway, and then just the MAC address of the specific attacker. So in this case, we can actually delete most of this. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that piece. We'll leave the, what do we want? We want the source. So we're going to leave the source portion of this. So there's that, and then we're going to delete the intro parentheses. So ARP opcode equals 2 and ARP.source.proto IPv4 equals to 192.168.10.1, and the Ethereum, my God, the Ethernet source. So we have a total of 14 displayed. So let's go down here. Let's check 14. All right, there it is. Cool. Okay, so ARP spoofing packets were observed from this, which is basically the IP address, right? So the IP address is the router. So the MAC address, the malicious MAC address, is replying as the router. And then they're saying that, yeah, this is me. I'm the MAC address that belongs to the router. So those are the spoofing packets that we just noticed. So we were close. I just needed to also make sure that I included the IP address of the router itself in addition to everything else. So cool. So that's pretty much it for the ARP spoofing. So now we can move on to DNS spoofing, and I bet you can kind of follow along much easier because this is pretty much the same thing. Just now we're going to be looking at a different protocol. Okay, so to understand this, we just need to understand DNS. And so the example that we have here is that if you think of DNS as your phone's contact list, right? You don't remember your friends' phone numbers. I want to be very blatant here. I used to remember everybody's phone numbers, or at least the people who were important to me. I used to remember their phone numbers, but now I remember 3 people's phone numbers basically. The phones have made us dumber, I think. So you don't remember your friends' phone numbers unless you're Rain Man or something. You just tap on their name, right? Similarly, DNS translates human-friendly websites, for example, google.com, into a computer-friendly IP address. And so if we went to look at the Google IP address, so if I did something like, for example, I think it's nslookup.io, right? So this is kind of like the web-based version of this, where we can just go here and say www.google.com and then find the DNS records for me. And so it shows us, okay, so the DNS IPv4 records for Google are all of these addresses that you see right here. Now, why does Google have so many of them simultaneously over the last minute and 14 seconds that have taken place? Or I guess it's going to be revalidated in a minute and 14 seconds. This is a security protocol for Google, right? So Google obviously gets attacked very frequently, so they need to keep attackers on their toes. Therefore, they have a variety of different IP addresses dedicated to the same domain of google.com. This is a defense mechanism. If we did the same thing for TryHackMe.com, we can probably expect a few smaller list of IP addresses. Now we can also see that TryHackMe also has multiple IPv4 addresses because there's a good chance that TryHackMe also gets attacked very regularly because they're literally training hackers. So it wouldn't be a surprise where TryHackMe got attacked. I'm trying to find like a really basic website that might not have multiple IP addresses, but I very much like anything that I can think of right now will most likely have a bunch of different IP addresses. Oh, Facebook, there you go. That's actually shocking that Facebook just has one IPv4 address. Now, that does not mean that this is going to stay, right? So they probably rotate their IPv4 addresses regularly, and they have a bunch of redundancies, meaning backup IP addresses. But essentially, this is what it is, right? So you're not going to remember this. And imagine if you had to check on Google, right? If you wanted to go to Google and you spent all this time remembering this IP address for Google, and finally you went to load that IP address and then Google didn't load. And you're like, well, what the hell? So now I have to remember this IP address or I have to remember this IP address? It's like, well, no, you just have to remember Google. And then as long as you remember that, the computers will end up talking to each other, and then they'll have these various addresses. Any of them will load at any given time just to make sure that the Google website loads for you. So instead of you having to remember a bunch of different numbers, and then, we just saw that Google just by itself has like a dozen different IP addresses. So instead of you having to remember that, then all you need to remember is just the domain name and then the DNS service, the domain name service, will go ahead and actually load that website for you based on its computer-friendly IP address. So DNS spoofing, this is also known as DNS cache poisoning, is when the attacker corrupts this specific system, the DNS system. They give your computer the wrong phone number for a website that you're trying to visit. For example, the wrong IP address for TryHackMe. So this is a powerful technique for launching man-in-the-middle attacks, and here's how it works. The victim tries to visit their bank at myrealbank.com. The attacker, who's already on the local network, perhaps via ARP spoofing, you see how it gets kind of stacked on top of each other? So they became your default gateway by ARP spoofing. And so now they know that you're going to visit your bank, so they intercept your DNS query. And then they quickly send a fake DNS response to the victim saying that myrealbank.com is at this IP address, and then they give the victim their own IP address. The victim's computer trusts this fake response and saves it in the DNS cache. When the victim tries to connect to their bank, they unknowingly connect directly to the attacker's server, which might host a perfect replica of the real banking site, which is not hard to do, by the way. You can create duplicates of any given website very quickly, and a lot of times for free. And the attacker is now in the middle, capturing everything the victim types, including their username and their password. So this is what it looks like, right? The user tries to connect to a resolver, which is the DNS resolver or the host file. So it basically resolves an IP address to a domain name, or it resolves the domain name to the IP address. And then they go ahead and they connect, right? So this is kind of, let me do this. There you go. That's better. So if we do this, right, so the user tries to go through the resolver goes through the attacker's specific connection, and then it goes to the domain name storage and then gets the malicious IP address, and the DNS is now spoofed. And then the authoritative DNS server is now updated on the particular case of the attacker. So this is what it actually looks like when if this person wasn't here, it would still be the same. The user would go through the resolver and they would connect to the server of whatever it is that they're trying to connect to. But in this particular case, since the attacker has already placed themselves at the gateway, whatever goes through the gateway will end up going through the attacker. The attacker notices that you're trying to connect to your bank, and then they will just go ahead and serve you that duplicate, that perfect duplicate of your bank's website. And now you've connected to, or you think you've connected to your bank, when in actuality you've connected to the attacker's website. So the indicators of this would be multiple DNS responses for the same query. So a legitimate resolver and a forged responser may reply to the same query. This is the single most reliable indicator. A DNS response from an unexpected source. So a DNS reply arrives from an IP address that does not match any configured resolver, for example, the Quad 8s or your DNS server. Suspiciously short time to live. Attackers use very low TTLs, 1 to 30 seconds, to keep poison entries short-lived and reassert control. And unsolicited DNS responses, where the reply appears without corresponding requests, very similar to what we saw on the ARP side. So the network traffic analysis for this, we're going to be doing with the network traffic PCAP file, looking for man-in-the-middle traffic. So we already have this loaded, so it should be pretty easy. So instead of looking for ARP, we're going to be looking for DNS in this particular case. And so again, it'll just show up all the DNS queries here. Looking for legitimate traffic. So Google actually has this address for us. This is a legitimate DNS server. It sits on 8888. And then I think there's another version for 10.10.10.10. So this is provided by Google, and this is a DNS server. This is a legitimate server where most of the websites in the world, if not all of the websites in the world, have their domain names associated with their given IP address. And it sits on this server that is housed by Google. Being that Google is the #1 search engine in the world, it would make sense that they would have a strong DNS server for everybody. So the response, so legitimate DNS server, will respond from a known external IP address. By filtering responses from this IP address, we can see that normal answers look like, or what they look like for comparison. So we will look for a response equals 1, and then that will give us the actual responses like a normal response. And so the source of the IP will end up being that quad 8, which is the DNS server from Google. So we look at this standard query response from corp login acme, google.com, updates.acme, etc., etc. Okay, so these are just normal responses, right? Examining these things, we can try to just look at the various flags, for example. So the one that we saw right here, the flag 1, and this is exactly what we can see right here, flag 1. Now we just haven't filtered for a specific host, right? So we can see that, okay, for a flag response, there's now a source IP address that is not the source IP address from Google for the DNS server, and it's saying a very similar response to what Google would actually say, 192 whatever, and this is the one for corp-login.acme-corp.local. So this is their local domain, and we can see up here the same domain was giving a different IP address, but now we got a new response that came from a different source IP address, and it's responding to us saying that that domain is on this different IP address. So that's a very big red flag. That same domain name, right? Corp login acme corp local originally was sitting on this IP address, but now it's sitting on a different IP address. Okay, so that's a good red flag. We can hunt for responses from the IP addresses other than the unusual one. For example, this malicious one that's been blacked out right here, or marked out. We find from an IP other than 888.8. This is an interesting find that we have discovered in an odd DNS request. We will note this and return to it later. So the response from the DNS server. So again, we're going to use the response flag right here, and then we're going to look at the IP source right here. So we'll see, same series of responses that we saw at the very, very beginning. So we can look at the DNS traffic from the domain of interest, which is that one that was spoofed originally. So we can go ahead and do DNS and then give a query name being the actual name of the domain that we're searching for. And then we can actually see the variety of different domains that are here, or the variety of different requests and responses that are from here, and that include this specific domain name. And then you can see right here, 168.10.13 responds to 8888, and then 8888 is the request, and then responds to 192.168.10.13. Now we have 192.168.10.14, 192.168.10.10, 10.18, 10.50, 10.12, 10.17, 10.10 again, 10.19, 10.17, and these are all communications going back and forth from the legitimate domain name server from Google, right? The quad 8 right there. And they're all in relation to this specific domain. So we can filter this for the domain of interest originating from the DNS server using the filter shown below. So response 1, IP source is going to be the Google server. DNS query name is going to be the name that we're looking for. So we're looking at an IP source, right, which is the Google server. So we can see all of the responses to that, and then we can see the destination responses are a variety of different IP addresses. They're all coming from the Google server to a bunch of different IP addresses. So it looks normal as expected. Responses other than the one from the server. So we explored the DNS originating from the Google server for the domain of interest. So let's apply this to see if any responses are coming from anything other than that server. So we can do again, response flag being 1, IP source is not the 8. So this is very key right here. It's the exclamation equal sign means not. So we're saying we want an IP source anything other than these quad 8s right here, and then looking for that same domain name, and lo and behold, we actually get one. And so, or we get 2, I guess, in this case. So this is what it looks like. It shows a system where the network acts as a rogue DNS server sending spoofed DNS responses. The analysis is that there was a successful multi-stage man-in-the-middle attack for the default gateway from the ARP poisoning, and then from the replies that we got for the DNS, the ARP poisoning has actually gone through, and they're now doing a DNS spoofing for this domain name for the local domain. Okay, so now we can actually go ahead and execute our investigation for the DNS. This one I think is going to be a little bit more straightforward because it's, as we just saw, the instructions were much shorter. But I think it's literally the same file that we're actually working with, so it should be pretty easy to do. So now in this case, we're just going to be doing what? DNS is the one that we're looking for. So out of the 3,281, we actually have 1,500 packets that have to do with DNS. So let's look at the very first question. It says, how many DNS responses were observed for the domain corp.acme? So we're just looking at responses for this specific domain. It doesn't matter what the IP address is. So we're going to go ahead and the response, I think there was one right here. So DNS query name, and we're looking for the response. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna combine this along with this one right here, which is the DNS query name corp login da 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 da. So I'm gonna go ahead and type those two queries here. Okay, so there we go. So we got responses, and then we're looking at DNS query name being that specific query. So let's press enter on that, and we have 211 responses with that specific domain corp. So 211, let's try that. Very good. Okay, cool. So the next question now says, how many DNS requests were observed from the IPs other than the quad 8, right? So this was the one that we saw right here where it said anything other than this, right? So response is here. So we're looking for requests instead of response. And then IP source other than that. And that's pretty much it. I don't think it says what the domain it is. So we're just looking at requests from IPs other than that quad 8. So instead of it being responses, we're going to go ahead and do requests, right? Is there a request? No, so it's not a response. So let's see right here. I wonder what the request one is. So hold on one second. Okay, so after a little bit of Googling, I have learned that I believe what the creator of this room was trying to say was how many different DNS responses were observed from the IP other than 8. So it would still be the same, where it would be response equals 1. We're essentially going to be duplicating this specific query right here, looking at anything other than that. So that's, I believe that's the one that we're actually looking for. So we're going to do exactly that query right there. So it's going to be essentially this exact thing. So I'm going to type it out because I want to actually kind of get good at this stuff right here. So instead of copy pasting, I'm actually just going to type this out real quick. Okay, so there we go. So now we got 2. So it was the 2 that we also saw as well. And we're going to also get to see the IP address that is the malicious IP address. So the number is 2. We actually saw that in the screenshots. Now it says, what IP did the attackers forged DNS response return for the domain? And this is the one that we can see right here. I believe it's the 168.10.15 that is available. So 192.168.10.55. I'm sorry, not 15, 55. So there we go, 192.168.10.55. That's pretty much it. So we looked at a few different queries, but mainly we're looking at the response code of 1. And I think DNS flags response 1. So let's actually see what this means right here, because I'm very curious. What does this mean? And so we can see that in network analysis, this response is a display filter using tools like Wireshark to show only DNS packets that are responses from a server rather than requests from a client. This helps to isolate the answers received from a DNS resolver. Yeah, so this is a very, so let's go like this, and we can do something like, what is the Wireshark DNS or DNS search query for finding DNS requests is the thing that we're looking for here. So DNS.flags.response equals 0. So that's, I guess, the one that would be for requests. And then when you do response equals 1 would be the actual response. So flags.response 0 would be a request. Flags.response 1 would be the actual response. So now this is the key piece right here, because this is the piece that kind of got me a little bit confused, because it said requests, right? So if I go and change this, and this is me just kind of going down the rabbit hole a little bit. If I go and change that into a response of 0, which is all of the actual requests, the answer would be 210, which is clearly not the right answer. So this guy, whoever this creator of this room is, so, you know, we should recognize them, whoever the creator of the room is. So created by Dex01. Dex01, thank you so much for your work, but you have kind of confused us a little bit because there were a couple of the spelling errors and things like that I have no problems with, but somebody going and, because this would have sent us down a very different rabbit hole and we would have been losing our minds trying to figure out the answer to this, because 2 is very, very different from 210. Okay, bro? So I'm just being real. I'm just being honest, right? I'm also thinking from the perspective of our students. So there are people who don't have an investigation background. There are people who are brand new to cybersecurity. And if they don't find this video and they're just trying to figure it out by themselves, they would lose their mind and they would be discouraged. So and this is a message to all of the creators of TryHackMe. I don't know if anybody's going to ever watch this, but if you do, then my kind request is please pay attention to what it is that you're doing, because you're going to, number one, just confuse people, but at the same time, you're going to most likely discourage people and they're not going to continue their studies. And that's the last thing that we want, because as educators, and if you're creating a room in TryHackMe, you are an educator. As educators, our job is to support the students, is to make the lives of the students a little bit easier by providing good enough instructions that will make learning easier. Because the concept of cybersecurity, just in general, is a very complicated concept. So to make things as easy as possible for somebody to understand, I would assume, and I would conclude, is the job of an instructor. That being said, let's go into the SSL stripping section. SSL stripping specifically is the concept of stripping the SSL certificate to unencrypt data. So when there's something called encryption, this could be in the form of TLS, which is transport layer security. Transport layer security used to be called SSL security, and SSL stands for the secure socket layer. But when we go ahead and look at Wireshark traffic, right, when we look at the captured traffic inside of Wireshark, it won't say SSL, it'll say TLS, and it'll give us kind of like a version of TLS that's been going on. But it's transport layer security. So if we go back to the OSI model that we looked at earlier, let me pull that up one more time. The OSI model shows us what we go into when the traffic actually leaves our local network. So I think this was the one that we were looking at the given time. And so, that's a much smaller version of what we were looking at. We could just look at this one, I guess that's fine. So when we look at any of these things, so it leaves the physical. So the physical is literally the wire itself, right? And then the data link is when your ARP address, your address resolution, your MAC address gets connected to an IP address, which ends up being the network, and then it actually leaves your network through transport, okay? So the transport layer is where that TLS certification, that TLS encryption comes in, because when it leaves your network, you want it to be secure. You don't want people to see what it is that you're doing and the data that you're sending and the data that you're trying to retrieve. You don't want that. You want your privacy. So that's where transport layer security comes in. And it comes in with the form of encryption. Now, I do this example all the time, so I'm going to show you again in case you haven't seen this. So if you go to your browser, right, and then you click on this little thing right here, depending on your browser, it might be different. I'm using Chrome. So we click on this, right? And that actually shows us tryhackme.com, connection is secure. I click on connection is secure, and it opens up a different section, and it says certificate is valid, right? I click on that, and it brings a pop-up right here for me. And on this pop-up, we get some information about our TLS certificate, our transport layer security certificate. So it's for tryhackme.com. It's from Google Trust Services. It's valid from April 1st of 2026. So it just got issued, and it's going to go to June 30th, and then it's going to get renewed again. So I think they reissue the certificate every 3 months or something like that, which is another security mechanism, right? So if you have a security infrastructure where you want to keep hackers on their toes, you'll go ahead and you will renew your certificate frequently because there's a fingerprint, right? So this is the fingerprint for the actual certificate. So SHA-256 is a 256-bit encryption. Now with quantum computing, 256-bit encryption may be very quickly decrypted, right? So this is the encryption right here. This is the actual keys for our encryption for the certificate that is in my session right now. It's actually securing my communication with the TryHackMe web servers. So we saw this version of it right here. If we went to Google, so if I just go to google.com and I click on that same thing, go to connection is secure, look at the certificate. Now right here, theirs is also a 3-month certificate, March 16, 2026 to June 8, 2026, different certificate, 256 fingerprints. And this all falls under, okay, let's encrypt the communication. And this one applies to any subdomain of google.com. So you can see that asterisks is a wildcard character, so it could be mail.google.com, drive.google.com, etc. So it applies to anything that is sitting on the google.com main domain, okay? So this is encryption. This is a transport layer encryption between a client and a server. So my computer is the client, the server is TryHackMe, Google, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. This causes the client to communicate over HTTP instead of HTTPS. When we say that, we're talking about stripping. So when you strip the certificate, when you strip that encryption, it causes the communication to go over HTTP instead of HTTPS. HTTP is the plain text version of HTTPS because encryption is now gone. The attacker retains a secure HTTPS session with the server while relaying plain HTTP to the victim, enabling eavesdropping and credential capture. So the victim initiates HTTPS request to a website. The attacker intercepts that request using the ARP spoofing or rogue access point that we talked about earlier. And then they connect to the website over HTTPS, but they will relay the response to the victim through plain text, which is HTTP. And then the victim unknowingly interacts over HTTP, exposing sensitive data, for example, their login credentials. The indicators of this kind of a stripping is when the initial request versus the response changes. So if the initial request comes from an encrypted standpoint on port 443, which is the HTTPS default port, but the subsequent packets immediately shift to HTTP, well, I don't know why it keeps doing this. Like when I highlight something, it just jumps up. Where am I? Where did I go? Right here. So the unencrypted request, or their response, right? So the request was via encryption on port 443, but the response, right, came back from HTTP, which is the plain text version, on port 80, same domain. So the interaction from the request to the response changed ports, same domain, and now instead of 443, it's been on port 80, which is plain text. Redirects or link rewriting. So monitoring for redirects, meaning the status of 301 or 302 that implies that it's been redirected, that persistently directs an HTTPS request to an HTTP resource. So it's redirecting the encryption or the encrypted request to an unencrypted source or response place or a server, I guess. The certificate errors, although the attacker usually tries to hide this, the initial TLS or SSL handshake may fail or display a self-signed certificate if the attacker uses a more direct proxy technique. Anytime that you can kind of like a dead giveaway for a self-signed certificate, because you can do the same thing. You can go to your computer's terminal and you can create a certificate and you can sign it yourself, meaning your computer can provide its signature via that SHA-256 hash value that we just saw. So you can actually sign your own certificate, but you are not a known authority, right? So again, let's go back to here and then we can look at the data here. So the issued by right here, in this case, is Google Trust Services. Google Trust Services is a certificate authority. So let's go over here and we can look at this. So who are the most commonly used certificate authorities, right? I can't spell today. So if we go right here, we'll get a list of certificate authorities. So you have Let's Encrypt, Global Sign, Sec2Go, GoDaddy Group, estimated market share. 60 to 64% global sign, Sec2Go, GoDaddy, etc. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go do something like this. Who is the certificate authority that Google uses? Let's see that. And so if we go right here, Google uses Google Trust Services, GTS. Now GTS, I don't think it wasn't. So GTS was actually not on this list of most used certificate authorities. And I would venture to say that Google is probably bigger than most of those guys anyways. But so Google Trust Services is a known certificate authority. So let's do this. Who are the known certificate authorities, right, for Google Chrome? So let's do that. So if we go search that up, we'll get some really interesting lists right here. So obviously, Let's Encrypt is on here. Global Sign, Sec2Go, GoDaddy, Google Trust Services, Bypass, BUYPASS, Swiss Sign. You know, these are known. So let's go and do another quick little thing. How do I find my approved, we'll do this pre-approved, certificate authorities for Google Chrome? Right? So this is a cool little thing. So now we can go settings, privacy and security, manage certificates. So let me do that real quick. Okay, so I had to modify the query a little bit because I learned that the path is a little bit different based on the operating system that you're on. And so I think this might actually be the same for every operating system because this one seems to be the appropriate approach here. So if we go here and do that, there we go. This seems a little bit more reliable here. Okay, so this is the Chrome system, etc. And so now it has Mac OS and it has my architecture, etc. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to locate Chrome root store and then expand. So let's go and find Chrome root store and expand. Is this even here? It's not here. Chrome root store, there we go, expand. There we go. Okay, so here are all of the certificate authorities that my version of Chrome on my computer, and this would be the same for you as well. So these are actually all of these certificate authorities that my Chrome will approve without me having to add a specific certificate. So now here's the key reason why I do this. If the certificate that you're using, because let's say you create a website, okay, and you're a hacker, you create a website, and for your website, you create your own certificate from your computer, so a self-signed certificate, and then you just add that to your domain name. If that is not automatically on Firefox or Chrome or Microsoft Edge or whatever, then the message that's going to pop up when somebody visits your domain is going to be something like, you know, this is not a trusted source, leave, right? Don't proceed. It'll just be like a really big error message. Your site won't load at all. It's just an error message that will show up on the browser of the user, and it's going to say don't proceed. Now the user can click on a little link that says advanced options, and then they can choose to proceed to the website. They can actually do that. This also pops up a lot when you set up a server. So let's say you set up a Splunk server and you don't go ahead and modify your hosts file or your host cache for your domain name service, and you basically try to visit your Splunk server, and then you'll get that error message, and you'll have to actually be like, no, I want to go into this domain because I want to go into this IP address because I just created this IP address to host my Splunk server, whatever. So you just click and you proceed and you move forward. But a lot of times, if you're just trying to visit a website that you thought was, you know, if you're trying to visit Gmail, for example, and that happens, you get that error message, there's something really horribly wrong, because there's no way in hell that the Google certificate authority would not be recognized by your browser if it was actually legitimate Google certificate authority. And so that's the key point here. The main reason why most hackers, if they're like real hackers, won't use a self-signed certificate, and they'll actually go to Amazon or, you know, Bypass or DigiCert, whatever. They'll go to actually one of these recognized certificate authorities to get their certificate for their website, even though it's a malicious website and it's a hacking site, whatever. The only reason, like if they're a real hacker, they'll use one of these guys, because when the victim visits the website, they're not going to get that error message, which is a very important piece. So self-signed certificates are BS. That's basically what I'm going to say. Unless you're going to use it for your own server that you've launched and you just want to make sure that you have an encrypted interaction with that website, that's fine. But if you're trying to run some kind of a pen testing exercise or anything else where somebody else would visit the site and you don't want them to get worried or something like that, or you literally let them know, hey, listen, when you visit this domain, you're going to get this error message. The only reason is because I have used a self-signed certificate instead of a known certificate authority, but the encryption still applies and the website, your interaction with the website is still encrypted, right? That you can rest assured, etc., etc. There are very few use cases where you would actually use a self-signed certificate. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So before we move on to the rest of the topic, I do want to share this one idea with you. This is, again, kind of going down the rabbit hole. There's this website called Let's Encrypt, and this is actually a free encryption source where you can actually get a TLS or a SSL certificate for free, right? And so this is also, I want to say it's on this list right here. Oh, it's not. I thought it was going to be on this list. So what's the name of the company that would be the one that is a known certificate authority that would be for Let's Encrypt? Because I want to say that Let's Encrypt is actually is recognized. So let's see. Let me kind of do a little bit of homework for you, because it says major sponsors and funders, Chrome, AWS. So I know for a fact that these guys are recognized. I just want to find out where they are on this list, because they should be on this list. Okay, there we go. So it's actually listed under ISRG root. So we did a little bit of Google search. So it says Let's Encrypt certificates are trusted by default in Chrome. It includes the necessary root certificates, ISRG root X1 and root X2 in the trust store, allowing to validate Let's Encrypt certificates automatically. So Let's Encrypt is a free open source resource that is available for you to actually get your own free TLS certificates for your web servers and have it be a part of the Google pre-approved authorities, so anybody can interact with your website and not get that error message and still go ahead and interact with your web application and all of those good stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the traffic analysis for this kind of stuff. We're going to be using the PCAP file in Wireshark. So TLS and SSL would be the types of certificates that we would look for. So when you do the double pipe right here, you're basically saying or. So you could say TLS or SSL, or you can do TLS and then do the double pipes and SSL. So you'll end up seeing stuff like this, right? So under the protocol, you'll see TLS v1.2, yada, yada, yada. And you'll get these interactions, the client-server interactions, and these are all over the encrypted channels. So examining these things for our server. So we can do the TLS handshake type equals 1 and handshake extensions server name being the server that we've been investigating this whole time. So you can see right here, TLS handshake type equals 1. And these are I believe the client hello. So we'll kind of look at the responses here. So the key observations is that the confirmation that the domain in question uses TLS for communication. Okay, so let's see. I'm very curious what this actually means. So let's go ahead and do this piece right here, and let's go to Google and say, what does this mean? And so it says the handshake 1 indicates a client hello message. Very good. So let's see if we can get a little bit more here. Random da 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 da. So what would I guess? Okay, I'm not gonna jump too far down the rabbit hole. But basically, this is a client hello right here, and then the handshake extension server name is the domain that we've been investigating. Okay, so we'll see all the client hellos, and we can actually see that in the info section right here as well. And then the actual corp domain or corp login Acme corp local domain, right? That's what we're looking at. So DNS redirects that precedes the stripping. So now this is what we're trying to figure out. The hypothesis here about stripping in general is that it's done after the attacker has successfully performed DNS spoofing, sending the victim to the attacker's IP address. So in the previous task, we did this, right? So we identified the attacker's IP address, performing the DNS spoofing. So now we can isolate the responses from the attacker to show that the victim was pointed to the attacker's IP. So the flag response that we looked at before was 1, right? So this was the flag response. And then we looked at these were the responses, and I think the requests were a flag of 0. So if it's a flag of 1, that means these are the responses. The IP source was the IP of the attacker that we identified, and the query name is going to be the domain, right? And then so I don't know why they blocked out the time here, but I guess this is probably one of the answers that we're going to be looking for. But we can see right here, right? So we can see that based on this query, we get to see that the IP address, the attacker IP address, has done the responses according to this. There's still nothing that shows us whether or not encryption was broken. We just showed 2 incidents in which the attacker's IP sent spoofed DNS responses for the domain of interest. So this is now where we are going to verify that the TLS certificate disappeared. So we're going to look for HTTP, right? Not HTTPS. And it wouldn't even be HTTPS, because if it is secure version of HTTP, that's where we look for SSL and TLS, right? So now we want the unencrypted communication, which is HTTP. The IP source is going to be the source of our victim, is what it looks like. And then the destination would be the IP address of the attacker. So we can see that right here. And so this is what it shows us. So we have the victim is communicating with the attacker's server via an unencrypted channel, and they are getting the login page. That's the first request. And then the second request is they're sending. So when you say get, you're retrieving the login page. When you say post, you're sending data to the login page. So this is the one where they're actually, look, it says application form URL encoded. They're actually submitting their login credentials to the attacker's web server. Oh my gosh. And so we can see that they connected after SSL stripping. They actually logged in, and so we can look at it right here. So that was the query. And then if we highlight the second one where they sent their data, and then we right click on it, we go to follow HTTP stream, it'll open up the actual data that was sent via HTTP. And then clearly we can see that the user Alice submitted her password, and it's in plain text because we could literally see everything. If it was still encrypted, you couldn't see any of this stuff. If it was still encrypted, it would just be a bunch of gibberish and you wouldn't be able to make sense of it. So the user credentials in plain text, which confirms the attacker was able to obtain those credentials. And there are other SSL stripping indicators as well that we could be looking at. So we only observed one where HTTPS was stripped down to HTTP. So the summary from the whole thing, right? This is now the summary of the entire investigation. First, there was ARP spoofing, where the attacker sends unsolicited ARP packages claiming the gateway IP. So they were saying that I am the router, okay? Now that they are the router, the computers that are communicating with it will send DNS requests, and so the attacker captures the DNS for the corporate domain, and they forged a response saying that, yeah, okay, go ahead, send it to me. I am the corporate domain, right? My IP address is the corporate domain's IP address. So now all the computers think that they're communicating with the corporate domain when actually they're communicating with the attacker's server. And then from there, the attacker stripped the TLS certificate by putting an HTTP forwarding, is what it seems like. So I don't think they actually stripped the certificate by doing a decryption. It looks like that they just forwarded it. So they resolved the IP address initially, and then they sent HTTP requests to the attackers. And in that response, in that forwarding attempt, it now stripped the HTTPS and stripped the SSL certificate. And now everything is being done in plain text. So the credential post, that post request that we saw, observed the actual plain text. So how many post requests were observed from the domain? What is the password of the victim? And that's it. Those are the only questions that we're interested in. So let's go ahead and finish the investigation real quick, and then we'll do our wrap up. So hopefully you get to kind of see how this stuff actually ties together, because this is all the same investigation. It's literally the same interaction that we're tracking down. And we just see that the attacker is very functional. They did a really great job, and they were able to go ahead and steal credentials after all the work that they did. So the first one, we just want to see all of the HTTPS communication. So it would be either TLS or it would be SSL. So we want to see all of those. And we can see that out of the 3,200 packets, 64 of them are encrypted communications. So we can see that right here. So examine the SSL traffic of the server. So we want to see this piece right here, TLS handshake, and then the handshake extension name being this thing right here. And this is just all the client hellos. So this is kind of irrelevant to us. I'm just going to jump to this piece right here because this is where we actually get the answers that we're looking for. So the flag response, as well as the IP source and the DNS query being this right here, and then the verifying of the TLS. So I think it's actually this piece. So what was the questions again? It says how many post requests were observed for our domain corp ... Okay, so let's see if I can go ahead and find all of the post requests. So knowing that we are going to be retrieving post requests, right? So from our domain and their post requests. So post requests are HTTP specifically, and if they are posts, that means they're being sent somewhere. So if that's the case, we're looking for a destination. So in this particular case, I would do something like, I would basically do this, I will remove the source portion and I'll keep the destination portion because that's the piece that would imply that our the interaction is being sent somewhere. So we'll just do this, and we're just going to delete the source portion because we just want to see anything, right? We want to see any kind of a request that's being sent to these guys. So we're going to press that, and then so we have destination right here, and there's just one. So there's one post request. Why is my machine expiring? So I literally just extended the timer of this, but let's go ahead and click that extension one more time. Okay, cool. So it just shows one. So is the answer? Oh, okay. The answer is one. So there we go, IP destination. And I think there was even a way that we could probably like go ahead and actually search for the key term inside of the info, because there was something that we saw in an earlier task where we could actually go ahead and detect data that was being sent in the description of something. I think it was maybe in the first portion of it. Let me see, was it here? Query name, nope. Yeah, so it's in the first portion for the ARP spoofing piece. Yeah, because it was is at, that's the one that was implying the search inside of the information, right? So where is it? It was right here. So it says ARP code, So I could literally probably do something like this where I could do HTTP and let's see if this actually works. WS column info, right? Oh, WS is Wireshark. So Wireshark column info, that's what we're looking for, contains, and then the phrase post. Let's see how many shows up. There you go. That's just one. So that's another way that we could actually search for the keyword post inside of the info to be able to find post requests. And being that it's still HTTP, it's only looking for those HTTP requests, and it's still from the source and then going to the malicious IP address, the hacker's IP address. So that's another way that you could actually find that answer. So we got that one. And now we're looking for the password of the victim. So we're just going to right click on this thing. We're going to follow the HTTP stream. So this is what you're looking for here. Click on that and it's going to open it up. And there we go. Password for Alice is secret123 exclamation, which is a really easy password. Alice, what are you doing, babe? My goodness. Okay, so there we go. We just got Alice's password. And with that, we were able to complete our investigation. Okay, so in conclusion, we were able to pull off pretty much an entire investigation. We used Wireshark to do it, but evidently there's also a Splunk instance that you can use to go ahead and do the investigation. I tried to load the Splunk instance and to load the actual network logs themselves, but for whatever reason, it wasn't loading, and I didn't load the log file again and go through the entire investigation. So If you don't know how to use Splunk, I would say that there's a bunch of different videos available on this channel to use Splunk that show you from the very beginning on how to actually set up the Splunk instance, to loading log files into it, to doing a full-on investigation with it. So if you want to do that, I would highly encourage you to try it out. It would be if you're on TryHackMe. So this is the other thing, right? So there's a log file on TryHackMe for this specific room that we're using that would actually have that, and it would be sitting on the IP address on port 8000, which was all beginning in the lab setup and all those instructions right there. So all of that stuff would be available for you. And essentially what we did was we started our investigation by detecting the ARP spoofing when the attacker was trying to impersonate our default gateway, and that's how we found the attacker's MAC address, as well as what they were trying to really accomplish, which is what they were trying to become the default gateway. And then when we went through the next portion of it, where we were trying to detect DNS spoofing, we used the IP address of the default gateway as well as the MAC address of the person. I think it was actually mostly from the IP address of the default gateway, and we were trying to find the communications that were going back and forth between that address, and then we found that they were trying to communicate with our corporate domain. So we narrowed it down into the corporate domain investigation, and I'll kind of just go through that as well, because I need to remind myself what portions of it we were actually doing. So the investigation itself was DNS, of course. We looked at the communication between the DNS server, which was the Google DNS. Okay, this is what it was. Yeah, so we looked at the responses from the DNS server, and then we were looking all the legitimate responses, which is the 8888, which is for the Google DNS server, the legitimate server. And then from there, we went to see just the normal DNS responses, and we actually found that there was a response coming from a server that is not the Google server, and that ended up being the IP address of the malicious actor that we went and kind of started doing a deeper investigation on, and we saw that they were trying to communicate, or they were trying to intercept DNS traffic that was going into the corporate domain for our specific company, our Acme, Acme Corporation. So DNS query, the corporate login Acme Corporation. We saw that there was a bunch of conversations being done with that, and we looked at the responses from that, and there was a lot of them that were coming from the legitimate server from Google, but then we also found that there were some coming from, when we did anything but the Google server, we found that there were a couple that were going on from our malicious IP address, and that's how we found out that they were using their own IP address to spoof the DNS server and intercept that kind of traffic. And finally, we got into the SSL TLS certification, where in that interaction, we just kind of broke down whether or not there were any kind of communication happening with that specific server. And then we went and looked at the HTTP versions of that communication for that server. And then from there, we found that there were actually some communications taking place between our malicious IP and our legitimate IP, and it was happening via the HTTP request itself. And I just zoomed in when I shouldn't have zoomed in. Okay, there we go. I have done that so many times lately. But we were able to spot that they were using HTTP communication, which is the unencrypted version of the communication, to go ahead and steal somebody's password, which was, I think it was Amber or Ashley, something like that. So it was homegirl's Alice. It started with an A. I remember that. And that's pretty much it. So we were able to do a full-on investigation for man-in-the-middle interactions, and you can see how far it could have gone, right? Because if Alice was a specific high-level user, now Alice's credentials were stolen, and this person could have logged in as Alice and created a new user profile, created a bunch of different things, or encrypted the entire data that's on the corporate network, and done a whole ransomware tactic where they would be able to steal data or encrypt the data and ask for money for them to decrypt the data, etc., etc., etc. So there's a lot of things that could have been done because they got far enough to steal somebody's credentials. And if that person was a very important person, or if they were a high-level person, if Alice was like one of the domain admins, then this could have been catastrophic for Acme Corporation. If you found value in this video and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, we have a lot of videos constantly coming out. The current pathway that we're on is the SOC Level 1 pathway from TryHackMe. And then I also have the CompTIA Pentest Labs, as well as the new Linux Plus course that's going to be coming out, because there's a new one that was just launched for 2026. There's AI for cybersecurity. There's a bunch of random one-off videos that are going to come out, and a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. And people are using this information from getting jobs, for example. So Bree Wendy, I want to say it's Bree Wendy. I don't think it's Brew Wendy. But Bree Wendy got a job in cybersecurity out of Brazil. So shout out to Bree. Really, really cool. Very happy to hear stuff like that. It makes me super excited when people actually use the information to get good things done. So really, really happy for Bree. Ben Peters, passed their PenTest exam recently. And I mean, there's so many success stories. Literally, you can click through them and there's just so many success stories that I constantly share because people let me know when these things are actually working for them. And it's honestly, bro, one of the greatest experiences in my life because we don't have a large community, really. I mean, we do. So let me just be clear about that. We have 33,000 people that are subscribed to this channel on YouTube. And out of those 33,000 people, I have gotten dozens of success stories where people are like, I passed this exam and this exam and this exam. I got a job at SpaceX. I got a job at, I don't know what company she got a job at in Brazil, but she got her first cybersecurity job in Brazil. So, and then we have really, really, really smart people that are inside of our Hackaholics Anonymous community that actually work as security engineers or security analysts or somebody in security for major corporations. And I covered that in the last live that we did on YouTube. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff that's happening on this channel. And it's humbling. Every single time that I hear these stories, I'm baffled by what's going on. And it's super exciting to me. So any success stories that you have, please let me know. I will gladly share it. It's my pleasure to be involved in your journey and to actually be able to help you do this kind of stuff. And then, of course, if you have any questions about what we talked about today, or if you have any questions in general or comments, or if you have some advice that you can give us in the comment section for some of the kind of roadblocks that I hit during this video or any other video, anything like that, all of that feedback is always welcome, and it means the world to me when I hear from our community. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then if you haven't done so, make sure that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next episode later. An IDS is an intrusion detection system, and this is one of the key tools that you're going to be using as a security analyst, and that's what we're going to be learning about today. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This is going to be based on the IDS fundamentals room that is inside of TryHackMe's network security monitoring module, and that's inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe for SOC Level 1 in 2026. So that's what we're going to be using as our reference text for today's video. There's going to be a handful of introductory concepts like the what is an IDS, the types of IDS, the example in this case, which is going to be Snort, which is an open source industry standard tool, very, very cool tool. And we're going to end up using Snort in a small capacity. And in the next video, we're going to use Snort for more of an in-depth analysis and investigation. And as of course, we actually have a practical lab in today's exercise as well. All of these things are going to be time-stamped for you today. And this is actually a really strong reference text. So I really like Snort, actually. I think it's a really cool tool. It's very easy to use. It's lightweight, so it doesn't require a lot of processing power to actually launch it. And for the most part, I think anybody can learn it. It's simple enough that anybody can use it and learn it, and especially the configurations and the rule sets and things like that. Super, super simple and easy to learn. So I'm really excited to go through this with you, and I think you'll get a lot of value out of this as well. We're going to dive into the introduction real quick, but first, a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, so to understand what an IDS actually is, we first need to understand what the concepts of these various tools are. And the firewall is what's most commonly known and referred to as a security tool. And the basic rule of the firewall, or like the purpose of the firewall, is to protect the network from incoming and outgoing traffic. And really, there are rules that you establish for this, right? So it's hard set rules, block these many IP addresses, or only allow these specific IP addresses to be accessed or to be able to come into our network, only allow the people from within our network to access certain types of websites. This is how schools and corporate networks actually limit the usage of the internet from their employees, where it's like, okay, well, you can't go and access, I don't know, Netflix, right? You can't go watch Netflix while you're at school. You can't go watch Netflix while you're at work. Why would you even need to be on Netflix while you're at work, right? So there are certain websites that you definitely shouldn't be able to use. Obviously, you can think of all of the malicious, not safe for work websites and everything else, but it's mostly that these are the purposes behind a firewall, where it's like, okay, well, there are rules of what can come into the network and what can leave the network. And then from there, if anything gets past those rules, so there needs to be some kind of security that detects the activities of that connection that has gone through the firewall and it's already past the network perimeter, it's already inside of the network. And so if that is the case, and for whatever reason, that traffic that has now entered our network is malicious, this is where the intrusion detection system comes in. The job of the intrusion detection system is to detect intrusions, right? So somebody that came through our doors, but they're not supposed to be here. The firewall, think about the firewall as a bouncer, right? The firewall says you can't come in. You can or you can't come in. Now, let's say somebody got a chance to get past the firewall and they are intruding, or they didn't go through the firewall rules. They came through some kind of a back door. If that's the case, then we need to detect these people, whether or not they have been here permitted or, with authentication, with, what's the word? Authority, not authority. What am I thinking about? Authorization. There we go. We're thinking about authorization. So it's like, are you authorized to be in here? My brain just farted real quick. So whether or not you're authorized to be here, that's kind of the purpose of the intrusion detection system. So the example of this is the building security. So the gatekeeper, I had no idea that they were going to use this example, but I just gave you this example anyways. So there's always the chance that some bad actor will successfully sneak inside and start performing malicious activities. They were missed at the gate, but if we catch him even after he gets in, what can we do? So that could be a surveillance camera that's inside the building. That's what the IDS kind of does. It plays the role of the surveillance camera, except it just does it inside of your network. So it'll sit in the corner, monitor network traffic based on its signature and anomaly-based detections, and detect any abnormal traffic going out or inside of the network. And upon every detection, an alert is generated for the security administrator. The IDS does not act on those detections. So this is very key. An IPS would be an intrusion prevention or intrusion protection, which will actually act on something. The IDS is strictly to detect and set off alerts. It only notifies us about the malicious activity, and then it's up to us to take the next steps. So this is what we're going to be reviewing inside of this specific video. The objectives are the types of IDS and their detection capabilities, the workings of the Snort IDS, default and custom rules in Snort IDS, and making our own custom rule inside of Snort. The really good prerequisites for this would be to just basically understand what firewalls are, so the fundamentals of a firewall, and to understand what networking is in general, kind of like a nice overview introduction of networking. So if you don't know any of these things, I would recommend you look into them. I want to say I've already recorded these videos. So firewall fundamentals, I definitely have done because it's been completed. So it should be available on the channel. And same thing with networking concepts. I've already done these as well. And these are actually really strong concepts for anybody and everybody to know. You need to know the OSI model and how it compares against the TCP/IP model, what an IP address is, what a subnet is, the difference between the user datagram protocol as well as the transmission control protocol, what encapsulation is, and then Telnet is just one of the protocol examples. It's an unencrypted clear text protocol that is very, very commonly used, and it's used for a lot of different things. So this is the basics of networking. If you don't know that, I would recommend you go through that because it will help you with understanding the rest of our video today. So the question here is, can an intrusion detection system prevent the threat after it detects it? And the answer to that is no, because its only job is to detect it. It's our job to prevent the further processing, or the further, what's the word? My brain is dying on me right now. But further abuse, I guess we can call it, or for further progression of the attack. My God. Okay, anyways, let's talk about the types of IDS. The types of an IDS are categorized in two different categories. So you have the deployment category as well as the detection category. So deployment essentially is saying how is it being launched, right? And what kind of environment is it being launched? There's the host-based intrusion detection system, and there's a network-based intrusion detection system. So the host-based would be inside of the host. So it's inside of a given computer, right? Very, very basic to understand. And inside of the network that you're in, there's going to be multiple hosts. So the network-based is analyzing and monitoring the network activity, while the host base is analyzing and monitoring the activity inside of a given host, inside of a single host. So the host-based IDS are installed individually on the host and are responsible for only detecting security threats associated with that specific host. They give you visibility of the host activities, but host intrusion detection can be challenging to manage in large networks because for each one of these different HIDs or host intrusion detection systems, for every single one of these, there's going to be data. There's like a large set of data, and most likely you have to go inside of a portal or some kind of a platform, a graphical interface, to actually monitor the activity on just this specific host. So if there's a large network, there are going to be a lot of these things, and they are resource intensive, and they require management on each one of these hosts. So it's good to have in a small network, let's say 6 to 12 hosts. I would say that anytime that you go in the 20s and 30s, or in the hundreds and 200s of the number of hosts, then you definitely need to do the network intrusion detection system, which is crucial in detecting potential malicious activities within the whole network. So regardless of any specific host, they monitor the network traffic of all of the hosts involved to detect suspicious activities, and it provides a centralized view of all of the detections inside of the entire network. So this is kind of the visual right here. So the NIDs for the network, and then the HIDs, right? So the host intrusion detection system, traffic comes from the internet, it bypasses the firewall, and then it gets inside of the host, and then that's where we detect the activity. And then the NIDS would be the traffic comes from the internet, goes through the firewall, and then it goes through the network intrusion detection system before it actually gets access to the individual hosts. So it's a little bit more holistic. It's a more comprehensive approach, and it provides a centralized view of the detection inside of the entire network. So this is the deployment, right? So the deployment would be either it's on the actual host or it's on the network at large, and it's managing and detecting everything on every host. The detection mode is the type of detection that the IDS can do. So signature based, this is very similar to the rules that are inside of a firewall. So attacks that occur, they have their own unique patterns, and it's known as a signature. Now, these would rely specifically on the attack actually being detected at some point, so that the pattern that it has can be documented inside of a large database, so the IDS can actually reference that database and be like, oh, we recognize this signature because we have a database full of signatures for various attacks. So this is very key right here. If it's an anomaly, or if it's a zero-day attack, or if it's something that was coded brand new, it could be a similar attack to everything else that has happened before, but there's new source code or a new language that's being used to code it. So now it doesn't exist on any database across the internet. So now the actual signature base no longer works. So these signatures are preserved by the IDS in their databases, so that if the same attack happens in the future, it gets detected by the signature and reported to the administrator for action. The stronger the signature of the database is, or the stronger the signature database, I should say, the stronger the signature database, meaning you have a bunch of signatures. You have, millions of signatures instead of just a couple thousand. The stronger that database is, the more efficiently it can detect known threats, known being the key word here. But signature-based IDS is unable to detect zero-day attacks. Zero-day attacks don't have signatures because they haven't been detected before. There are 0 days to respond to them because they're brand new. So the signature-based IDS can only detect attacks that happened previously, and the signatures are saved inside of the database. It's very, very crucial to understand it. Anomaly-based IDS is actually detecting behavioral patterns. So this right here is detecting signatures, right? This is looking at, okay, what's the baseline of our normal behavior? What is the normal behavior inside of our network, okay? This is known as the baseline. Anything that deviates from that baseline is now considered an anomaly. So it's looking at the network activity at large. Therefore, it's going to be more effective than the signature-based IDS, right? Because it's now going to look at, okay, what's the baseline activity inside a network? And if there's anything that deviates from that, that would be an anomaly, and we need to pay attention to that. This can actually detect a zero-day attack because they don't rely on signatures, they rely on actual activities. They detect abnormalities inside the network or the system by comparing the current state, the baseline, the current state against the normal behavior, which is the baseline. This type of IDS may generate a lot of false positives. That is very true, because anything that could potentially be outside of the baseline, and it could be it doesn't have to be malicious, right? It's just outside of the baseline. So something that could be benign would be actually marked as malicious, because the nature of the most legitimate programs matches the malicious ones. And so now we're like, okay, well, this could be wrong, and this could be wrong, and this could be wrong, and all of a sudden you get 100 different alerts, and 95 of them are false positives. So anomaly-based IDS would mark them malicious and believe that anything behaving unusually is malicious. So we can reduce the false positives generated by this by fine-tuning it, manually defining the normal behavior in the IDS. And this takes time, it takes energy, but it's not a bad way to go. The best way to go would be hybrid. So the hybrid IDS combines detection methods of both signature-based and anomaly-based. And as you can imagine, based on the descriptions that we talked about so far, you already know what exactly this would be doing. So I don't need to really go into the descriptions of that. The signature-based IDS can detect threats quickly, right? Because it knows, hey, this matches a signature, that's a threat. The IDS that have a, while the other IDS can have a high processing overhead because it's now looking at everything instead of just looking at a database. So if that's the case, it's going to need more processing power, but then it can also obviously, as we've established, do more false positives. So it's essential to consider the IDS based on the several different factors, and this will be unique to your specific environment. Signature-based can be a good option for covering a small threat surface. Anomaly-based and hybrid can detect modern zero-day attacks, which are increasing daily and can cause massive damage to organizations. So if your organization is getting attacked a lot, or you think you would be getting attacked a lot, that would be the way to go. And if you have the resources to cover it, then that's definitely the best way to go. So question is, which type of IDS is deployed to detect threats throughout the entire network? And that would be the Network Intrusion Detection System. Which IDS leverages both signature-based and hybrid, or I should say anomaly-based, and that is the hybrid IDS. There we go. And that's cool. So, all right, so now let's talk about the Snort IDS. Snort is one of the most widely used open source IDS solutions, and the main reason for it is because it actually provides signature-based and anomaly-based detections, and obviously it's open source, so it's free. These are defined in the rule files of Snort. So these detection types are defined in the rule files of Snort, which will be inside of the configuration file when you download and install the tool. The several built-in rule files come pre-installed into this, and they're contain a variety of known attack patterns, and it's to help you detect a lot of malicious traffic kind of pre-installed right out of the box. You can configure the Snort to detect specific types of network traffic not covered by the default rules, and even create your custom rules based on the requirements to detect specific traffic. You can also disable any built-in detection and that anything that doesn't point to harmful traffic. So essentially disabling things that may potentially cause false positives, right? So this is what we're going to be talking about looking at Snort. It comes with 3 different modes. We have the packet sniffer mode, packet logging mode, and NIDS, the Network Intrusion Detection System. So let's look at the packet sniffer mode. It reads and displays network packets without performing analysis. So it's sniffing, very similar to what Wireshark would do. It doesn't directly relate to the IDS capabilities, but it can be helpful in network monitoring, troubleshooting. In some cases, system administrators might need to read the traffic flow without performing any detection to diagnose specific network issues. They can utilize the packet sniffer in this mode, or they can utilize the packet sniffer for that goal, I should say. It allows you to display the network traffic on the console or even output it into a file. So the use case would be the network team observes some network performance issues. To diagnose it, they need the detailed insights into the network traffic, and for this, they would use packet sniffer. Packet logging is when it performs detection on the traffic in real time and displays the detections as alerts on the console for the security administrator to take action. In some cases, network traffic needs to be logged for later analysis, and logging mode of Snort allows you to log the network as a PCAP file, again, very similar to Wireshark, and it includes the network traffic and any detections from it. Forensic investigators can use these log files to perform root cause analysis in digital forensics. So the security team needs to initiate a forensic investigation of a network attack. They would need the traffic logs to perform root cause, so the network traffic logged through the Snort's packet logging mode can help with that digital forensics. And then we have Network Intrusion Detection System mode, which is the primary mode that monitors network traffic in real time and applies its rule files to identify any match, known attack patterns, and stores as signatures. If there is a match, it generates an alert, and this provides the main functionality of an IDS solution. So this is where the security element of it really comes in, the intrusion detection part of it. So the security team must proactively monitor the network or systems to detect potential threats, and they can leverage the NIDS mode to activate this. The most relevant use of the Snort as an IDS comes from the NIDS mode. However, Snort can be used, of course, as packet sniffing and packet logging. So which mode of Snort helps us to log the network traffic in a PCAP file? And that would be it's the packet logging mode. And what is the primary mode of Snort called? And that would be the Network Intrusion Detection System mode. Very good. All right, so now let's actually use Snort. Let's go. Okay, so this section actually has a virtual machine that is now launching in the background while we read through this, and the virtual machine has Snort pre-installed on it. I want to say that when you install Kali Linux, it also has Snort pre-installed on it, but if it doesn't, it's very, very easy to install. So during the installation of Snort, you must provide your network interface and range, and you can run Snort normally where it only captures traffic intended for your host. However, if you want to use Snort to capture and detect intrusions in your whole network, you must turn on the promiscuous mode of your host network interface. So I've started the virtual machine. When it gets installed, it has the built-in rule files, a configuration file, and other files, and they're all stored inside of the etc Snort location. So etc is the configuration location of a Linux or macOS installation operating system. And so, of course, any software really that you use that needs to have configuration files, it would get its own directory inside of the etc location, and within that directory, you'll see all of the relevant files for it. So the key file for Snort is the snort.configuration file, where you can specify which rule files to enable, which network range to monitor, and allow other settings. So this is where you would really go and configure the settings of Snort. The rule files are stored in the rules folder. So if we actually look at etc Snort, inside of it there's a rules folder or rules directory. The rules are where the detections actually really take place. So you actually have to establish the rules in addition to maybe preset rules that may come pre-configured into Snort for you. So if we discuss how the rules are created, we need to first understand the way that you write it, the format that you got to write the rules, right? So a sample rule would detect ICMP packets, which are used when you ping a host. So a ping that you do to a given IP address or given domain name, it generates ICMP protocol packets. So it comes from any IP address and port, and it reaches the home network, right? So you're looking at ICMP coming from any IP or port and reaching the home network, which is the network range that is defined in the configuration file, right? So when you look at the network range inside of this thing, that's what we will be looking at. So once such traffic is detected, the generating of the ping alert is sent off. So alert is the action that we want Snort to take. That's the first element. The next one that we give it is the protocol that we're looking for detecting, right? So in this case, ICMP. Now, we have to give it a source IP and a source port. So in this case, we're looking at anything. So any source IP and any source port. And then we're looking at this direction right here. This is very key. This is a directional pattern, right? So there's a dash and then there's that forward, or I call this I think it's the greater than symbol. So it's the dash and then the greater than symbol. And then now we have this this environment variable known as the home net, which is what's inside of our configuration file for Snort. So this would be the destination IP, and then the destination port would again be any. So it's coming from any IP address on any port, and it's going to our home network, and then on any port on any of the IP addresses on our home network, right? This is the direction flow of traffic that we want to do, and then we want to use the ICMP protocol for that specific category, and then we just give it the messaging that we need, right? So the message would be there's a ping that's been detected. This is considered the metadata of the rule. So the ping that's been detected, you do need to give it an ID, the signature ID. So I think it starts at 10,001, and then you would just go up from there. You cannot have more than one signature ID assigned, or I should say, a given signature ID can't be assigned to more than one rule. So each rule has to have its own signature ID, otherwise it won't work. And then the rule revision can be multiple different versions of this. I believe, from what I understand, you can, for each revision of the rule, you need to also have a new ID. Otherwise, you may confuse yourself. So again, this is like metadata. It doesn't have any impact on the actual efficacy of the rule, of the effectiveness of the rule. But for your own reference to know what revision of the rule you're running or the ID for the rule, all of these things are really, really important when you're trying to sift and sort through, hundreds of alerts. So The details are as explained right here. I mean, I pretty much explained everything to you right here, so we don't need to really go through it. The signature ID portion, so every rule has a unique identifier that differentiates it from others. It's called the signature ID. In this case, we have this, and then the revision number, every time the rule is modified, its revision number is incremented, which helps in tracking changes to any rule. So I guess you technically can have multiple revisions for the same SID. The creation of the rule. So we're going to take the sample rule in the local rules file in the Snort rules directory. This is a custom file, so custom local rules. So we open it in a text editor. So sudo to give us sudo permissions on this, to give us root permissions. And then we want to use nano, the text editor, and then just open the file. And then we can add the rule after the already present rules on the file. So this would just be appended to the very end of it. And I want to see, let me see if there is a semicolon at the very, very end of this, by the way. So just keep that in mind as well. So we have that. And then so we added it. And then we will need the other rules in the next task. So don't delete them. Once you successfully edit it, please control. Okay, so I guess I actually need to do this to be able to run it. And to be able to probably answer some of the questions that we have here. So I'm going to keep that in mind. We might need to actually add this specific rule right here. So there we go. And 127.0.0.1 any is the one, instead of using the home network variable, we're actually using the local loopback IP address. Loopback ping detected is what we're looking at because it's on the loopback address. Yeah, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, cool. So once you successfully edit it, and it will save it, and we're good. To test it, we can detect any intrusions. For this, we have to execute the following command with sudo privileges. So this is when you actually run Snort in listening mode, I believe. So this is the full command, but let's actually go ahead and kind of look at the breakdown of it. It doesn't show us the breakdown of it, so I guess we have to kind of determine this later on. I think we'll probably review this, but I want to say that it's running in quiet mode so that it doesn't output anything onto the screen. It's running in listening mode, and it's going to log it inside of this location. And the interface that we want to be detecting is our loopback interface. That's what that stands for. The alert would be done on the console, and then the configuration file that we're using is the Snort configuration file. So that's kind of basically it. In case the loopback interface is not called LO, replace it with the correct interface name. So we'll go ahead and determine that as well. So once this is running, this will be running in one terminal. So we would have to open up another terminal and then actually ping our device. And once the pings start going, we should actually be able to see on the terminal that's running Snort, we should be able to see it that there are different alerts popping up, which means that we're actually good to go. So this is essentially what you would be doing. You would just be running Snort perpetually on the devices that you want to be detecting, or on the network you want to be detecting. So running it on PCAP files. So we saw how it can be used for intrusion detection on real-time traffic, which is exactly what we did right here. So we can also sometimes encounter a scenario where we have historical network traffic and you have to perform forensic investigation for signs of intrusion on that traffic. And it's usually logged in the standard PCAP, and it's also equipped, the Snort is also equipped to perform these types of detections. So we would be running Snort, Q listen, etc. And then you're now giving it a read command instead of giving it an interface. So instead of -I, we're now doing -R. And we're going to give it the task PCAP file, and then it's going to alert anything onto the console. And then, of course, we're going to be using our configuration file, which will then ultimately be using our local.rules file, to be able to detect anything. So in our case, we're just going to be replacing the task.pcap with the actual path to the PCAP file, so all of that can be done. All right, first question is, where's the main directory of Snort that stores this file? So that would be the etc Snort location. Which field in the Snort rule indicates the revision number? And that would be rev. Which protocol is defined in the sample rule created in this task? And that's ICMP. What is the file name that contains custom rules for Snort? And that would be local rules. So we didn't really have to do anything for this, but I wonder if I should be doing it anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of zoom out here, and let's go ahead and launch our split view for our virtual machine so that we can actually add this one rule. So I am going to open my terminal, and we're going to go ahead and open our rules file, which was, where's my terminal? Why is my terminal not loading? Okay, there we go. So we're looking for the rules file, which is etc snort rules local rules. So let's just go ahead and do that real quick. So sudo nano etc snort rules local dot rules. That's where we're trying to go. And so this is it. This is the actual file. We can see that it actually has pre-established rules in here, which is great. So it has an alert ICMP any to home network ping detected. So that's the one that they actually just made. So I mean that's fine, I guess. So it also has something that is looking for TCP protocol, which is for secure shell or any of those TCP ports basically, and it's doing it on the secure shell port. So, and then it's going to say secure shell connection detected. So it's going to detect that for us as well. I wonder if I should just create the other one, because it says that we should already have this, but actually no, it's saying add the following rule after the already present rule. So we're going to do the 127, the local loopback address. So we're going to do alert ICMP any, and it's going to go to the direction of our home network, and it's going to be 127.0.0.1 like that, and then any port. Message is going to read what is it, loopback ping detected, I guess. I can't spell. Loopback ping detected. There we go. And then semicolon SID is going to be 1003. So that's very important, right? 10,003. There we go. And then revision is going to be 1 and one final semicolon at the very end of it. So let's kind of expand this so we can see everything going on. So there we go. So now we have the new rule, ICMP from any port or IP. It's going to be to our loopback address on any port, and the message should read loopback ping detected, SID of 10,003, because we have 10,001, 10,002. This is actually 100,001, 100,002. So I guess I should do 100,003 just to kind of be more consistent with everything. And then revision 1. And that's basically it. So now we're going to do, I always do Control O to write it. And I'm just going to press Enter to finish writing. And now I can do Control X to exit it out. So there is that. So now we have this. Okay, so let's test this thing out and see if it actually works. So we're going to run this command on the left hand side here. So it's sudo snort ql var log snort interface. Well, actually, I need to know what my interface is called. So let's do a quick ifconfig here. Okay, so ipconfig. Where is my interface? ifconfig is available in the following places. I see. So I need to actually refer to the full path. So ifconfig. There we go. Okay, so there we go. My loopback is actually called LO, so that's good as well. I don't need to change any of that. So we're good on that. So we can go back here, and the interface is going to be called LO in this case. The alert is going to be onto the console, and the configuration file is going to be the snort etc. So etc snort.conf. So that's what the command looks like to run snort. So we're going to run, we're going to press enter here, and it should be running. So we did the -Q, so it doesn't give us all the status updates that it's actually running, but I didn't get any error message, so I'm assuming that it's running. So now we're going to do this. We're going to put this, I'll actually do it like this. I'll put that right here, and I'll bring this one at the bottom right here, just so we can kind of see. And so now we're going to ping our IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, right? That's our loopback IP address. So clear, thank you. Ping 127.0.0.1, press enter. There we go, loopback detected. I see. Okay, let me just end this because it's gonna go crazy. So there you go, it works. The rule itself works. So I know I kind of ran through it very quickly, but please feel free to replay it and to, I need to close this out. There we go, there we go. All right. So feel free to replay this section and maybe like slow it down, because you can actually slow down the playback speed, and then you'll be able to see everything, and you'll actually hear me talking into a normal tone because I usually talk super fast. So there's that. So we were able to test it and it works, and that's great. So let's now go through our practical exercise here, and let's see if we can create some introductory rules and things like that. All right, for the practical lab, we have the scenario that we are a third-party forensic investigator. Company contacts you to investigate a recent attack. They handed over a PCAP called the Intro to IDS PCAP. It contains network traffic captured during the attack. Our task is to run Snort and answer the questions. The PCAP is in our location. It's inside of this. Okay, great. You have to change your directory to this and run the PCAP analysis command on that new PCAP file the same way that we did in task 4. So what is the address of the machine that tried to connect to the sub? Okay. I mean, we already have the SSH rule that's inside of it, so we don't really need to do anything. The SSH rule was 100,000, no, not 10,000, 100,002 was the SSH rule. So there's that. Now it says, what other rule message besides the SSH message is detected in the PCAP file? I think that was the ping detected is the one that we saw. And okay, so is that it? Is that really it? I mean, okay, bro. So I guess we just got to run it. So we just got to run, we got to run Snort against that specific PCAP file and be able to pull it off. I'm going to try to do it without transferring to this location because I want to test to see if I can actually use a path instead of just using the name of the file. But apart from that, that's pretty much all we got to do to make this work. So we're going to go down to the rule testing running on PCAP right here. So this is the one that we're going to be running right here. And we're literally going to run it exactly the same way. The only thing that's going to change is we're going to be changing this to read the path to the PCAP file. And I want to say, actually, I feel like, so let's do ls of the Snort location so that we can see the name of the file. There we go, intro to IDS.pcap. Okay, great. All right, so what do we do here? We're going to do this full command right here, and it should be relatively easy to pull off. So let me kind of make this a little bit bigger so I can see the whole thing. There we go. Very good. So that's it. I can even make this a little bit smaller. Sorry, I'm sorry about this. So there we go. All right, cool. All right, here's the full thing. Okay, cool. So there it is. So sudo snort in quiet mode, listen or log, excuse me, is going to go to this location. We're going to read this file. So hopefully that path actually works. And then the alerts is going to come onto the console. And that's it. Etsy snort configuration. So that's pretty much it. I want to say that's all we need to do because we don't even need to do running of anything inside of that second terminal because we're literally reading a file. So let's just hope that the actual path to the file works. Okay, there we go. It actually worked. So that is perfect. So SSH connection detected, TCP, and then it's showing us the path to, or showing us what actually did the connection, right? So it says SSH connection detected, TCP, it's coming from this IP on that port, and it's coming on our IP on port 22. So our IP is actually the IP address of our machine. It should be, right? So it should be 10.145.152.135, and it's not. So whatever the configuration file is reading, this is definitely not the IP address that is our IP address on our virtual machine. So that's definitely not our IP address, but the rule was triggered. So we're solid in that regard. So the only thing that we got to do now, and as soon as I click this, assuming that it's right, it's going to give us the success message, and it gets really loud. So the IP address is 10.11.90.211. Here we go. And what do you know? It was successful. It worked. So not surprised that it worked. This was easy. I love Snort. Honestly, the first time that I was exposed to it, I was like, this is super cool. It made me feel like a security guy. because it's inside the terminal, so you get to actually use the command line, and then when you run it and you see the alerts pop up in the background, you're like, oh, this is really cool, this is actually working. So I was really excited to use it the first time, and going through it several times since this time that I've done it. I've also installed it on my own computer. Really cool tool, very fun to use, and as you saw, it's really easy to understand, it's really easy to use. So I hope you got some value out of it, and I hope you learned some cool things, and hopefully you actually got a chance to actually do the exercise with me and get the same results that I got. If you found value out of this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I would like to encourage you to consider liking, subscribing, and turning on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that video comes out on this channel. And the very next video after this one on the SOC Level 1 pathway is going to be a further deep dive into Snort. So I think you're going to get a lot of value out of that one as well. And I really do encourage you to subscribe, because there's a lot of different playlists that I work on. I respond to the comments, and I create videos in response to comments, and I create playlists in response to comments. So there's a lot of stuff. Excuse me, I almost just choked. There's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel, and you can find all of the different playlists for a variety of different things. We have all of the CompTIA course playlists that are available on here, and then there's going to be a new one for Linux Plus for 2026, because there's a new version of the exam that came out. There's all the shout outs and everything that happens inside of our community. For example, Bree got a job in cybersecurity. This was a couple of days ago, literally, that I got that news. Super happy for her. She's a member of Hackaholics Anonymous. I'm not saying that you have to be to get these responses, because Ben Peters is not a member. Oh, actually, no, he is a member of Hackaholics Anonymous. The little penguin logo on their things, it tells me that they're a member. So let me see. So do we have any other success stories that aren't from members? Okay, so there we go. Wicked Aussie passed their Pentest Plus, and they were not, at the time of this post, they were not a part of Hackaholics Anonymous. Who else do we have? Dat Guy, ENP, I don't know what that is, but they passed their exam. They weren't a part of Hackaholics Anonymous, so you don't have to be a part of Hackaholics Anonymous. It's just, I think it would be really cool, and you get access to me lifetime on Discord, as well as a bunch of cool downloads and a variety of other things as well. So it's a very cool community. But apart from that, I mean, like, literally people are using the information on this channel to pass exams, to get jobs. And the most notable, which is one of my favorite stories, is the SpaceX job. So all of those things, everything is just one of the coolest experiences of my life. And I really would consider that you actually join our community so that you can get results like that as well and learn a bunch of cool things. So if you have not done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that video comes out on this channel. And of course, if you haven't done so, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next episode later. Today, we're going to end up using Snort to do some packet capture analysis. We're going to do some live investigations and everything else in between. It's going to be a really good video. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This is based on the Snort room that is inside of the network security monitoring module of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe, and this is for 2026, so this is the most recent version of SOC Level 1. And we're going to end up using Snort to detect real-time threats, analyze recorded traffic, and identify anomalies. It's going to be a really good one. Very, very in-depth video. So we have introduction and the interactive material and the virtual machine launch, then the intro to IDS/IPS, first interaction with Snort, and then we got the operation. So operation mode 1, sniffer mode, packet logger mode is part 2, mode 3 is IDS/IPS, mode 4 is PCAP investigation, the Snort rule structure, and then we got the operation logic, points to remember, all that stuff. There's so much stuff. This is going to be a long video today, or at least that's what they say, because they say it's going to be 120 minutes to go through it, and then I'm going to be recording and explaining a bunch of things, so I feel like it's going to be probably around 120-minute video, but there's going to be timestamps for everything down here, so you can jump around and find different sections that are most applicable to you, and hopefully get the information that you really need and look for. Quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we will dive into the intro and the lab setup. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, if you were not with us in the last episode, Snort is an open source rule-based network intrusion detection and prevention system. It also can help you detect anomalies. It's signature-based as well as anomaly-based. It's a really good one. I like Snort. It's open source, so it's really easy to access and find and download. And it's actually very user-friendly as well once you kind of get the hang of just the basic rule sets. Really simple tool, very powerful tool. Developed and maintained by Martin Roche, I want to say, open source contributors and the Cisco Talos team, so you know they have a really good backing. Official description is that it's the foremost open source intrusion prevention system in the world, and it uses a series of rules that help define malicious network activity and uses those rules to find packets that match against them and generate alerts for users. The objectives are the overview of the IDS/IPS, the Snort overview, writing those rules, detecting intrusions with Snort, and the prerequisites would be network fundamentals module. If you have not gone through this, this is a full module. All the videos are already live on this channel, and there's a lot of videos on here. So what is networking, intro to LAN, OSI model, packets and frames, extending your network, etc. And actually, apparently, they added a new chunk to the OSI model because I used to be at 100%, but now I'm not. So I got to go ahead and finish that real quick. And in the Linux fundamentals room, because we're going to be using an Ubuntu Linux machine, and the Linux fundamentals videos are already on this channel as well. So you can look for Linux fundamentals and you'll find them. And I literally teach you everything that you need to know for the Linux interface. At the very least, the command line and how to navigate the command line inside of Linux. And if you really want to learn more about Linux and kind of master it, there's the Linux Plus training series that's also available on this channel, the CompTIA Linux Plus. And then I'm going to be launching the Linux Plus for 2026, the new version of the exam that came out just recently. So all of that stuff is going to be available to you as well. So there's a lot of good stuff on the channel to help you prepare for this exercise and for this video today. And if you have not gone through them, or if you want to kind of brush up on all the foundational stuff, then go ahead and watch those and we'll run it. So really, the big things that you need are the command line functions of Linux, as well as the network fundamentals like ports, protocols, and traffic data, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. So that's it for that intro. The interactive material and a virtual machine. So this is actually kind of like a pretty deep dive on the launch. So once I click on Start Machine, it's going to actually launch the machine. There's a lot of interactive material here. So we have the subfolders, and this is obviously for the specific room that we're in inside of TryHackMe. So unfortunately, if you're doing this on your own machine, you have to find your own examples and sample files and things like that. So the configuration sample is the sample configuration rule and files. They were provided to show what the configuration files look like. The installed Snort instance Snort instance doesn't use them, so feel free to practice and modify them. And Snort's original base files are located under the etc Snort. So we can actually use the configuration files in here when we run Snort instead of the default configuration files that come with the Snort installation. And then we have our exercise files, basically separate folders for each task. It contains a PCAP, log, and rule files that are ready for us to reference. And so we can see that right here. And then there's a traffic generator script, which is very crazy because the machine is offline, but we need to generate traffic. So that's why they have the script for us to generate the traffic on the Snort interface. And we'll use this to trigger traffic to the Snort interface. Once you run the script, it will also ask you to choose the exercise type and then automatically open another terminal to show the output of the selected action. So note that each traffic flow is designed for a specific exercise. Make sure that you start the Snort instance and wait until the end of the script execution. Don't stop the traffic flow unless you choose the wrong exercise. So you run the generation sh file by executing it as sudo general desktop overview. So this is kind of what it looks like if you were to run it like that. So when you actually run it, it'll show the traffic generator window right here. You choose the one that you want to do for the exercise that we're working on, and then it'll open up a terminal and run through it. Once you choose the action, the menu disappears and terminal instance opens up as showing you output, which is what you see right here. So this will be the output of the Snort rules, right? So these are, if you aren't familiar with it, actually, I don't think this is the output of the Snort rules. I think this is just the traffic generator. And then we would need to have Snort running in the background to be able to detect the various traffic based on the rules themselves. So that's pretty much it. So it says navigate to the task and run the command easysh and write the output. So, okay, so that requires that I actually launch the machine. So we're going to do this and it's going to give me a warning because I'm super zoomed in. And then it's going to look at that super zoomed in. So we're going to give that a quick second and it will go run that easysh command. All right, cool. Our machine is up and running. So let's open up our terminal here and let's see where we are. So print working directory, we are here. If we look at our stuff, it's on the desktop. So let's go to the desktop and let's go to task exercises and where traffic generator. Where's the script? So the easysh to write the output. So easysh to write the output. Is it inside of here? It is. It's hidden. Look at that. So the dot that shows right there, that means that it's a hidden file. So the way that you run scripts inside of Linux is by just doing a dot to reference your current directory. Then you do a // and then you do the name of the script. So in this case, we also need to have to use the dot in the name, and then we'll do easy.sh like that. So when you do that, and then the answer is too easy. So that's basically it. All right. So they just wanted to test to see if we can actually write the script or run the script. So, all right, there's that. Solid. So now let's talk about the introduction to IDS and IPS. So I'm really not going to go into a deep dive on this because we've talked about this very frequently. And even if you aren't familiar with these concepts, it's going to be very, very easy for you to wrap your head around them. So an intrusion detection system, as the name implies, it is designed to detect intrusions. Okay, so let's say that you have a firewall. Let's see if we have a graphic for this or anything like that. We don't. But okay, so if you can imagine a firewall, its job is basically to allow traffic into the network, right? So there are rules in place. The firewall says you're allowed to go in, you're not allowed to go in, etc. Any traffic that gets past the firewall is an intruder, right? So if it's not supposed to enter and it gets in anyway, it's considered an intruder. And so the job of an intrusion detection system is to detect the intrusion, right? And that's basically it. And then from there, it's up to the analyst, the security analyst, to do something about it because it'll generate an alert for us. And then it's our job as the analyst to respond to those alerts, right? That's an intrusion detection system. It just detects and alerts and it does nothing else. Intrusion prevention system actually takes action on something. So let's say that you want to drop the connection and then you want to block a certain IP address. That's what a prevention system does. So kind of reading through this, again, I'm just kind of gonna gloss over it, right? So we also talked about this in the very last episode. So intrusion detection systems come in two formats. We have the network intrusion detection system that is assigned to the entire network and all of the devices in the network. And then there's the host-based intrusion detection that is just assigned to a specific host. So if you think about it, in the network, there's going to be, sometimes thousands of hosts. And so it's very difficult and it becomes very overwhelming to have a host-based intrusion detection system on every single one of those 1,000 hosts. And then the analyst has to monitor 1,000 different inputs, right? They have to monitor 1,000 different interfaces. Where when you look at the network version, they just monitor one certain interface, but within that one monitoring, they get access to all of the data that's coming from those 1,000 different host-based IDSs, right? Or those 1,000 different hosts, I should say. So the question is like, okay, well, why would there even be a host-based if there is no, if you can just use the network? And that's a great question. And sometimes you have 3 devices inside of the network and you want to look at all of the details of all of those devices on a granular level, which is why a host base was created, because sometimes you really do want to see everything that goes on in a given host instead of just looking at the network at large. So a network looks at all the devices, all the hosts inside of a network. The host base just looks at that one host, right? That's basically it. The intrusion prevention system is active protection for preventing possible malicious activities, abnormal incidents, policy violations, and is responsible for stopping, preventing, or terminating the suspicious event as soon as it's detected. So instead of generating an alert, it'll actually do something on your behalf as soon as it detects something, and then it'll create an alert and it'll say, hey, this is what I detected, and then this is what I did about it. So it's similar to what we looked at with the intrusion detection. There's actually intrusion prevention on the network level. So it looks at intrusion prevention on the network level, all the traffic from the various areas of the network to protect the traffic on the entire subnet. If its signature is identified, the connection is terminated. And then there's behavior-based intrusion prevention, which is network behavior analysis, which systems monitor that the traffic that flow from various areas of the network, and the aim is to protect the traffic on the entire subnet. If an anomaly is identified, the connection is terminated. So the anomaly part of it is very important. So most often than not, there's going to be signature detection, which is like a giant database of signatures, a giant database of, call them like an identifier, right? That identifier, if the IDS or the IPS notices that identifier entering the network, just because it matches the database, right? It matches something inside the database. They're like, oh, I know this is malicious. We're going to block it immediately. Behavior-based isn't really that hard set rules, because a lot of times hackers will actually develop something brand new. It's called a 0-day. And so a 0-day exploit is not inside of a database because there's never been a detection about it. Nobody knows about it. And so we now need to watch the normal behavior of our network, also known as the baseline. And then if we actually notice anything that deviates from that baseline, that would be considered an anomaly. And so that's when the trigger goes off and the alert is generated, or the IPS will block certain activities from taking place, because it's like, okay, well, this is outside of the baseline behavior. I think this is an intrusion. Now, this can actually also yield a lot of false positives, because behavior-based analysis can see something that could just have been an honest mistake, or it could have been something that somebody did wrong, but they weren't actually trying to hack us, right? So something like that, and then it'll be like, oh, this is a red flag. I'm going to go ahead and block this. So it generates a bunch of false positives. So that's one of the things that with behavior-based systems, we have to constantly be tweaking and optimizing so that it gets more honed in on what the baseline actually is, so that it really does detect something that is actually malicious instead of generating a bunch of false positives. The network behavior analysis system works similar to the network intrusion prevention system. And the difference between the two is that behavior-based systems require a training period, also known as baselining, to learn the normal traffic and differentiate the malicious traffic. This model provides more efficient results against new unknown threats, but it's more resource intensive and it takes longer. The system is trained to know the normal and to detect the abnormal. The training period is crucial to avoid false positives. If there's a security breach during the training period, the results will be highly problematic. Another critical point is to ensure that the system is well trained to recognize benign activities, which is again why we have optimization going on. Then we have the Wireless Intrusion Prevention System, also known as the WIPS, which monitors the traffic from a wireless network. Its aim is to protect wireless traffic and stop possible attacks. This one's kind of basic to understand. And then we have the Host-Based Intrusion Prevention System, which is very similar to the Host-Based Intrusion Detection System, except this one actually prevents activities from going further. So detection and prevention techniques. So we have I already kind of touched on this a little bit. So the technique itself could be a signature-based, which relies on the rules that identify specific patterns of known malicious behavior. This helps to detect known threats, and this requires that we have a really big database of known behavior or known signatures. And so anytime something happens, it gets compared against that database, and if any of the signatures match, it's like, boom, I already know that this is malicious. I'm going to block this from going forward. Behavior-based is not so hard and set in its rules. It identifies new threats with new patterns that pass through signatures, and the model compares known or normal behaviors with unknown or abnormal behaviors. So it compares the baseline against anomalies, which helps detect previously unknown or new threats. And then we have policy-based, which compares detected activities with system configurations and security policies, which helps detect policy violations. So, in summary, the IDS can identify threats, but it requires user assistance to stop them. It just detects the threat and it gives an alert. An IPS can identify and block the threats with less user assistance at the time of the detection, but it'll still generate a report, which is nice, so that you can go ahead and review what just happened. So, how does Snort come into play, knowing all of this? So the rest of the official description is available on their website, obviously, if you wanted to. I think it's called Portswigger, or no, Snort. Or, well, who's the company that started Snort? I want to say, no, Portswigger is Burp Suite, I think. Yeah, Burp Suite is Portswigger. So Snort is probably a different company that I'm now getting confused. But the Snort website, there's the full description of what it is and what you can do and how you can download it, all that stuff. So let's look at the description here. It says it can be deployed inline to stop these packets as well. Snort has 3 primary uses: packet sniffer, packet logger, and then the network intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system. It can be downloaded and configured for personal and business uses alike. It's open source, rule-based network intrusion detection prevention system. It was developed and maintained by Martin Roche. Open source contributors like the Cisco Talos team as everybody else. So there we go. If you want to read through all of these, you can go ahead and read through that. I'll give you a couple of seconds. 1, 2, 3, moving forward. The modes are important. So we have sniffer mode, which basically is like TCP dump or Wireshark capture. Packet logger mode, which logs all of the IP packets inbound and outbound, and it generates a packet, a PCAP file for you. And then the NIDS and the NIPS mode, which are basically where the security mechanisms of Snort come in, where they can actually log or drop the packets that are deemed malicious according to the rules that we have defined inside of our configuration files. So, which IDS or IPS type can help you stop the threats on a local machine? This would be a host-based. The answer is incorrect. Okay. Why is the answer? Oh, you know what? HIPS like that. That's what they're looking for. Got it. Which IDS or IPS type can help you detect threats on a local network? That would be a NIDS or a NIPS, right? Which IDS or IPS can help you detect the threats on a local machine? I mean, I guess same thing, or NIPS. No, I'm sorry, HIPS. HIPS or HIDS. There we go, HIDS or HIPS. It's the same question. Can help you stop threats on a local network. So stop threats on a local network, that would be a NIPS. It helps you stop it, right? Which described solution works by detecting anomalies in the network. And so that would be IPS. Which described solution works by detecting anomalies in the network? What the heck is going on? Why is that? how am I missing this? It's literally it, right? So IDS or IPS were the answers. So what exactly are we missing here? Block threats, okay. Anomalies, okay. What am I missing here, buddy? I see. So it's the network-based behavior analysis. I believe this is the one. So NBA, not to be confused with the National Basketball Association. According to the official description of the Snort, what kind of NIPS is it? I want to say that it's signature, right? Signature based? Nope. Anomaly? No. Okay, what kind of NIPS is it? According to the official description. So let's go over here. Let's see. It can be da-da-da. Snort can be downloaded, okay. Full-blown network intrusion prevention system. So full-blown, I guess. Is it a full-blown? Is that the description? Debugging can be used for full-blown. I wonder if that's the actual answer. That would be so stupid if that's the answer. It is the answer, isn't it? That's crazy. Okay, NBA training period is also known as the... That's a good question as well. So where is it at? Let's go and find the NBA portion real quick, buddy. And it is known as the... Where is it? Oh, I see. The baselining. It's known as the baselining period. Very good. All right. Boom. Nice. Okay, so let's go and do our first interaction with Snort. So first we want to verify that it's actually installed, and you can just do this by running the v command with Snort, and it'll just give you the version of Snort. And if you get an output, that means that it's installed. If you don't get an output, that means it's not installed. I love this little thing right here, this little piggy that they created using the punctuations. That is genius. I love it so much. But okay, so this is how we can find out whether or not it's installed. And we should ensure the configuration file is also valid. So this is where the -t is used to test the configuration, and -c identifies. This is not how you spell identifies. That is hilarious. Like clearly this was not the first language of the person. I mean, no disrespect, the most amount of love. Thank you so much for doing it, but that is hilarious. It identifies the configuration file snort.configuration. It's possible to use an additional configuration file by pointing to it with the -c, which is what we're going to end up doing. So this is what it is, right? So you run it, and then you do -c, and then you give it the path to the configuration file, and then you just do -t at the very end with a capital T to test it. So initialize output plugin and it'll actually go ahead and run it for us. So once we use it, Snort has much more power when you use a configuration file. It's the all-in-one management file. There's rules, plugins, detection mechanisms, default actions, and output settings identified. You can also go ahead inside of your rules right there, or the configurations. You can say, you know, this is my subnet, right? And then when you assign a subnet to it, you can then give it the variable of home net or something like that, whatever the name of the variable would be. And then you can use that inside of your rules. So that way, instead of having to do a bunch of different IP addresses or subnet addresses, you can assign it once inside of your configuration file. And then with your rules, you can literally just give it the environment variable instead of listing every IP address that would be inside of that environment. Snort automatically shows the default banner and initial formation about the setup when you started. You can prevent this by doing the -q, which is, I refer to it as quiet. So -v, capital V, or the -- version would give us the version. -c is what we use for a configuration file. -capital T is the self-test parameter. And -q is the quiet mode that prevents Snort from displaying the default browser. So easy stuff. So we're actually going to run it now and see what we got. So it says check the build number. So that's going to be with our -v. So let's see what we got for the build number. It's build 149. And we got our little piggy right here. I love that little piggy. Okay, cool. So build 149 is what we got. Test the current instance with the Snort configuration file and check how many rules are loaded with the current build. So we're going to basically run this command right here. And so we're going to use the current configuration file. So we do have to use sudo. So we're going to do sudo snort -c, and then we're going to give it the etc snort configuration file. And then at the very end, we're going to do a -capital T like that, just to make sure that we run it in test mode. So we're going to press enter here. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. I hope it gives me a count, because Okay, cool. So now I need to know how many files were loaded. This is the piece that I'm like, okay, well, patterns, match lists. Let's see, what's the answer that it's looking for? It's looking for the how many rules are loaded. So let's see how many rules are loaded. Okay, so there are a couple of numbers here that might be the answer. So we have 4151 rules read, and then we have 3477 detection rules. And so does it say detection rules? No. So 4151, I want to say, is the answer. Very good. Test the current instance with the Snort v2 configuration file and check how many rules are loaded with that instance. So I'm basically just going to press up on my keyboard, and it's going to load the last command, and then all I need to do is just change the configuration file to Snort, what is it, v2, like that, and that's it. Okay, that was fast. That was much faster than the other one. So if we run that and if we scroll to the top, it says 1 rule read. So that's basically it. That's all we got. Cool. All right, so let's go into sniffer mode. Okay, so for this specific section, there is no actual question to answer in the end. And instead of just reading through everything and then applying it, I'm gonna just apply it as each section that we go by. So just to kind of get a little bit more practice under our thumbs here. So in sniffer mode, you can use V for verbose, which I feel like you should every time, no matter what you're doing, no matter what command line tool you're using. I always try to default to using V just to get more information. -D would be displaying the packet data, also known as the payload. -E would give us the link layer headers. -X will give the full packet details in hexadecimal, and -I helps us define a specific interface to listen to or to sniff. If you have multiple interfaces, you can choose a specific interface to sniff. That's basically kind of what it is. So using each one of these and see the difference between them, Snort needs active traffic on the interface, so we need to generate traffic in the Snort. To do this, use the traffic generator script and sniffing with parameter I. So I'm guessing that we would need to start sniffing first, and then we would turn on the traffic generator. I think that's kind of what it's supposed to do, because it's running, right? It's like it needs to be running in sniffing mode. So start Snort in verbose mode, use the interface I, and then in case you have one and then do the traffic generator, I think. So that's basically what it is. So we're going to zoom out here. I have Snort in this terminal, so I'm just going to clear my terminal and have that ready to go. And then I need to go ahead and access the traffic file. So let's open this thing real quick, and we'll put this right here. We'll go to File Manager. We will do the traffic generator sh. So there's that. And there it is. So what do oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to actually do this in 2 different instances, I think. So we're going to do this. There we go. So this one will end up being traffic generator sh, or which one? Yeah, this one. That's fine. So we'll go into the desktop and then go into task exercises, and there is traffic generator. So traffic generator.sh, like that. So again, remember, you got to do the /traffic generator.sh, press enter, and there's the script. Okay, so I don't really need to do anything because we haven't gone into ICMP yet, I don't think. I think we're just testing it. So we'll see, I guess. I don't know exactly, but it hasn't mentioned anything, that specific type of traffic generation. So we're just going to kind of do normal traffic generate. I'm just going to do ICMP. It has HTTP task 6, 7, 10, and then there's 2 different exercises for 10. So I'm just going to do ICMP for that, and I'm going to move this to the side here. So first we want to run sudo in snort mode, or what am I saying? Snort in sudo mode. Yo, today's dyslexia is going really strong. I've been recording a bunch of videos, so my brain is like just all over the place. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to run snort in sudo mode, and there it is. It's actually running. And there you go. All the headers and everything are running. Nothing is going on. So let's see if we generate. I mean, I don't need to do anything. It's like literally generating everything in the background. And this is what verbose mode looks like, right? So this is basically what it is. And if I wanted to, so it says now run the traffic generator. Okay, and start ICMP or HTTP. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing the packets in verbosity mode as follows. I haven't done anything and it's already doing it. So let's actually run the traffic generator and see what we see. So now we get to see, do we see anything that's interesting? So it says packet processing PID. It's just capturing these things. It's kind of basically what it's doing. So nothing exciting. Traffic generator is working. So it says unable to create directory for yada yada, permission denied. Okay. Was I supposed to do it in sudo mode or something to terminate the options and put the command? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it doesn't seem like I need to do anything because it's literally, I feel like it's working. So I'm just going to stop this. There we go. It started or stopped and it detected all these things for us. So IPv4, all discard. Let's see if we have anything for ICMP because I did the ICMP one. It detected no ICMP traffic, which means that this did not actually work. So error creating child process for this, failed to execute child process, no file or directory. Okay, so this is an issue. So let me see if I can do a sudo and then do the traffic generator. See if that works. Okay, ICMP traffic. So let's do this one more time. And let's see if we can actually generate any kind of ICMP traffic because we need this in order for it to work. There you go. Okay, so we needed to do it with sudo because it said we didn't have permissions. So now it's actually generating traffic and we can see that there's no issues with the errors that we got. And the traffic is now finished generating. So now we can go here and stop this. And if we go up to ICMP, we now should have traffic. So there we go, 68 ICMP packets. Excellent. So it actually worked. Great. Okay, so now sniffing with D, which is the dumping packet data mode. Generate the traffic generator, da 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 da. See, now it says generated as sudo because in the previous one, it didn't say, oh, it did say as sudo, but it wasn't highlighted. So I didn't notice it. Okay. Start ICMP. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will start showing the packets, whatever as follows. Okay, great. And that's basically it. So given the output, the packet data payload mode, I see because it's supposed to be generating the payload for us, right? So -D up here said displays the payload. Okay, great. So we can see right here, it didn't display payload data, I guess. It's just showing the traffic itself. It's not giving us like a full payload. So maybe we can now get, for the ICMP traffic, maybe we can get payload data by using the -D. So we'll do sudo snort -D. Before I do that, let's go ahead and run the traffic generator one more time. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. Let's press enter on this, and then we're going to go and run the traffic generator one more time. And then we're going to do ICMP traffic. Oh, you can already see that the payloads, you can see there's way more data that's actually being generated. You can see the bits, right? You can see all the hex stuff. Yeah, all that stuff is actually being generated. So we can actually see the payloads. So let's go ahead and stop it. And let's scroll up. Again, 68 packets for ICMP. But if we go up here, now we actually see some extra bits right here. You see these bits? All of that stuff is useful to us. And then we can also see this is the hexadecimal version of the bits. Or yeah, I think this is hex, right? Or this would be ASCII and this is hex, I think. But essentially it's showing us the payload. You can actually see the payload going on. Let's see, where's the other ones? There we go. So you can actually see the payloads going on right here as well. So some of them don't have it, and then some of them definitely do have it, and you can see it. It's mostly these bits right here. Some of them are more obvious than the other ones, but it's these bits that you see at the bottom right here. You see this one's definitely more obvious. This one didn't have it. This one has one line. This one doesn't have it. This one has several lines, so this is the most obvious. Okay, so those are our payloads. And then we got the -DE. So you can also do -DE together or separate them by doing -D and then -E. So D would be for the dump, and then E would be the link layer header grabbing. So you can do that, and then we could do the same thing with our traffic generator. So we can just go and do up. It'll do -D for the snort command, but I'm just going to do a -E at the end, or just add an E. Very good. And then press enter, and then go over here, go over there, press enter on that, do ICMP traffic, go like that. And let's go look at the headers that are generated. So we can we see headers? What exactly would a header even look like in this case? What am I comparing this to? I don't even know what I'm comparing it to. So let's end that. So what is it? If we look at the examples here, we might be able to see. So commencing packet processing. Okay, we got that. What's the difference? Packet processing. I guess these are the headers. The link layer header. I guess, bro. I don't really see a difference, but I guess we'll just say that there's a difference, right? I don't see that much of a difference. So the key difference, because this one, processors okay, timestamp okay, the traffic direction okay, same thing, timestamp, traffic generation. There is, oh, you know what? I do see a MAC address. It seems like there's a MAC address here. Link layer header grabbing. Yep, for sure. That's exactly what it is. Because now I see a MAC address here. And I also see a MAC address here. That's what it is. The link layer shows us the MAC addresses. So they're talking about the OSI model link layer header grabbing. Okay, cool. So if we wanted to see MAC addresses, we can do the -E. And then we have with parameter X to give us the, what is this going to give us? Full packet dump mode -X. Which will give us probably a bunch of stuff. So let's do -X here, press enter, and let's see. Yeah, you can already see what's going on. So there's a bunch of crazy stuff. I'm not going to run the traffic generator because you can literally see it. There's a lot of stuff. Actually, the payload stuff for these is significantly more robust, it seems, because you can actually see much larger payloads, as you can see right here. I wonder if it's because like these are just the general traffic that's being generated and we didn't do the pings, because the pings would have significant smaller payloads because we're not generating anything really, we're just sending a ping. But I mean, these are significantly bigger. And then you can see that we have the, we don't have, interesting. So we don't have the MAC addresses. So let's do that again. I want to see if it's because maybe the MAC addresses were only reserved for our pings that we were doing. So let's do that. And then we'll do ICMP traffic, do that. And let's go here. Let's see if we're getting MAC addresses on this. I mean, the traffic is significantly more robust. You could just see that the traffic is more robust and the binary and the hex stuff is more robust. But if we just go up here, do we see MAC addresses? We do not see MAC addresses on these. Okay, so I guess the hexadecimal, or not hexadecimal, just the X version, which is full packet dump mode, I guess that version doesn't give us the headers, the link layer headers. So that's basically it. We just had some examples of running Snort. We ran it with verbose. We could do verbose with the dump. We could do dump and the link layer. We could also do it separate like that, and then we can do the full dump version as well. So hopefully we can kind of understand what these things are so that as we move forward, we can get more data and answer the rest of our questions. So let's go into operation mode 2. So the first one was operation mode sniffer mode. Now we're going to do packet logger mode. Okay, for this mode, we actually have a bunch of questions that we need to answer at the very, very end. So, you know, the options are here. The parameters -L would be in log and alert output directory, and we just need to give it an output directory. So it would end up being more often than not the log directory for Snort, which is fine. Default action is to dump it as TCP dump format in Snort directory. -K ASCII logs packets in ASCII format. -R reads things, reads the whatever we have inside of a PCAP file, and we need to give it a path to actually read. So if we use this, we do need to give it a path. And then -N specifies the number of packets to be processed or read. It will stop after reading the number of packets. So before generating logs and investigating them, we have to remember the Linux file ownership and permissions. There's no need to delve deep into user types and permissions. Snort needs super user or sudo rights, so we got to use it with sudo. They should have said this at the very beginning. I don't know why they're saying this now. So we will need root rights to investigate the log files, which is also known as just using sudo. So sudo chown username file or sudo chown username r directory. So elevation of privileges. You can do that if you want to just go ahead and change the ownership, I guess, or you can just do sudo at the beginning of everything. I don't know if we need to do that. Changing the ownership of files and directories. Should I do this? I don't know, bro. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this, right? I'm going to go ahead and just change the permissions of a few different things for us, just so we actually have the sudo change owner permissions. I don't know why the hell we're doing this, but sudo chown, right? And then we're going to do, I guess, root as the user, and then give it the R and then the directory, which was the task-exercises. I'll do that. So failed to open directory task exercises. Okay, well, I don't know why the hell you're making me do this if that's not, okay. You know what, bro? I'm gonna skip that part. We're just gonna use sudo at the beginning of everything. Who cares? Okay, so logging with the parameter. So we're gonna reverse engineer this, really, honestly, because I wanna be able to find all these answers, and I don't want to read through everything before we can start doing the exercises. So it says investigate the traffic with the default configuration file with ASCII mode. So sudo snort dev ASCII, okay? And then execute the traffic generator and choose task 6 exercise. Wait until the traffic ends, then stop the snort instance. Now analyze the output summary and answer the question. And then, okay, so this is the next step of this. Now you should have the logs in the current directory. Navigate the folder for this. And what is the source port used to connect to 453? Okay, so we're gonna run it with this command. It literally tells us to run it with the current command, and it's going to have the output be inside of our current directory. So that's great. We're gonna be running it with ASCII mode as a developer. It seems like, I don't know what the DEV, oh no, I'm sorry. It's gonna be a dump. It's gonna give us link layer, and then it's gonna give us verbose output. That's what that is. So these are the flags. So we're gonna do a data dump with the link layer header as well as a verbose output. And then we're going to give ourselves the output of ASCII, and then we're going to have it be done inside of our current directory. And then we're gonna run the traffic generator, and we're going to generate which traffic? Task 6 exercise. Okay, so here we go. Sudo snort -dev -K ASCII, like that, -L, and then give it a local location. Actually, so you know what? I'm sorry. Let me just skip all of that. We're just gonna clear that. We're gonna go back into the task exercises. Oh my God, I just changed the permission. So sudo cd task exercises, and the command is not found. I think I just made a really big mistake, because when I did that sudo change ownership, it now is giving me an issue and I can't access task exercises. How crazy is that, bro? So sudo chown, and then let's do, what is it? Ubuntu will be the user. I can't believe I just did that, dude. Let's see if this changes things, and now we can go back into task exercises. Okay, there you go. Holy cow. So it did work. So, okay, so what happened was I changed the ownership of the task exercises to the root user, and now I wasn't able to do it. So I just changed the ownership of the task exercises to the Ubuntu user, and now I can actually go into the okay, all right. We didn't really need to do that. I don't know why the hell it made us do that, honestly. Whatever. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we're gonna do inside of this location, we're gonna run sudo snort with the dev-k, and then we're gonna do the ASCII-l dot. So it's gonna run it with the dump data link layer verbose. It's going to give us output of ASCII format, and it's gonna enter it in our current directories where it's gonna output it for us. So I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna run the traffic generator in the next command right here. So we'll go right here, do the traffic generator, press enter. We're gonna do task 6 exercise, okay. And there we go, it's running, everything's all good. And it says now you should have the logs navigate to the folder, What is the source port used to that? Okay, so we're done with that. Excellent, the traffic is done. Let's end that. And so we should have now a new folder here. And we do, look at that, we have a bunch of folders, cool. So we're looking for the 162.37. So it's this one right here. Let me see if I can just copy this instead of doing that whole thing. Copy that. Let me go into this location. Sweet. Permission denied. Wonderful. Of course, permission is denied. Sudo change owner to Ubuntu. and then give me that specific folder. Maybe that's why they wanted us to do it. Okay, so now I should be able to go into that folder. There we go. All right. Okay, so the scan now is what? It says, what is the source port used to connect to port 53? So it is 3009. It's a UDP connection. So 3009. Okay, well, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why they made us want to do the change ownership and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So, all right, next one. Use the log read the snort log file with snort. What is the IP ID of the 10th packet? So this is the log file that we're going to be reading. Where would that be located? That's the key piece that I'm like, okay, well, so if I'm reading TCP dump log file, snort log, where are the logs? I don't understand. Configuration samples, log files, are they in the oh, I think they're in the Verilog snort folder, right? So, okay, so if I go ahead and, so what do? We're going to do a read, or let me do an ls of the Verilog snort folder, and there's nothing there, so that can't be the place. And there is no packet, no IP, traffic generated, exercise files. Would it be in the exercise files? Task 6, is that what we're on? What task are we on? We're on task 6. So let's go to task 6 here. CD task 6. And is there, okay, there it is. Okay, got it. So in the task 6 folder, we actually have the log file. Okay, so now it says, read the snort log file with snort. What is the IP of the packet? So this is to use the read functionality of snort. So if we actually go up here, we can see, so they showed us right here, basically what it would be like to capture the packets, excuse me. It showed us what it would be like to capture the packets, and then it showed us what it would be like to read the contents of it, which is what these IP addresses and these things are that you see right here. Okay, so that was the first portion of these commands right here. It's actually logging with the parameter KASCII. Okay, so all of those things, solid. So now the next piece, and this is what it looks like in the folder view, because we already saw that as well, and we needed to give ourselves permission to be able to read it, and then we saw the responses right here. So all of these things, great, okay? So reading the generated logs with the parameter R, which is what we're going to be doing now. So as long as we know where the log file is, we can read it. So in this particular case, the one that we want to read, hopefully because it's in task 6, is this piece right here. And so we can see that when you read it, this is what it looks like, and it reads the log file for you, and it shows you all the entries and things like that. You can also open it with TCP dump to actually see what's inside of it and do a variety of different flags using TCP dump, right? So it says Snort can read and handle binary log output. TCP and Wireshark can also do this. However, if you create logs with this parameter, Snort will not read them. As you see in the output above, which is, I guess, what we see right here, Snort read and displayed the log file just as it does in Sniffer mode. So opening it with TCP dump using the count of 10 lines, so I think it's just giving us 10 lines here, the same log file, and so it read it for us, and you can see that it actually has everything that it would need. So opening it with Wireshark would also read it for us. So no issue. I mean, it's a log file. It shouldn't be an issue that we would be able to, or we wouldn't be able to do. So the R parameter allows us to filter the binary log files. You can filter the process log to see specific packets with the parameter, with the Berkeley packet filters. So you would read it and then give it a variety of different parameters. So for example, I wanted to see all the hex stuff. I want to see only ICMP packets. I want to see only TCP packets. I want UDP and port 53 packets to show up. So this will be the same as above, but only packets with the chosen protocol will be shown. Additionally, you can specify the number of processes using the N parameter, which we already saw. Oh, that's actually it. So that's all the stuff that they actually had for us to read. So, okay, that's cool. That's easy to go through. So now it says read this, which is, I believe, the one that's here. Perfect. Okay, great. What is the IP of the 10th packet? So the IP ID of the 10th packet. So we're going to do snort-r, and then we're going to give it this snort.log file. Very good. By the way, this is a really good trick if you're not familiar with Linux. As long as you type the first portion of something inside of a folder and then you press tab, it'll fill the rest of it in for you. So that's a cool little hack right there. And then so we want the 10th packet, so we're going to do the -n and then just the number 10 to read 10 lines. So let's go up here and read the 10 lines. So the 10th one would be this one right here, right? So we're looking for the IP ID. So IP ID is 49.313, I think, right? So the, IP length, yeah, 49.313. So let's try that, 49313. Solid. Okay, so read the packet with snort. So same log file. What is the referrer of the 4th packet? So we do the same thing, right? Same exact command, except now instead of reading 10 lines, we're going to read 4 lines. So we're going to go up, find the last one, which is this one right here. And then we're looking for the referrer. So no predecessor found for this. Which one is the referrer? Referrer. I think I'm definitely missing data for this. So we're going to see, I think, what's the hint says? Okay, -x. So we got to do the same exact thing, actually. We're just going to do -x to get the most information for each one. So let's see if that actually, there we go. We actually got a bunch of data. Okay, so we want the referrer, which is this guy, http ethereal.com/development.html. And so I got to go ahead and actually type that out. So www.ethereal.com development.html. Perfect. All right, so read the log again with snort. What is the ACK number of the 8th packet? So let's now do the same thing, and I'm just gonna keep it with the X option, but let's see what the 8th packet gives us. So if we go over here, we want the acknowledgement number. This is the 8th packet, massive freaking packet, holy cow. Okay, so the ACK number right here, this is the ACK number. That one's a little bit more straightforward. So we're gonna copy that one. Cool. And read the file. What is the number of the TCP port 80 packets? So we wanna look at TCP port 80. So what was it? TCP and port 80. So the number of the TCP port packets. So we want TCP and port 80. So we're gonna read the full thing. Let's go back in here. We're going to read the full thing. We want TCP and port 80. That's the thing that I'm most interested in. So we're going to do something like TCP and port 80, like that. Hopefully that's, come on, that's the command, right? So it reads it. Total of 41 is what we got. Boom. Look at that. That's it. That's how it works. Nicely done. So we just ran this command, right? So literally read it with snort. So snort read, gave it the name of the log file, and then we just put inside of this little quotation, TCP and port 80. Very similar to what they showed us over here. UDP and port 53, we just did TCP and port 80. And wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. We got our answer. So beautiful. Let's go to operation mode 3. As an intrusion detection and intrusion protection mode. So this one is a little bit more robust of a task, and so I don't want to skip through too many things. So IDS and IPS mode depends on the rules and configurations. Task 10 summarizes the essential paths. Also, task 3 covers configuration testing. First, we need to understand the operating logic, then we'll proceed with task 9. So I don't know why the hell we just did all that. So task 3 was the configuration testing. We already did that, right? The -T. So we're going to talk in the next task about summarizing essential paths, etc. So right now, we're going to look to the rules, right? Because that's where we are. No, we're not even there. So we're in task 7. So I don't know why why would you do this? Okay, cool. Snort in IDS IPS mode. So -C defines the configuration file. -T is testing. -N, disable logging, -D, background mode, -A are the alert modes. So if you do -A console, it actually reads everything onto the console. CMG is basic header details with payload in hex and text format, and dash capital A none disables any alerting. And I don't know if we want that really, but for now, let's kind of look at everything that we want. So if you don't already know, because you didn't review the last video, there are rules that are inside of our rule file. So we can go ahead and look at the rules that would be available to us by going to the etc configurations file for Snort and then looking at the rule file. So in our location is right here, Snort rules and then local rules. So before we move forward, let's actually look at the stuff that's available here. So clear this up and let's go to the I'm going to do a nano. We'll do nano etc snort rules local.rules. So this is what the rule file looks like. It just has one rule in it. So it's for detecting pings. Okay, so from any port, from any IP and any port to any of our internal IPs and ports, as long as there's a ping that takes place, it says ICMP packet found, and then that's basically it. That's all the alerts that we're going to get. So if we were to run it in the normal mode that it has, then it would actually alert us, right? So if we ran it in alert mode, it would actually alert us for this, and it would kind of show us that, hey, there's pings going on. Like if I ran it and then I ran the traffic generator as a ping, then it would actually show us that there's pings going on. So that's the basic rule, right? Remember that this will focus on operating modes. The rules are covered in task 9 and 10. So we're going to create an alert file if the traffic flow triggers an alert. One last note, when you run it in IDS IPS mode, sniffing and logging mode will be semi-passive. You can activate the functions using any of the various parameters that we've ran so far. And if you don't remember the purpose of them, please refer to task 4. Wonderful. IDS IPS mode with parameter C and T. So configuration file and testing. So sudo snort, give it a configuration file, right? And then just run it in test format. It'll check the configuration file and prompt you if there's any configurations or if there's any misconfigurations in the current settings. We'll be able to familiar with this because you already reviewed it. I appreciate the fact that at least there's redundancy because he keeps reviewing things that we've already looked at. So that's cool. IDS and IPS mode with -N because we don't want to, show anything, right? So -N will disable logging mode. The rest of the functions will still be available. Output will provide the requested information. If you activate verbosity or any of these things, you will still have the output in the console, but there will be no logs in the log folder. So that's what that does. With -D, capital D, generates a sudo, etc. Once the traffic is generated, Snort will begin processing packets and accomplish the given task with additional parameters, spawning daemon child, lives, daemon parent exiting. We got that, verbosity and packet capture. You will still have the logs in the logs folder, but there will be no output in the console. Once you start the background mode and want to check the compressing corresponding process, you can use the PS command as we see to see what the current processes that are running and Snort should be running. We can also kill the command by referring to the PID of it, which is in this case 2898. You can also do sudo pkill and then do the name of the command, which would be Snort in this case. Running it with the alert mode, so console, CMG, full, fast, and none. This will actually show the console and CMG parameters, provided great information in the console. It's impossible to distinguish between the remaining alert modes. Differences can be identified by looking at the generated logs. We'll compare full, fast, and none modes. Remember that these parameters don't provide console output, yada, yada, yada. So I feel like these are just kind of, because there's only one question at the very end, and these are just a bunch of different modes that we can use to run our Snort, right? So this was the alert console, which will bring it up on the console, alert CMG, which will kind of bring it up on the terminal as well. But the key difference between console, fast style alerts, CMG provides basic header details, full alert mode providing all possible information, fast mode shows alert message timestamp and da-da-da, and then none will show nothing. So it says, again, just to reiterate, we'll be comparing these, but these parameters don't provide console output, so we'll continue to identify the differences in the logs. So that's what we got at CMG right here. This is what it looks like. A fast will bring us this mode. So it's not going to be quick, or it's not going to be displayed much onto the screen. It's just going to generate a log. But if we actually look at the alarm file, which is the log file, we'll be able to see something. -a full will have a similar output, but if you look at the log file, you'll actually see that there is a bunch of alarm with a bunch of details. And then of course, none will not generate any kind of a log file for you. Or there's no alert file, right? There's no alert file, excuse me. There's a log file, but there's no alert file. That's what it is. Using rule file without the configuration file. So you can do sudo snort-c and then just give it the rule file instead of giving it the configuration file, and then have it output onto the screen. IPS mode and dropping packets. So -q and DAQ AF packet. So this is interesting. Is activated with these modes. You can also activate this by editing the snort configuration file. You don't need to edit the snort file. In the scope of this room, review the bonus task or snort manual for further information on the DAQ and advanced configuration strings. The data acquisition, which is DAQ, and the AF packet module to use it as an IPS. That's cool. And then we would have to give it an interface so that it can actually detect it on the interfaces, and it'll actually run as an IPS. That's actually really cool. So identifying the interfaces, it requires at least 2 interfaces to work. The traffic generator, run it as sudo and start the ICMP traffic. So sudo snort-c, etc. And then there we go. Okay, there you go. So it gives it the configuration file. Then it would be -q, capital Q, and then data acquisition, AF packet, and then give it the interface, and then all the alerts would be on the console. So we'll see ICMP packet found, but I guess, I don't know if it's gonna like stop anything from taking place. Technically, I guess it should, but maybe not. Snort blocked the packets. Oh, I see, so it did block the packet. Oh yeah, there you go, drop. So it actually dropped all the packets. Very cool. We use the same rule with different action, drop and reject. Remember the scope of this task, our point is operating mode, not the rule itself. So now, investigate the traffic with the default configuration file. This will be the command. We're going to be using the default configuration file. We're going to get a full output on our alert here, and then the log file is going to be generated in the local location. Execute the traffic generator and choose task 7, exercise, wait until traffic stops. Now analyze the output. That's how we do it. And we want the number of detected HTTP GET methods. Okay. So since we're in task 7, I'm going to actually switch to task 7 just so we can generate our file inside of this location. So inside of this is the log output folder. So that's basically all it is. So we're going to do sudo snort-c, give it the etc snort configuration file, and then we're going to do a full alert -l dot. So this is what the command is, and it's basically what was in the documentation. So sudo snort-c, give it the configuration file, full, and then we're going to log it inside of our current location. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to run our packet generator. We're going to do task 7. Okay, there you go. There's the packets. All that stuff is being generated. Once that is done, we can then terminate. There we go. We can terminate the capture. There you go. Perfect. So it got it. So now it got everything. And now we should actually have a log here. There we go. Okay. So it says, what is the number of detected HTTP GET methods? So we could technically, I think, actually, let's see if we can do a cat of the alert file. And we do. We have that, all these things right here. And so this is a very large file, I'm sure. So what I want is to find the GET methods. So I wonder if that's actually is going to be something that we can do by just doing a grep. So if I do a grep of GET and then pipe that into the word count by line, it says 0. Okay, so let's do that again, and let's just see if there's anything. There is no GET in here. So what if we just do grep of get and then give it the alert file? There's nothing in there. So let's do a cat of the actual log file. So what's the name of the log file? Snort. Okay, so we're going to do a cat of the snort file. Then we're going to grep for get. Is there anything in there? I'm sorry, sudo cat snort. Good lord. And then grep get. Is there anything in there? It doesn't show anything. Okay, so let's do sudo change owner. Give it me the user, and then I want the snort file change. Oh, sudo change owner. There is no user called user. Change owner Ubuntu. My God, I'm losing my mind here. We want that to happen. Okay, great. So now I should be able to cat the snort.log file. Oh, I see. Because it can't do it like that. Okay, so it won't work if we just do a cat. So we actually have to do snort-r and give it this snort.log file. There you go. Okay, now I can read this, and now I should be able to grep for get, right? Can I do that? Let's see if we can do that. See if it actually brings up no processor for policy. Okay. Okay, well, that definitely didn't work. So grep doesn't work for this. Let's see what the hint says here. Timing is important. You should start the sniffing before the attack and terminate right after the attack. You can read the provided output statistics summary on the console. Okay, I need to try to figure out exactly what I gotta do to find this, because if nothing else, what we can do is we can just literally open the alert file. So if I go to the desktop here, let's go back to the desktop, task exercises, exercise files, task 7, and now we have our alert file. So if we open the alert file, this is what we see, right? And inside of this, there's a bunch of stuff. So we should be able to actually kind of find through this, right? There should be like a control F. There we go. Control F. So get. There is nothing that says get. There's literally nothing that's in here that says get. So HTTP. There's nothing in there that says HTTP. So what exactly am I looking for here? Because it's not giving me any of the outputs that I'm looking for, and I wasn't supposed to modify anything. I'm just running the packet. So it says execute the traffic generator and choose task 7. Wait until the traffic stops, then stop the snort instance. Now analyze the output summary and answer the questions. Okay. All right, so maybe I missed something in the actual output summary. So maybe that's what it is. So we're gonna do this one more time. Let me delete these files real quick. So we're gonna remove the alert file and remove write process regular. Yes, do that. Okay. All right, great. So we're also gonna remove the snort file. Okay. All right, great. So we're gonna do this one more time here. We're gonna run the command real quick. And it's going to be exactly the same command that it had before. The only difference is I'm going to, instead of doing anything else, I'm just going to look at the output onto the screen, because it said you basically just want to look at the output of the screen. So sudo snort, there we go, configuration. Okay, cool. And then they also said timing is really important. So we're going to do this really fast. I'm going to press enter on here. Then we're going to go here, press up, enter on there. We're going to do task 7. Okay. There you go. Let that finish. As soon as that finishes, we're going to end the capture here. So boom, there you go. And it finished that. Okay, great. Okay, so here's our output. Now we're looking for the get packets. So get methods are 2. Oh, it's literally on the screen. Okay, wonderful. So total number of get methods, 2. Very, very simple. Okay, that is actually really, really cool. I thought that it was a much more complicated process, obviously. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to run, because the rest of it is pretty simple. Like we can just basically, generate different outputs and all of that stuff with -a. So literally all of these were just -a commands, that entire section. Up here was just to look at the snort command itself, the actual running of snort in IDS mode, and then it would just create any kind of alerts for us. So if I literally do this, so if I do just the alerting version of it, so if we do sudo snort -c and then give it the etc snort configuration file, right? So if we do snort.conf and then just run it just like that, that's basically it. So if we run it just like that, that's kind of all we need to do really, because what we can do is just run the ICMP traffic, because that was the only rule that's there. So if I go ahead and run the traffic generator and do ICMP traffic, now it should get a bunch of stuff in the background because there's ICMP traffic being generated, but it's not doing that. So that's kind of weird. So let's go ahead and close that out. Did it generate ICMP traffic? That's what I'm curious about. Okay, so it did not. So that's really interesting. Okay, so let's do it with just the rule file, because they said you can also just run it with the rule file. And we would potentially, hopefully, be able to see what the heck is going on, because it should have done it. Oh, you know what? The alert on the console is what I missed. So -a console is what I missed. I think that's what it is. So we're going to run it in IDS mode. There you go. Okay, great. So now if I run this one more time, run that. Come on. Nope. There you go. And then do ICMP traffic. I hope, there you go. Okay, there we go. Now we actually get our alerts coming in. So I forgot the alert portion. It wasn't showing me the alerts because I didn't put the alert portion. So, okay, so that's the alert portion when we're running it in IDS mode. What I want to do is I want to run it in the IPS mode, in the protection version at the very end that they kind of, or prevention protection. So this is the command right here to run it in that mode. So if we do snort, or actually sudo snort, and then do -c, and then give it the configuration file. So this part is very normal. The -q, capital Q, -DAQ, and then AF packet. These are the modes that we would run for intrusion protection. And then we need to give it our interfaces. So I need to actually do another one just to be able to see our ifconfig. Okay, so our interfaces, we have ETH1, and then do we have another one? ETH0. So ETH0 and ETH1 are our two interfaces. So we will do ETH0, and then we'll do ETH1, and then A, and then put it on the console. There you go. So there is our intrusion. So, what does it say? Can't initialize DAQ packet, invalid interface specification, ETH0. Why, bro? It's literally my specification. What do you mean? Oh, I see. I didn't do -i. My bad. Okay, so I got to do the -i before I do the interfaces. So that's what it is. So there we go. Now it should be good. And now we're going to run it, and we're going to do the ICMP traffic. Do that. All right. All right. Let's see. What's the action? Are you going to drop it? I mean, it's detecting a bunch of things. So I just want to see if it drops it. Let's see. Okay, packet found. So, okay, where is it? Timestamp here, echo reply, classification, priority 3, miscellaneous activity, ICMP. Where's the drop? I don't have anything that says that it's been dropped. The command right here, I think this is where the drop would be, right? And none of them show that it was dropped. So it's found the packets. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing, but it's not actually dropping the packets. And this is something that I really wanted it to work, because I was hoping I would be able to see it, honestly, because this is the mode in IDS mode that we just saw. It's very similar to what we just saw right here. It's like detecting everything. It has the asterisks inside of the brackets, using the file without a configuration, and then using it. This is for the local rules portion, but then this is the one where we actually use the configuration file in IPS mode, by the way. So it should be at least saying that it's running in IPS mode when we ran it. And it didn't even say that. That's the piece that I'm like, okay, well, this is upsetting. So sudo snort -c, and I did all of that stuff. I did all of those things correctly, but it's not running in IPS mode. And that part is upsetting to me. I don't like that because it's supposed to give me at least an alert that says it's running in IPS mode, and it's not doing that. And I feel like I'm getting ripped off. But whatever. So we can practice the rest of the parameters by using traffic generator, and we already did all of this. We did the alert that outputted it onto the console. We did the alert that generated a file for us. We can also do we'll just do another one just to kind of do a log file again. So right now there should be no log files. There is actually a log file. So let's go ahead and remove the alert, and let's go and remove the snort file. Remove write protected regular file. So remove snort. Yes. Oh, it actually already did it. Wait, what the heck? Remove snort.log. Yes. Very good. Okay, there you go. So now it's done. Okay, cool. So let's run it one more time. Let's do it with the full command. So we'll run sudo snort -c with the etc configuration file. And let's go ahead and run it with the full output. And we'll go ahead and press enter, and we'll go ahead and run the traffic generator again. And from there, it'll generate our traffic. We're not going to get anything onto the screen because it's generating an alert file for us. And it's going to be in full mode. So it should be really exciting. There should be a lot of data in it. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. And let's look at, oh, what the hell? Where's the alert file? So if you do it in full mode, to all the possible information, remember there is no console output. Start the instance with the following commands. What the hell? So if there is no console output and there's no alert file, that's kind of or the alarm file, there's nothing. That is actually, again, I feel like I'm being ripped off because I'm supposed to get something. That is really, really upsetting. So we're going to run this one more time. Sudo snort with the configuration file. I'm literally doing exactly what they do here. With the configuration file, and the alert is full. That's it, right? So do I need to do a -L in the current? I shouldn't have to do that because it's supposed to just generate everything for me. Now it actually did it because you just saw the files being generated in the background right there. So now it actually did it. So we should now be getting a log file, and we should also be getting the alert file. So it says check the alarm file. It's not an alarm file. It's an alert file, buddy. Come on. Let's be honest. There you go. Okay, so now we actually have the file. Now it's been generating stuff. Okay. I mean, I was hoping that it would work the first time around, but I guess I did something wrong. Maybe I was supposed to do the -L, but I didn't. They didn't do it here, you see? So whatever. Okay. That's basically it. So I mean, the rest of it, you could literally just duplicate the same actions over and over and over again, and it'll just generate new alert files or alarm files for you, and then just provide different types of output for you. That was kind of the biggest piece of this, is that we can either use it in just the intrusion detection and then have the alert be on the console, or we can do it where it actually creates an alarm file or an alert file for us. And then we can even go and establish new rules and things like that to detect other things. So the only thing that we have right now that's being detected is the ICMP pings, because that was the only thing that was inside of our rules file. So hopefully we can maybe create some more rules, because it says snort rule structure down here. So maybe we'll actually kind of do that a little bit. But for now, let's move on to operation mode 4 for the PCAP investigation. Okay, so as we talked about in the very, very beginning, it has PCAP investigation. It can actually read PCAP files. So this is actually one of the cool things about it, because a lot of times you have to do digital forensics and investigations, and reading a PCAP without using any additional parameters is actually not a bad thing. But you can do a bunch of things with Snort to get data. You can extract data from it. So we are investigating the PCAP to benefit from the rules and speed up our investigation process by using the known patterns and threats. We're pretty close to starting to create rules, so it's going to be fun. So we need to understand the working mechanism of Snort to be able to combine it for rules. So parameter -R and then to read something. So it reads a PCAP file, PCAP list, and then giving it the list of the files inside of the quotations, reads PCAPs provided in command. There are space separated. And then PCAP shows the PCAP name on console during processing. So all of those things are available as well. So investigate a single PCAP with just -r instead of doing PCAP list, right? So you just do snort -r, give it the name of the PCAP. And then we can do it, for example, sudo snort, give it the configuration file, quiet mode, read the PCAP on the console, limit to 10 lines. And so this is what it would look like here. Only the ICMP rule got hit because there doesn't seem to be, it didn't say that we need to do the traffic generator or anything. They didn't mention anything. So it's only, because we don't need to do a traffic generator actually, because we're reading a PCAP file. So that's the reason why. Okay, cool. Investigating multiple with the parameter PCAP list. So you can see right here, they do PCAP list and then give it the name of the PCAPs and then just separate them with a space, as you can see right there. And then it's going to be displayed on the console. So we can see that right here. And then I would also probably do this as well, the PCAP show, so I can know what the difference is with the various outputs that are being on my screen. So ICMP rule got a hit. As you can see, snort identified traffic and whatever. We're processing 2 PCAPs. There are a lot of alerts, so it's impossible to match them with the provided PCAPs without Snort's help. So we need to separate them to identify using PCAP show. So same thing, sudo snort, configuration file, PCAP lists, and then PCAP show at the very end after the console output. And then you can see reading network from this and then reading network from that. And then the packets have been hit. So that's pretty much it. So now we're going to be looking at the various files to try to get whatever information we can from here. Thankfully, we don't have to read a bunch of things on here because literally we only have one rule that is going to be triggered with this thing. We haven't created any new rules yet. So I'm already inside of the task 8 folder, and we can see that we have HTTP 2 PCAP, ICMP test PCAP, MX1, MX2, and MX3 PCAP. So the first one is for MX1. And so we can see that we're also going to generate a log inside of our current folder for MX1. And we're just going to read it using the configuration file. And we're going to do a full alert file. And from there, we're going to do the remainder of our question answering. And there's 3 questions dedicated to this first command. So sudo snort -c etc snort.configuration, alert is going to be full, log is going to be in the current folder, -r is going to be the MX-1 PCAP, and voila. So there it goes, and it's going to finish because we don't need to do anything else. Okay, what is the number of generated alerts? So let's go over here and let's see what we can find for our generated alerts. It was up here somewhere. So alerts 0, frag 3 statistics, verdicts allow, okay, alerts 170, so these are the actions, so I think that's probably a good one. What else do we find here? And let me see if there's anything else up here. I think that was pretty much it. I think it was 170, right? Because it's now reading through, and we just went through all this. Yeah, okay, so these are detection rules. So it was in the little portion that said alerts. So I just passed it. I think it was 170 though. It's like towards the bottom. Alerts 170. So let's try that. Let's see if that works. Very good. Okay, keep reading the output. How many TCP segments are queued? So if we go to the TCP portion of this, I did see that as well. TCP descriptions, no. Let me see, TCP segments, 41, I believe this is it. So 41 TCP segments, let's try that. That should be it, not 14, 41. That is not the answer. Okay, so TCP segments is what we're looking for. I think that might be the difference. It's TCP segments. There we go. So TCP segments used are 18. So there's that. Very good. Keep reading the output. How many HTTP response headers were extracted? So let's go and read that. HTTP response headers were 3 of them. So there is that. And great. So now, with the second configuration file is what they want us to do. So investigate the MX1 PCAP file with the second configuration file. So same command, full alert log, all that stuff is the same. We're just using the second PCAP file, or the second configuration file, I'm sorry. So let's see if it generates a new alert file in the background as well. So I'm just going to kind of go back here, and we're going to do v2 for the configuration file. And the alert didn't change, so the alert file and everything stayed the same. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong folder. So let's go back to the previous one. Go to task 8. We have we have one alert file, but we do have 2 log files. So that was new. Okay, great. Okay, so now it says, what is the number of the generated alerts? So let's go and find the generated alerts real quick. We have 68 generated alerts for this one. Next one is not 38, excuse me, 68. Very good. Okay, so now we can do the MX2 PCAP file using the main configuration file. So we're going to go ahead and clear the screen here. And we're going to run the same command, basically. We're just going to change it to MX2 PCAP, because I think the command itself is the same. So full alert, log inside of the current location, and we're just using the main configuration file. So we're going to press enter on that. There is the new log file that was generated. Okay, so now it says, what is the number of generated alerts for this one? So let's go and move to the alerts portion. And it is right above this, so it's right there. So 340 generated alerts. So there's that. Keep reading the output. What is the number of detected TCP packets? So that was also something that was up here. So 82 TCP packets were detected. And then now it says investigate MX2 and MX3 PCAP files with the default configuration file. What is the number of the generated alerts? So we're going to do both of them. This should be cool. This is the first one that we're going to get a chance to do. And instead of doing 1, we're going to end up doing 2. So it's going to be PCAP list is what we're going to do. So it's going to be sudo snort-c etc snort configuration -q -pcap -list equals quotations mx-1, right, .pcap, and then mx-2.pcap. And then we're going to close the quotes. And then what else do we need to do? We need to do an output onto the console. That's all we got. So it's going to read it. Wow, look at that. Awesome stuff. Where's the rest of my alert though, bro? That's not what I'm asking for. So the output needs to give me everything onto the screen. So what is the command that you gave? So full is what they did, and they generated the logs, and then they did the PCAP list. So I didn't do that. So let's go ahead and do console. Instead of console, we're going to do full, and then we're also going to do a log generated in our folder. And I think that's pretty much it. Oh, I don't need to do -q because that was the piece I think that I stole from the other command. So I need to actually delete -q, and then we're just going to leave the rest. Okay, there you go. I think -q is what kind of messed me up and didn't generate my full stuff. So it says, what is the number of generated alerts for this thing? So we're going to go up here, and we're going to go to our alerts that are right here. So 510 alerts. No, that's not right, because this is a 4-digit response. So total alerts is what I think what we're looking for, because that may have been for the second MX2. So let's see what the total number of alerts is. My bad, I used the wrong PCAP files. It said MX2 and MX3, not MX1 and MX2. So I was supposed to use MX2 and MX3. Okay, so let's do that again. That is my bad completely. Okay, so let's go and see if we get 4 digits for our alerts. We do. So 1020 is the number of alerts. That seems more right. Okay, cool. All right, so now we can talk about the Snort rule structure. Okay, so the rule structure, thankfully, is really not that complicated. Okay, so you generate a rule, And this is a really, really good cheat sheet. And I very much love this because it's actually very, very easy to understand, at least in my humble opinion. So it breaks down into several columns, excuse me. So we have the action, protocol, source IP, source port, direction, destination IP, destination port, and then, metadata is kind of what we'll call this over here, okay? So the rule itself, the functionality of the rule is right here. This is basically it. And then the options or the metadata is the information that will display onto the screen to let us know what rule was triggered, okay? So there are a few different things we can do. We can do as an action, we can create an alert. We can create some kind of an actual action where it either drops it or it rejects it, and that's it, right? The protocol would be TCP, UDP, or ICMP. So anything apart from ICMP would either fall under TCP or UDP. And so TCP could cover a bunch of different ports or a bunch of different protocols. UDP could cover a bunch of different ports and protocols. So what comes down to is this portion right here. This is like the big piece right here. So source IP is where the traffic is being generated from. So any source IP and any port is usually the best way to differentiate or to kind of like signify where you want to limit or generate alerts from. And so if it's coming from outside of your network, then yeah, anything generated from any IP to any port, if it's targeting a specific IP and port that are sensitive, then we definitely you want to be included. So that's kind of a really key element right there. And then the direction is also another important piece. So if you look at these two different arrows, I guess we'll call them, the greater than and less than symbol, this is both directions. If you have both of them here, that means in either direction. So it could be from really any destination IP and source port or vice versa, right? So it's like all of them, the traffic back and forth will apply. So in this particular case, this rule will be triggered for anything that comes from any direction, any source IP or port, any destination IP or port. And then the options in the end are just kind of, this is an easier way to understand it. So this specific rule will generate an alert for each ICMP packet processed by Snort. So we see an alert on the left-hand side right here. We have the alert, the protocol's ICMP, the source and destination port are any, the source port and IP are any, the destination port and IP are any, and it's going in both directions. So if we look at this right here, alert, ICMP, any source port, any source IP in either direction to any destination IP and then any destination port is going to trigger this. As long as it's an ICMP packet or protocol, then it's definitely going to trigger this. And then the message that's going to pop up is, ICMP packet found. This is the reference for it. So you can actually put a reference CVE ID if you want to. This is not mandatory. You do need to put an SID, which is the alert itself, and then the revision number. So the alert has to be unique. The ID itself has to be unique. You can't have multiple rules for one ID. You need to have, for each rule, you need to have its own ID. If you're going to revise the rule, you can always change this, and then the ID can stay the same, just so you can kind of know which revision of the rule has been triggered. But if you're going to create multiple revisions for the same rule and the actual rule itself is going to change, then I would recommend also changing the ID so that you actually get to see the different versions of the rule. And then you can also change the message itself so that you can know exactly what it is that's being triggered. So these things are not mandatory for the rule to function. These are really more mandatory for the rule itself to function. So each rule should have a type of action, a protocol, source destination IP, source and destination port, and of course, the options itself. It's passive by default. Snort is passive by default. So most of the time you'll use it as an IDS. You'll need to start inline mode to turn on the IPS mode. But before you begin using that, it's essential to be familiar with the Snort's features. So the structure is easy to understand, but you already saw. Difficult to produce? Not necessarily. You should be familiar with rule options and related details to create efficient rules. It's recommended to practice Snort rules and option details for different use cases. We'll cover the basic rule structure. Okay, great. We're going to focus on alerts and then reject for IPS. Rules can be processed without a header. So this is what I mean. This is the mandatory part. Like the rule itself is basically those headers. That's what the function of the rule comes in. The rule options are optional, right? You don't have to have them, but you need to also just make sure that you have them just so you know what the hell is going on. So I would say it is a really, really good idea to have the rule options. But if you want it to just be functional, the actual header is the most important piece of it. So the action of the header would either be to generate an alert, to log the item, to log the packet, or drop it, or reject it, right? So block and log the packet is what drop would be. Block the packet, log it, and terminate the packet session is what reject would be. And that would be most likely what I would use. I would use reject instead of drop if I really want to activate the IPS more than anything else. Because if I'm dropping it, if I'm blocking it, then there's a good chance that I just want to also terminate that session for that specific packet. The protocol parameter identifies the type of protocol that was filtered. So Snort 2 supports only 4 protocols like IP, TCP, UDP, and ICMP. You can detect the application flow using port numbers and options. For instance, if you want FTP traffic, it would be TCP and then on port 21, right? So you can't do FTP traffic as the protocol. You would end up using TCP traffic, and then it would be port 21. That would be the rule. The port and the IP and the port numbers, excuse me. So these parameters identify source destination IP as well as the associated port numbers. So IP filtering, so alert ICMP from this port, right? Or excuse me, from that IP address to, from that IP address from any port in either direction to any of our IPs or ports. And the message would be ICMP packet from that specific IP address has been generated. This rule will create an alert for each ICMP packet originating from that IP address. Filter an IP range. So you can actually do a subnet in this particular case and do the same thing. ICMP, give it the subnet, and then all the rest of the rule stays the same. And then it'll create an alert for each ICMP packet originating from that subnet. So it can actually detect subnets, which is really handy. Multiple IP ranges. So you can use these square brackets and you can actually separate them by a comma, as you can see right there. So this is one subnet, comma, another subnet, any source port to any destination IPN port, and an ICMP packet found, and it'll generate it from either of those subnets. Exclude IP addresses and ranges will be done with the negation operator. And so this is the exclamation. Thankfully, this is like uniform across most languages and most rule sets. So you want to say, alert me for an ICMP not from this subnet. So as long as it's not from that subnet, so let's say that this subnet is something that we're going to use internally and this is allowed, so we don't mind if somebody from our subnet does a ping. So from any IP address outside of this subnet, then I want it to alert, right? So it'll create a rule that any ICMP packet not originating from that subnet is going to trigger that rule. So very, very useful. Port filtering, so alert TCP from any source and source IP and port to any destination IP, but specifically on port 21. So FTP port 21 command activity detected, an alert for each TCP packet sent to port 21. We can exclude port 21 with the same way of using an exclamation port. So it'll generate an alert for each TCP packet not sent to port 21, so basically to any other port other than port 21. You can filter a port range in this is so type 1 and type 2, and there's a type 3 and a type 4. Wow, okay. So this port range right here would be number 1:1024, which will create an alert for each packet sent to ports between 1 to 24. So this is going between 1 to 1024, every port in that session. So including port 1 and including port 1024 and everything in between. The second one goes from any to port 1024. So it could be from port 1 to 1024, from port 5 to 1024, right? Generate an alert for each TCP packet sent to ports 1 through 1024, which is, I mean, it's kind of the same as anything else. I feel like that kind of feels a little bit weird. Or I guess it's like, I think this is actually, this any right here is referencing the destination IP. So this would be destination IP, and then there's a colon 1024, so ranging from, I guess, 0 to 1024 basically. So this one goes from 1 to 1024. This one goes from 0 to 1024, I think. But it literally says from ports 1 to 1024. So I guess that's pretty much the same as the previous one, because between one, oh, I see. I think, if I'm not mistaken, oh my God, let me zoom out. Let me extend my timer so I don't lose my machine session. I think what's happening here is that in the first one, it says sent to ports between 1 and 1024. So it doesn't include 1 and it doesn't include 1024. In this one, it's including ports 1 through 1024. Yes, that makes sense. And then this one is saying from port 1025 and on. So a source port that is higher than or equal to 1025. And it's not source port. This is supposed to be destination port because we can see it's on the destination side. So, but the arrows are going in both directions. So I guess it doesn't really matter. So that technically, I guess, does mean that it's going in either direction. So it could be a source or a destination. And then this final one right here, you're actually designating exactly which ports you want to do and separating them by commas. So it could be 21, 23, 53, like that. You could actually designate which ports you want to actually include in that range. The direction, this is kind of like a very interesting one. So this is one that I'm trying to get more clarity for myself. So this is the direction to follow. So it could be starting from anything, just moving forward. So source to destination flow, bidirectional flow. There is no backwards element of this. So it's just either moving forward from the source to the destination or bidirectional flow. So in this case, we have a bidirectional flow of ICMP from any port NIP to any port NIP. There are three main rule options. So the general, which is fundamental rule options for Snort, payload, which help to investigate the payload data. These are helpful to detect specific payload patterns. Non-payload, that focus on non-payload data, which will help create specific patterns and identify network issues. Okay, let me see if I can zoom in on this in a little bit different way so we can get the full data of the information. So there we go. All right. So general rule options. So these are just our options, remember. So this is just a message field that helps you identify what's going on. The SID come with a predefined scope, and each rule must have an SID. So this is actually, it should not be part of the options. It should be mandatory because it says each rule must have an SID. There are three different scopes. So anything under 100 are reserved rules, so you can't use that. From 100 to 999,999 are rules that came with the build, and then anything higher than 1 million are rules created by the user. In previous practices that we've done, this was not the case because I was doing 100,001. So that technically, yeah, I was doing 100,001. I was not doing 1,000,001. That's the issue right here. I was literally using these the ranges between this. So this kind of feels a little bit weird. The rules we will create should have a side greater than 100 million. Okay. Another important point is that SIDs should not overlap and each ID must be unique. Reference can be something like the CVE database or something else that you might want to use. This always helps analysts during the alert and incident investigation. And the revision, so the modification and updated for performance and efficiency of the rules. Revision option enables analysts to access revision information for each rule. Therefore, it'll be easy to understand rule improvements. Each rule has its unique revision number, and there is no auto backup feature on the rule history. Analysts should keep their own rule history. The rev option is only an indicator of how many times the rule has gone through revisions. So you can see this right here. This is not a must-have like this number for the SID. Now you can see the SID again here. This is 100,001. So this clearly, based on what they said, this is not a user-generated rule. Payroll detection rule options, so the content of this. So this is for payload data. It matches specific payload data by ASCII, hex, or both. It can be used multiple times within a single rule. However, the more specific pattern must match features you create, the more time it takes to investigate a packet. The following rule will get an alert for each HTTP packet containing the keyword GET. So it says ASCII mode. This is the ASCII mode version of the rule. So alert TCP from any to port 80. Get request found content get. So content get meaning inside of the request itself, it found the keyword get. And then hexadecimal mode, same thing, but in this particular case, the content is now the hexadecimal value of get, right? So if you actually go to the hex generator and use capital GET, you'll get 474554, okay? No case, disabling case sensitivity used for enhancing content searches. So anything, and then put it inside of your options, get request found, content get, no case, so that you can see capital get, lowercase get, things like that. Fast pattern. You can prioritize the content search to speed up the payload. By default, Snort uses the largest content and evaluates against the rules. The fast pattern option helps detect the initial packet with a specific value for further investigation. This option always works. Case insensitivity and can be used once per rule. This option is required when using multiple content options. This following has two content options, and the fast pattern option instructs Snort to use the first content option. So right here, get request found, content get, fast pattern, content www. So fast pattern is going to focus on get, right? And that's the key piece right here. So Snort uses the first content option in this case. Instruct Snort to use the first content option for the initial packet match. And then I guess if there's another one that matches it, it'll use the next one. So it'll use both of them maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Kind of confusing for me on that one. No payload detection rule options. So the flags, these are actually very important. So filtering the IP ID field. So in this particular case, looking at an ID 123456 for the, I guess it says the IP ID field. So you remember, I don't know if you remember, but some of the questions that we had to answer at the very beginning, it was asking us for the IP ID. It may have been in the previous episode, but there is something in the report that actually has the IP ID. So you're looking for anything that will show up with that specific IP ID. So that's one of those things. The flags, so these are TCP flags, and these are actually very specific to TCP conversations. So when you do an Nmap scan, by default, it'll do the full connect scan, which will end up sending a SYN flag. Oops, excuse me. Let's close that. So it'll end up sending the SYN flag. It'll then send a SYN acknowledgement flag and then an acknowledgement flag. So that's the three-way handshake. We send SYN, the server sends SYN acknowledgement, and then we send acknowledgement. So then there's the FIN flag, there's the reset flag, the push flag, and the urgent flag. So all of these things are actually available for us to use as options in our detection. So if you do flags-s, it's actually going to look for SYN flag packets, which is very interesting. Then you can look at the payload size. So the data size, minimum and maximum. So you can do anything between the two. Then you can do anything greater than 100, anything less than 100, or anything in between. So in this particular case, we're looking at between 100 to 300 is what we're looking at. And then same IP. So the source and destination IP addresses for duplication. So any, and then we have same IP test, and then we just activate the same IP option. So a lot of options, as you saw. So once you create a rule, it's a local rule and should be in the local rules file. This file is located under that location, and how you can edit it is by using either gedit or nano. In this case, they're using gedit, and this is what the local rule files look like. Some of the rule files are activated with the Snort instance. They're activated to manage your rules and improve the exercise experience. So refer to task 10 or the Snort manual. So we got a lot of stuff, okay? So now we've actually covered it. So let's use the attached VM and navigate to the exercise file task 9 to answer the questions. And let's see if we can find anything of interest. And then we have task 10, points to remember. So we have made really, really good progress here. So let's go to task 9. So I'm already in the task 8 folder. So I'm just going to go ahead and move back to task 9. There we go. So there's that. And so we have the local rules inside of task 9 folder, and then we have the task 9 PCAP. So we're going to end up using our own PCAP. So it says use the task 9 PCAP, write a rule to filter for the IP ID 35369 and run it against the PCAP. What is the request name of the detected packet? You might use this command snort local rules because we're inside of the project file, so we should be able to just use that. Full log inside the local location, read the PCAP file. So we need to create a rule for the IP ID, and so it's literally, actually it was just here. So we were able to do it for the IP ID. Where's the IP ID portion? It was ID right here. So here's a sample of the rule. So here it is, and we're just looking for the IP ID. So I guess that's basically all I need to do here. So I can do, I guess, sudo gedit local.rules, because that's what they did. So there it is. And so now I can go down here and I can go and do the same thing. So alert TCP, any, both directions. And then we're going to do any, and then message is going to be the same thing. I'm going to do ID test. And then I'm going to do ID of, so what was the ID that we needed to do? It is 35369. And then we will do anything else for that ID rule. SID, so we'll do SID of 1 million, I guess. So 1 like that. I think that's it, right? And then rev1, and that should be it. So I think that's basically it. Save the file. Close the file. So if I cat this file, so if I cat the local rules file, there you go. There is my rule. Okay, cool. So now that we have this, so let's see what it looks like if we actually go ahead and use Snort to read this thing. So the configuration file is just going to be my local rules file here. We're going to do a full log in our location, and we're going to do -r of the task9.pcap. Here we go. Let's see what we get here. Okay, great. So now it says, it says what is the request name of the detected packet? So let me see if I can find this, because I mean there's a good amount of output here. I'm looking for the request name. Okay, so I didn't find anything for this, and so the hint says try filtering different protocols like TCP, UDP, and ICMP for ID 35369. So the only thing that I have right now is for the, I think the, what is it? No, I'm sorry. So let's go back to the gedit here. And the only thing I have is TCP. So let's do the same thing, and we'll just copy this. I'll do ID test, and then we'll do TCP right here. So TCP ID test, and then we'll do the same thing, and then we'll just do UDP ID test, and then we'll do a ICMP ID test. So UDP, this one will end up being UDP ID test. SID will change to 2, and then this one will be ICMP, and then we will do the same thing where we'll change it to 3, and then we'll do the protocol will be ICMP. Okay, so that's basically it. And then 35369 is the ID, and I think that's it, right? And then that's basically all it says in the hint as well. So I think we're solid in that regard. So let's go ahead and save it, close it, and let's now go ahead and run the command one more time against this, and let's see if we can find anything. And what, again, we're looking for the request name of the packet that's detected. So I wonder where that would be, because it doesn't seem to be inside of the output here, unless I'm missing something. Hold on one second. I see. Okay, so it's actually inside of our alert file. And so the rule that was triggered was the ICMP ID test, because we actually see that right here in the description. And so the timestamp request is what was triggered. So timestamp request. Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, cool. So clear the previous alert file and comment out the old rules. Create a rule to filter packets with the SYN flag and run it against the given PCAP file. What's the number of detected packets? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to close this here. We're going to move that to trash, I guess. That's kind of one of my big approaches for all of these things, honestly. So we're going to do sudo gedit here, and then we're going to do local.rules. And so we can comment out the rules themselves by just doing it. A little hashtag here. So let's also do a space just to kind of make it clean. Okay, so now we are going to create a new rule, and it says to filter packets with the SYN flag, which is that -s that we saw. And so there's no hint here, and being that it is a SYN flag, I could technically rely on the fact that we're going to be using TCP, because SYN flags are usually relevant to TCP. So we're just going to try to duplicate that alert. So it's going to be alert TCP any, and it's going to go to any, and the message is going to be, in this case, a SYN flag test, like that. And then ID is going to, I don't need to do an ID. Yep, I don't need to do an ID. So we're going to do SID, and it's going to be 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? How many? Yeah, 3, right? Yeah, whatever. And then the rule itself is going to be that rev 1, and that's our rule. Just like that. So if you want to see it, that's what we got. TCP any. Message is SYN flag test. SID is going to be 1,000,004, I guess, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't know, man. I don't know how many zeros that is. And then revision of 1. So we're going to save it. I'm going to close that bad boy. And then we're just going to run it one more time. And it's literally going to be the same command, because we're running the same thing. The only thing that we're doing is we're just changing the rule set, right? So that's it. So we're going to press enter on this. It's going to generate our alert in the background. And let's go ahead and open up the alert file. There we go. Look at all this stuff. Wow. Okay, so it says, what is the number of detected packets? Okay, so this one actually we can go over here and see how many detected packets we get over here. So let's see how many they got. I made a very key mistake. There's a big piece out of this whole thing that really was missed, because it's supposed to have the flag in it, and I totally forgot that flag portion, and it doesn't have it in there. So obviously it didn't work. So that is actually my bad. So flags is going to be capital S here. And now we need to save it. So it's actually missing that key piece. That is literally the piece. What just happened? Let's go do that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now it should actually work. So I made a very big mistake on that one. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go ahead and run that one more time. And so there you go. It should just be 1, because it should have only detected 1. So it says an error local rules, rule options might be enclosed in this and that. And so what am I missing? Am I missing the rule option? So let's go ahead and look at the rule itself. The rule options must be enclosed. And I thought I had them enclosed. So flags, right? Flags S. The rule options are inside of their stuff. Oh, you know what? No, there's this last piece, that last thing right there. So that piece was good. Okay, now we fixed it. There was a semicolon at the end of it. There we go. Awesome. Okay, great. So now the question is, it says, what is the number of detected packets? So if we go up here and we find the packets detected, let's see how many we got. There is one packet detected. I had to delete the old alert file. So I did that before I showed you the answer. But if you don't delete it, it's just going to keep compiling and it's going to keep adding alerts into it. So you won't know exactly how many you detected and what the situation was. So there was only one packet detected. So we're going to go ahead and move that to trash. Let's move to the next one. Clear the previous alert. Okay, very good. Write a rule to filter packets with the push acknowledgement flag and run it against the given PCAP. What's the number of detected packets? So this one should be actually very easy because we should have exactly the same rule. We're just now going to put a comment in front of this one, copy that one, and then go ahead and enter a new one at the bottom right here. So now the flag itself is going to be the push flag, which I think is just the flags is P right here. So that's what that is. So we're going to go right here. We're going to do flags dash P. SID is just going to change to 5 right there. Save it. This should be very straightforward. And we're going to run the read. There we go. It's going to finish. We're going to open up our alert file. There's nothing in it. How's that possible? So does that mean that there was nothing detected? So if I do, no, that's impossible because it says there's literally 3 digits. So write a rule to filter packets with push and acknowledgement. Oh, I see. Push ACK flags and run it against the PCAP file. I did not read that part. Ugh. Okay, so flags S, and then I guess I should also do a flags A too, because it doesn't say how to separate them. So we can just do flags P, and then we can also do a flags A. So flags A like that. So that should be it. Okay. All right, so let's save it. Hopefully this will actually generate something for us, because as you just saw, the alert file is empty. So nothing happened here. So this time around, there should be something. Local multiple TCP flags option in rule error quitting. Okay, so what does that mean? Because if it's not supposed to be multiple, I guess so it's supposed to be push ACK like that. I think it's actually supposed to be push to ACK like that. No, but that doesn't make sense either, because how am I supposed to do that? This is actually kind of a confusing question for me, because it doesn't tell me how to do multiple flags here. It just says that you can do flags da da da. So is it saying push to acknowledgement? So should I do multiple rules, right? It says write a rule to filter packets with that flag and run it against the PCAP file. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try a couple of things here. Okay, so evidently we actually would do it on the same line here, except instead of doing 2 different flags like this, we would do just a separation of the flags with a comma like that. I believe that's what it is. So now we're going to do, and we got to change this too, so it's going to be push ACK flag test like that. Okay, so let's try this one. I think that's it actually. So we're going to run it. There you go. It actually worked. Perfect. No error message. Okay, cool. Look at that. We actually got a response here. So now it says, what is the total number of detected packets? So this is the piece where I'm like, okay, well, I want to know, is it going to show me the number of packets? That's the thing that I'm most interested in, because I don't think it shows it to us here, the total number of detected packets. So I wonder if it actually has a packet number. So let's see. Okay, so that's basically it. So when you see alerts right here, that's the number of detected packets. And I think there's probably another section somewhere at the top of this that will also show the number of detected packets. And so if I kind of get us to the top here, right here, I think there's a way that also shows tagged packet. No, this is 256, so that's definitely not the number. It's the one at the bottom. So it's the alerts, right? The number of alerts that were set off. That's exactly what it is that we're looking for. It's 216. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the log file somewhere as well. But we don't need that. So we're going to delete those. And let's move to the next question. So clear it, create a rule to filter UDP packets with the same source and destination IP and run it against the given PCAP. So UDP and then same source destination. So that was the same IP right here. So this is what we're doing. And we're going to do UDP though. So I wonder if I can just do like alert UDP and then do the same IP option. I think that's the answer. So let's try it. So just like everything else, we're going to open up our rule file here. We're going to go and comment out that one. And we want to, I'm just going to copy this just to kind of make life a little bit easier here. We're going to put it here. We want it to be a UDP rule, right? And we're going to just do right here. We're going to change this to UDP same IP like that. And then from there, we're going to just change this piece to read same IP. I think that's the actual rule name that says right here. Yeah, same IP. And then the SID is just going to change to 1006 or 1,000,006, whatever. Save it. And let's close this out. We've cleared out our alerts. So let's go ahead and run it. And so the question says, what is the number of packets that show the same source and destination IP addresses? And it's UDP packets specifically. So alerts right here show 7. So I'm going to try 7. Oops, not backslash. What is it? 7. It says you're going too fast. So I don't know if that's the problem. Let's see what the log shows us. That might be something of use to us. So if we do snort read the snort.log.177, what's in here? So running initializing, can't initialize, permission denied. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to do sudo snort r, my bad. Snort.log. Let's see. I mean, it does say 7 here too, though. UDP 7. Okay, so let's see. Let's try UDP same IP 7. Okay, that was the right answer. I was just doing it too fast. All right. Case example, an analyst modified an existing rule successfully. Which rule option must the analyst change after the implementation? They modified an existing rule, so that'll be the revision. And that's it for that one. We have made some really strong progress, I should say. And I think we just have a review. And then the conclusion itself is also just oh, that's a cool little cheat sheet. Super, super sick. I love it. I'm going to download this and I'm going to share it with our Hackaholics Anonymous community. Very, very cool stuff. Okay, so Snort 2 operation logic. This is just some modifications and notes, not modifications, I should say, some notes for you to keep in mind as you interact with Snort 2. So the main components of Snort is that it has a packet decoder. It actually allows you to prepare packets for pre-processing. Preprocessors, the components that arrange and modify the packets for detection, the detection engine itself. All of these things really, honestly, you really don't need to know in detail, or you don't even need to know whether or not they exist, in my humble opinion. It's more about like actually knowing how to use the tool itself and relying on its functionality. If you want to go into coding and engineering, then it would be something good for you to know so that you can actually expand on certain things, because it is an open source tool and it gets a lot of contribution from people inside of the community apart from its developer and apart from Cisco. So this is one of the things that, like, if you really want to go into the engineering element of security, then it would be a good idea to know this. And if that is indeed the case, you need more information than what's available on this little screen right here. So it has a detection engine, it has logging and alerting functionalities and outputs and plugins, and these things all need to work together in order for Snort to actually function. Now the rules, so there are 3 types of rules, right? The community rules, the free rule set, publicly accessible. Registered rules, it's free, but it requires registration. So contains subscriber rules with a 30-day delay. And then the subscriber rules, which is for the paid subscription, that is main rule set updated twice a week, and then you get access to it right away. So you can read and download more, of course, from the Snort website directly. Snort.org/downloads is what it is. And ever since they created this room, obviously there is now a Snort 3. And so you can learn more about Snort 3 and all of the new features that's been associated with it. After installing Snort, it automatically creates the required directories. If you want to use the community or paid rules, you need to indicate each rule in the configuration file. It's a very long all-in-one configuration file. So without causing misconfigurations is trouble, you need to use a text editor that will allow you to search so that you can find the different pieces to modify. Key point is to never replace the configuration file. Instead, edit the configuration file manually or update the rules with additional tools to prevent failures. That's the key point here. There's the configuration file, and then there's the local rules. So the rules are referred to in the configuration file, and then within that configuration file, you get to also leverage the rest of the parameters. Local rules just have the rules. So, for example, if you want to modify the local rules to include these various tags that are inside of the configuration, right? So the home net tag is where we are actually protecting. So this is going to be your network essentially. So you can do any, or you can actually give it a subnet. The external network represents the external network, so we need to keep it to any or to the actual home network itself, or where it says not home network. So you can see actually that exclamation, and then the way that you reference these things is by putting a $sign in front of it. So you want to do not the home network, or you want to just leave it as any. The rule path, so this is the hard-coded rule path, which is this location. The SO rule path, these are the subscriber rules. So that's what it is right here. And then the pre-processor rule path are for the subscriber rules as well. And that's the path for it right here. Then we have the decoder configuration. So the tag name itself, and then the various functionalities. So the IPS mode selection is under the DAQ. Activating the inline mode is under DAQ_mode. And then hard-coded default is the log directory. And so AF packet is the IPS mode selection. Inline would be that. And then, of course, the log directory is very similar to every other log directory in a Linux environment. Data acquisition modes are specialized libraries used for packet input-output, providing flexibility. It's possible to use this type for different purposes. So you have PCAP, AF packet, I think this is IPQ, yeah, inline mode on Linux. NFQ, inline mode on Linux. This one is for net filter, replaces the Snort inline patch. This one is just for Linux. IPFW, inline mode for OpenBSD, FreeBSD, and using divert sockets. Dump, testing mode of inline normalization. And most popular modes are the default PCAP and inline IPS AF packet. Navigating to step 6, configuring output plugins. All of this, by the way, is like, I would recommend that you have a tool like GPT or Gemini or Grok explain this to you in great detail, because this is way too much of an overview. It's like too generic of an overview. And if you really want to learn the best that you can, you would want to go into each one of these steps in great detail so you really understand what's going on. Because I'm not explaining enough in here, because it's literally just, I'm kind of reading through this and I'll drop certain points for you and we'll kind of make certain references. But if you really want to learn a tool like Snort, it's recommended to review the documentation, to use an AI tool to really help educate you with these things and do a deep dive on it. It is a very useful tool, and I think you should get mastery over this. So the configure output is the outputs of the IDS IPS action, so including logging and alerting format details, and it prompts everything in the console application. So configuring this will help you use Snort more efficiently to your liking. And then we have the customizing of your rule sets. So the site specific rules will be the rule path, the local rules. So this is an example of it. And then including that rule path would be the hard-coded default or downloaded rules. So these are the actual rules that you would download from the website, for example, the subscriber rules. The hashtag is a commenting operator. So you should uncomment a line to actually activate it. So when you do include right here, this is a commenting thing. So if you actually want it to be active, you would want to remove the comment, the hashtag, so that it actually activates the rule for you. And then you go right and you get it done. And more often than not, it's probably going to be in a different path. So whatever the rule path is, you would need to find that. And then from there, you would need to go ahead and modify it by adding the location of the current rule set that you have downloaded. Again, I'm sorry if I rushed through this. It's not enough information. These are like just generic chunks of information. As I'm sure you can guess, there is a lot more information about this tool. And if you really want to get good at it, go through the documentation, use an AI tool to help you make sense of it and simplify it. There are a lot of things that you can learn about Snort. Okay, so in conclusion, we covered a lot of great stuff. Don't reinvent the wheel. I mean, these are just generic rules again, not rules, I would say. These are kind of like best practices. So understand the fundamentals. Don't create complex rules all at once. Don't reinvent the wheel. Try to use the rules that have already been created, or kind of enhance the rules that have already been created to customize them for your own environment. Always make a backup of the configuration files before making any changes, just in case you mess things up. Never delete a rule that works properly. Just comment it out if you don't need it. And do the same thing, like create backups of your rule files. So in case you really want to just kind of modify them for different types of environments, you can always just have your original rule sets. And then test the rules before migrating them to production by using the -T function. Now this specific file, which I think is a really, really cool file, I'm going to actually download and I'm going to have it available for you guys. I mean, it says everything that we already talked about in this video, but if you just want to have like a nice cheat sheet, I'm just going to download this and I'm going to put a link in the drive. I'll put it in like my drive, and then I'll just have it available to you so you can get access to it. Or I wonder, there should be like an easy way to do this, but I'm gonna just go ahead and download it and put it inside of the drive for now, and hopefully get a direct link to you. I just need to see the best way that I can share that with you, but I think that might be the best way to do it. If you get yourself a membership to TryHackMe, you can obviously get these kinds of things. And so if we look at the room options here, this is a free room actually. So anybody that has a free membership with TryHackMe can go ahead and download it. That is really cool that this is a free room. We did so much stuff in this room, and the fact that it's free and you get access to the virtual machines and everything for free, that's a really, really clutch resource by TryHackMe. So I would highly recommend just get yourself access to the free room, and the file is going to be in here. So just a username and password and you get access to this. And then you can download the file and you can practice with Snort inside of the virtual machine. That is amazing. I thought that this was for sure going to be a premier room, but it's not. It's a free room. So shout out to TryHackMe. I think they're very, very cool for doing this. This is like one of the better rooms that they actually have available for free for everybody. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. There are so many different playlists that are live and they're being fed into constantly, including the new Linux Plus that's going to be coming out for 2026. Of course, SOC Level 1, Pentest Plus, AI for cybersecurity, a bunch of random videos that are obviously relevant to everything that we're talking about, but they're outside of these playlists. There's so many things that are available, and they're going to be constantly coming out. So my recommendation is be a part of the community, be involved in the comment section, ask questions, check out the Pentest Plus, or I should say all the CompTIA in general, all the CompTIA stuff, depending on which route you want to take and what you want to study. There's a bunch of different CompTIA resources available, and people have actually used them to get jobs or to pass their CompTIA examinations, etc. So there's a lot of really, really cool stuff on this channel. And I'm not saying that just because I'm the creator. I'm saying that because I'm getting a lot of great feedback. And then in our Hackaholics Anonymous community, we have a lot of advanced users that are working in cybersecurity for companies. They've been in the business for a very long time, that they're involved in the community, and you can get access to them by being a part of our Discord chats and things like that. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And if you really want to take it a step further, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next episode. Later.